That's the shot now. That's the visual coming in from the G7 summit, meeting all the global leaders who have arrived, delegations interacting with Prime Minister Modi. And what a moment really for India. Remember that India has received a seat at the table as a guest country, sure. But this includes the fact that this is the 8th consecutive year that India has been invited. And that also speaks highly of how a country, even though not a permanent member nation, is for 8 years being regularly invited to the, as they are called, the all-powerful G7 summit. India has participated, though, in the summit earlier as well, just to let you know, about 13 times in total. There have been invitations consistently, but since 2019, each year, India has made a presence. This is because, one, remember, India is a growing economic power. We are being seen in the top 5 world economies right now, and that is where India's presence is felt. There is, of course, how India attempts to be the global South voice, that we may be a developing nation, but the rise that we have shown for the country at the world stage is being noticed for one and all, and therefore for other countries like ours or toward the Asian belt, other countries, our neighbor nations, we can all be represented by India. So not simply a voice, but a leader voice. But this is also about key partnership. India is vital for whether it's mediation, for managing global challenges. There is the artificial intelligence issue that India has often been seen as a leader or a participant of this the change that we have seen with AI, whether it's climate change, startups, all of that and more is how India's invitation can be seen as a global game changer. Now, remember, India is not depending on secondary sources for this big meeting coming in from France. India Today is on the ground in France, where the summit is currently ongoing. India Today global editor Pranay Upadhyay is currently reporting from the beautiful country of France. A little envy there with you, Pranay. You're, I'm sure, at a beautiful location somewhere in France right now. So tell us about what is the venue looking like in Evian, where Prime Minister Modi has arrived. What is the mood like? And how do you see India's presence? This is, do you think, just being invited as a guest country, or can India in any way project or contribute to the G7 summit? Pranay.
I must tell you, Pooja, absolutely serene and scenic setting of Alps,
yes.
Because of the city of Evian, where the AQI is just 60 or 65 at best. So certainly your lungs say thank you to you when you are here.
You had to mention that it's in a double digit, possibly even single for France. Please go ahead.
But absolutely, a very significant and important meeting of the G7 grouping. And in fact, India's presence is also quite significant, especially at a time when the G7 grouping is meeting to discuss the global crisis, the economic crisis, the oil crisis, the energy problems. In fact, President Donald Trump has given a big relief to G7 grouping and at least this G7 summit, because Iran and United States are likely to sign a deal, on Friday, on 19th, after the conclusion of this G7 summit. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi's participation in this G7 is going to be significant in terms of India's prominence as an important dialogue partner. And in fact, after the G7 meeting, you can very well, understand the importance of India's presence here by the factor that this time France has extended an invitation to India to become part of all the G7 track processes, the foreign ministers meeting, it's finance ministers meeting. India has participated even at the Sherpa level in the G7 track of meeting. But besides that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be discussing about, as a representative of world's most, populous country, as world's largest democracy, and also a fastly growing economy. What are the economic interests? How this economic grouping can work effectively? How the Bretton Woods institutions, the institutions of global governance, need to be reformed. And this is the time when they are most required the most. Besides that, the energy crisis is going to be a very important factor. And in fact, just after a while, Prime Minister Modi, as you can see, has arrived at the G7 venue. And after a while, there is going to be a very important meeting of the G7 dialogue partners, as well as the GCC countries, the Gulf countries, because this meeting is going to discuss about the energy crisis, how that energy disruption can be resolved, the Strait of Hormuz after the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, after this Iran-United States deal, how the energy disruption, can be sorted out. So these are the important areas, and obviously these are the important issues of discussion, not only for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but also for the G7 grouping. India not only not only represent the world's most populous country, but also one of the largest energy buyer, and therefore this meeting is going to be very important. And besides that, Prime Minister Modi is not only representing India as a dialogue partner, but he's also representing as BRICS chair as well, because BRICS and G7 are often compared and often treated as rival to each other. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi and India's presence at the G7 summit clearly shows that how India manages the relationship. Indian diplomacy balanced this geopolitics. On one side, we have been part of this G7
India
process for
is
last
being
23
invited
years.
consistently for 8 years now to the G7 summit. Is there also a growing voice that India should become a permanent member nation here? How is India pushing forth? Because at a time like this, when we're seeing the kind of global world order change, do you think India can play a role bigger than just on the guest table?
Absolutely. There are many, many voices coming, not exactly from the G7 member state, but certainly many analysts feel that for the effective governance and for the effective, working of the G7, that need to be expanded. Countries like India, and not only about the G7, about the other groupings as well. This reality or the institution should be able to reflect the current reality of the world, be it the United Nations, be it, other institutions of global governance. They should include India at the highest level because India is the world's largest populous country. India is one of the fastest growing economy, and India's voice matters as far as the global south is concerned. No problem of the world can be resolved without the help of India, and that is the significance of India.
Before I let you go off, I understand there's a lot of activity happening there. What is the itinerary like in the next few hours? Because I understand Modi-Trump meeting is tomorrow, but what happens right away?
Currently, as I mentioned, that French presidency will be hosting a meeting of dialogue partner GCC member countries along with the Gulf nations. As you can see, that UAE's President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan is here, Qatar's Amir is here, Saudi Arabia is also being represented, and various other GCC countries are being represented here at G7. So there will be an extended meeting of these dialogue partners along with the GCC countries to discuss about the energy crisis, about the energy issue. Besides that, there is a working lunch, and after that there will be an evening event at the GCC at the G7 summit. And besides that, there will also be a subsequent meeting at the bilateral level. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is likely to hold meeting with the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada, and besides that, he will also be holding a meeting with the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. So these are the important lineup of meeting, bilateral engagement of
That
Prime
would
Minister
also be
Modi.
interesting, meeting these leaders of the Gulf countries as well, because that's where we share a strong friendship and bond too. Thank you very much. Pranay Upadhyay is constantly reporting from France. He's going to tell us everything that we need to know, and we're not depending on an outside source but our very own to help us understand why this is such a significant meeting. It is the G7. India consistently being invited as a guest country. How can India contribute? We'll be tracking that and more. I'm heading to a very short break. Stay tuned when I return at 4 p.m. from India Today's busy and bustling newsroom to tell you all about what's happening at the border and beyond.
You are watching India Today.
आपको भी लग रहा है कहीं न कहीं जो स्थिति पश्चिम बंगाल में तृणमूल कांग्रेस के साथ हुई वैसी शिवसेना के साथ यूपी के साथ
हम पहले जा चुके हैं। वो जो स्थिति है पश्चिम बंगाल वाली, तभी हमारे जो मित्र है तृणमूल कांग्रेस के सब और हम पर हंसते थे और बोलते थे, अरे कैसा भाग के गए तुम्हारे एमपी मिली, तुमने रोका नहीं क्या? तुमने रोका क्या? जब मिलते थे तो हमको बहुत मार्गदर्शन करते थे। अरे कैसा हो गया, इतने ढीले कैसे छोड़ दिए, कैसे भाग गए, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? अभी मैं पूछता हूं, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? 1 महीने में चले गए। देखो, ये जो सरकार है केंद्र में 12 साल से जो चल रही है, उसका एक ही काम है, एक ही काम है। ये उनकी खुद की व्यक्तिगत पार्टी की ताकत नहीं है, ये ईडी सीबीआई की ताकत है। हमारे पास आएगी सरकार, हमारे पास ईडी सीबीआई होगी तो ये लोग रहेंगे, उनकी पार्टी रहेगी? उनकी भी पार्टी नहीं रहेंगी। हमारी पार्टी के, कांग्रेस के, एनसीपी के, तृणमूल के सभी डरपोक लोग बीजेपी में गए हैं, भगोड़े। वहां से भी भागेंगे सरकार बदलेगी तो। कौन सा ऑपरेशन ये लोग कर रहे? ऑपरेशन ऐसा नहीं होता है। हमने बहुत बड़े बड़े ऑपरेशन किए हैं।
आपको लग रहा है सभी सांसद इस वक्त शिवसेना के सब साथ में हैं आपकी जो
कसम तो खाई है, भगवान की कसम खाई है, साईं बाबा की कसम खाई है, बच्चों की कसम खाई है, माँ की कसम खाई है। विश्वास रखना चाहिए।
Absolutely. Not only Russia, but other partners of India would also be keenly watching this meeting, because this is the meeting between two important economies. This would be the meeting of leaders from two big democracies. So certainly, all eyes will be there on this big meeting of Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump. But as far as India's relation with Russia is concerned, India and Russia share a special privileged strategic partnership. In fact, in September 2026, Russian President Vladimir Putin is also expected to visit India for the BRICS summit. India is current chair of BRICS. President Donald Trump might have had, or might be having a different opinion about BRICS, but India has expressed and maintained its contribution, its commitment as far as the BRICS partnership is concerned. So India has emerged as a big balancer of the geopolitics. And in fact, as far as the energy relation is concerned, India has always maintained that a country of India's size, a country of India's population, it is very important for India to maintain and to ensure its energy security. And Russia has always been an important partner for India, be it India's defense relationship or India's energy supply relation is concerned. But India has diversified its energy sources. Currently, India is buying oil and energy supplies, energy sources, sourcing its energy from almost 41 countries. And beat, India's oil purchase from United States, from Venezuela, from Nigeria to Russia, various other countries, India is ensuring its energy security. And India has, unequivocally, and India has always maintained that it is paramount to ensure the energy security for India, and in fact there cannot be any compromise with that.
Internet is buzzing once again after Union Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari backed the push towards 100% ethanol-powered vehicles. But while the move is being seen as a green revolution, social media has found a sweet twist. A viral video shows insects like ants and bees being attracted to ethanol-blended fuel, as much of the biofuel is derived from sugarcane. So as India moves towards cleaner fuel, the internet is asking, will ethanol cars attract more bees than buyers? From concerns about mileage to engine corrosions to now bees, the buzz around ethanol is only getting louder. Bureau Report, India Today.
वैश्विक मंच पर भी भारत और स्लोवाकिया करीब ही सामंजस्य से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सभी विवादों और तनावों का समाधान शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से किया जाना चाहिए। हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि वैश्विक संस्थानों को 21वीं सदी की वास्तविकताओं और चुनौतियों के अनुरूप खुद को रीडिफाइन करना होगा। इस विषय पर हम वैश्विक प्रयासों को सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में काम करेंगे।
So Apple WWDC 2026 has indeed come to a conclusion, and lots of updates coming in for Apple users. The biggest of them all is the new Siri AI, which a lot of Apple users will definitely look forward to. Siri gets a completely redefined look and also becomes more contextual, more intuitive. Apple Intelligence also gets more closely knitted into the entire ecosystem, and that's something that Apple users will definitely appreciate, because now Google's integration is going to make your overall experience much better. Some child control, let's say you have minors using Apple devices and also exposed to the Apple ecosystem, well, parents can control some of these features now and have a closer look of what their child is doing when they're using Apple ecosystem and devices. So these are some of the updates that have come in from WWDC 2026. But again, the biggest announcement is around how Apple Intelligence is now becoming smarter, more intuitive, and more useful for a lot of the users who are not only on the iPhone but also across different devices. So yes, big updates coming in for all of the Apple users, and something to look forward to. Now these features, as Apple said, will be rolled out in the coming months. It's not going to come immediately, but yes, developers will be able to test out some of the features and find bugs if there are any. So yes, I feel that this WWDC was more about polishing some of the existing features and making AI genuinely useful, and also making sure that the data that the users have stays protected, stays behind private cloud and also on the device, so that while they say that other AI devices can exploit your data, that's something that's not happening in the Apple ecosystem. So yes, big updates coming in from Apple WWDC 2026, and lots to look forward to for Apple users in the coming months.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pooja Shali. From India Today's newsroom, always busy and bustling, ready to tell you what's happening at the border and beyond. I want to tell you now the top headlines coming in at 4. Let's begin. Top story coming in. Prime Minister Modi arrives at the G7 meet venue in Evian, France. India at the table of global powers. Countdown to PM Modi-Trump Milan tomorrow. That will be after 16 months, but getting ready for Modi-Macron Milan. Sena's Neta's big remark says 7 Uddhav MPs are in touch with the Shiv Sena. Claims Operation Tiger will be over by monsoon session. Uddhav's big message, doors are open. If they want to go, let them go. Massive setback for Mamata Banerjee loading. Speaker may recognize TMC rebels. Speaker's nod to save Lok Sabha membership of the rebels. 20 of 28 TMC MPs break away. Mamata camp may be reduced to just 8 MPs. Government cracks down on Telegram app ahead of the re-NEET exam. Telegram faces temporary curbs for cheating fear. Centre moves to protect NEET examination integrity. Air Force choppers, aircrafts are going to airlift the NEET question papers. News from Karnataka, DK Shivkumar faces flag from own minister and opposition. DK Shivkumar Mantri Jarakoli slams his tech city dream, says project cannot be a burden on the government. H.D. Kumaraswamy says nexus between government and real estate, claims fertile land will be lost due to the project. Three cases of minor age sexual assaults in Tamil Nadu. TN BJP chief Narendra says 20 sex assaults, 15 POCSO cases in 2 days. Seeking answers from Vijay on 3-year-old's death. Is Tamil Nadu going lawless under Chief Minister Vijay? Nagpur conversion video shocker. A married woman allegedly forcibly being converted. On camera, she's seen restrained and crying, "Let me go." Accused Ayaz and Amin allegedly drugged, blackmailed and raped the woman. One cleric, Hazrat, is on the run. The top story at 4 p.m. on India Today coming in from France. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has landed and arrived in Evian, France. This is where the G7 summit is being organized. Global leaders from the all-powerful 7 nations, as it's called, have arrived as well. It's going to be, of course, the highlight will be first the Macron-Modi Milan in just a short while. But also tomorrow, in the next 24 hours, you'll see the meeting, the bilateral that's expected, that is between, on the sidelines though, of course, of the G7, between US President Donald Trump and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's meeting, of course, the delegates, the Indian representatives at the G7. But this is going to be very interesting. And I want just to point out to the viewer, India is not a permanent member of the G7, but it has been invited as a guest country this time. And for the past 8 years, since 2019, India has been consistently invited as a guest nation to the G7. And why is that? Why not other countries as many times? One of the reasons for that is, and India in total has attended 13 times in the past few decades. The reason is India's growing economic power. We have seen that India has been, thankfully, consecutively has seen a rise when it comes to the top world economies. It's also with respect to how India has become not just a voice, but a leader voice. A voice of Global South, a voice for developing nations, a voice not just for Asia, but also when it comes to even the African nations that India has pushed for to be included either in the G20 or even as guest nations when it comes to close to G7 countries as well. And therefore, at this point, India is being seen as a country that can become a partner. It may not be seen among the developed countries, but definitely when it comes to the economies of the world, stability, rise, all of that, India finds itself at the table. Look at that. Visuals coming in from the G7 summit about the top leaders who have started to arrive. The big focus, of course, will be President Trump and Prime Minister Modi there as well. Look at the live visuals also coming in. A short while ago, Prime Minister Modi arrived at the venue, but the ones you see on the right side of your screen, President Donald Trump, President Emmanuel Macron. Let's just dip in for a while to the voices coming from that area.
Two guys that couldn't be beaten, both guys.
Interesting. Remember the top 7 countries that presently are there, and that shows perhaps how the world powers together have gathered at the G7 summit. Just to tell you that the G7, which is called the Group of 7, are major 7 countries that are more industrialized, as they are called. So which are these countries? Of course, the United States of America, France, which is the host right now, the United Kingdom, Japan, Canada, Germany, Italy. So these are the 7 countries. Handshakes and greetings are happening. The focus, of course, will be on the US president. And why is that? In the backdrop of the West Asia war, where Donald Trump appears to have said a peace deal has been signed. It will be officially signed on Friday if all goes through. But already we see that Israel has been bombing Lebanon even now. So therefore, what kind of a peace deal has been achieved? And what will be the consequences of that? So the G7, while has been extending the guest list, India continues to be a part of it. And that is where at the grouping where India may not be at this table. However, it definitely, as a guest member nation, has consistently been a part
Thank you, Jonathan.
of
Okay.
important nations. Let's just go across to the voices coming in from on the ground. It appears President Macron is saying,
Could you have a look?
let's just dip into that. Now, interestingly, amid all of that, remember, South Africa has not been invited this time, otherwise seen as a regular guest. So what exactly happened? But we are told that India, since 2019, considered to be an important guest nation, has been invited again this time. We are waiting for further clarity on what is really the itinerary of it. But it's going to be, of course, we can understand that for Donald Trump to meet Prime Minister Modi during the G7 summit, that, of course, will be the big highlight. So these are, of course, the starting welcoming visuals and music that we can see on your screen, a formal promotional video. Prime Minister Modi, when he participates in that high-level working session and has been invited as a guest country, the theme of that high-level session is forging new partnership and rebuilding international solidarity. So that, of course, is going to be very crucial. Let's try and understand this more. I'm joined in by our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, recently having returned from Russia, and to tell us what's happening at the G7. Geeta, India, consistently, you have to give credit to the country being invited since 2019, 8 times now, as a guest nation. How important is this G7 going to be for India, and why?
Well, Pooja, every G7 at this point in time, when you're seeing a huge geopolitical tectonic shift, is very important. India has been a very important member of the global bloc, so to say. And since Manmohan Singh, we've seen India participate at the G7 summits. And this time around, we're looking at consecutive year after year invitations for India. Clearly shows the importance the developed world attaches to India, and India's participation therefore is important in the decisions that are taken. They're not there in the main plenary of the G7 leaders, but in all the other meetings and conversations, India participates, and the focus certainly is going to be on the conflicts, supply disruptions, the fact that there needs to be alternatives, a resilient supply chain, energy crisis, very, very important at this point in time for us, Pooja. The fact that there is going to be a deal finally between Iran and the United States of America,
if that happens,
in Geneva, that will really ease the energy tension and shock that the world is facing.
And if the strait is going to not be blocked
on
anymore.
On the sidelines of G7, every time, Pooja, you'll see Prime Minister Narendra Modi engage all the world leaders. So there are going to be bilaterals after bilaterals with all the leaders. He started and began with the French president, and now at the G7, on the sidelines of the G7, he's going to meet all the others.
How do you think, Geeta, India should go ahead with its projection as an image? Because we're not just seen as a guest member, we are becoming a voice of Global South, voice even for developing nations, whether in Asia or Africa. But we've also had recently 3 Indian sailors who lost their life in a conflict zone. We've had the tariff war with Trump. We had claims of Trump saying, I mediated and ended the India-Pakistan conflict. So how do you think India can best project itself to say we're a partner, we're not just a voice that's there on the table?
I think that came with the kind of messaging that you saw by President Trump when the Bharatiya Janata Party won elections over here, state elections, particularly West Bengal. Never has a president really congratulated Prime Minister Modi on a state election win. I mean, national elections for sure, but state elections. So you are seeing that this is a man and this is a government that's here to stay. So stability is an engagement, and that certainly will come through in the conversations as well. But there are tough issues, and President Trump is unlike other presidents in the past in America, where they really thought of India not just as a partner, but a force to reckon with. For Trump, it's very different. It's transactional, my way or the highway.
But he's good with Prime Minister Modi as at an individual level also.
Yes, but also, in the same breath, he can also be insulting. We've seen that in the past with his tweets. And that clearly is something that everybody is very careful of. So Prime Minister Modi will move with caution, but firmness as well in terms of messaging, trade, tariff, visas. H1B is a very important issue for India,
Yes.
as also the issue of the Strait of Hormuz and the attack on a vessel with Indian crew, where 3 sailors lost their lives.
How do you see India on a table like this? We are talking about all-powerful nations, so to say, in quotes, as G7 is called. Do you think India is rising to that position? Why is that? Why do you think, let's say, South Africa hasn't been invited this time? So why do you think India is consistently getting that invitation on the table?
Okay, South Africa is a different story altogether.
Okay.
Just South Africa has not been invited because that would have been a massive issue for America. Trump and South Africa, they have had a spat for some time, and the reason why we saw during the G20 also, President Trump said he'll not be attending any events in South Africa, and South Africa also boycotted quite a few of the events. So it's also keeping diplomacy in mind that France has been very, very careful about who they're inviting, who they're not. They don't want problem with guest countries, and therefore we're seeing South Africa. South Africa is a country that has taken a very strong position on Gaza.
Okay.
So it's a very different story altogether. But India has been consistent in engaging these countries, in engaging the world leaders, and ensuring that they move forward on things that not only matter for India, but the region and the globe as well.
And managing friendship, whether it's with Palestine or Israel, Russia or Ukraine, so it's kept that balance, perhaps one of the reasons I would like to believe that.
Perhaps one of the reasons, but also the fact that it has also ensured that the focus when it comes to bilateral with a country is not diverted because of other issues.
Okay.
Sometimes that can
and with Donald Trump, one never knows what he may say.
Exactly. Sometimes that might invite criticism, but most of the times you're seeing diplomacy at play where they're at least able to engage and have a conversation.
Appreciate you joining us, Geeta Mohan, with all the latest what's happening across the world. The focus, of course, will be tomorrow. Donald Trump meets Prime Minister Modi, the US President, the Prime Minister of India, where Donald Trump has said, my dear friend Modi, even when tariff war was happening. So I want you to take a look at this report about what will that highlight mean, whether it's Howdy Modi, whether it's Namaste Trump, and all of this on the sidelines of the G7. Let's take a look at this.
Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine, and he's doing a very good job.
My friend, a friend of India, a great American president, Mr. Donald Trump.
For nearly a decade, one diplomatic equation has remained remarkably consistent, even when Washington changed governments. Narendra Modi and Donald Trump have met 8 times across 2 Trump presidencies. From stadium spectacles to White House summits, their camaraderie has often outlasted policy disagreements. The Modi-Trump story began in 2017 at the White House. A first meeting marked by hugs, handshakes, and a clear strategic signal. India was no longer just a regional partner, but a key player in America's Indo-Pacific calculus. What followed was a diplomatic blitz. 8 meetings, multiple summits, and 2 mega political spectacles. First came Howdy Modi in Houston in 2019, where over 50,000 people watched the 2 leaders share a stage, turning diplomacy into a stadium event. Months later, Trump returned to attend Ahmedabad's Namaste Trump, where another massive crowd witnessed a partnership increasingly defined by optics and strategy in equal measure. But beyond the photo ops, the relationship delivered tangible outcomes. Defense ties expanded, from Predator drones to Apache helicopters, and discussions around F-35 fighter jets. Trade remained a point of friction, but both sides kept talking. Counter-terror cooperation deepened. Pakistan found itself repeatedly under scrutiny, and technology, from 5G to AI and nuclear energy, all became the new frontier of engagement. Now the two leaders meet again on the sidelines of the G7 in France. But the meeting comes after 16 months of turbulence in ties between the two countries. From tariff battles and claims of diplomatic intervention to growing tensions in the West Asia. But the message remains familiar. Washington may change administrations, yet New Delhi remains central to America's strategic playbook.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में.
Modi-Trump partnership has often been described as personal diplomacy at its most visible. 8 meetings later, the relationship is no longer just about two leaders. It's about two countries that don't always agree, often negotiate hard, but keep finding reasons to stay in the same room. And in geopolitics, that's often the most important deal of all. Bureau Report, India Today.
The US President Donald Trump is at it again. He is warning Iran and stated very categorically that the only thing that Trump is clear about is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. The US President making it absolutely clear that his agenda is one, and that is that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, he's added, and I want to just quote him here. They're not going to buy it, they're not going to do anything with it, and if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences. The consequences are the ultimate consequences that they are going to face, that they will never have a nuclear weapon. So quintessential Trump statement, not really going across as a statesman quote, but what his heart and mind clearly, immediately the first thought that he's put against Iran, and he has said that the only thing that really matters is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and it says it loud and clear, they're not going to develop it.
But the one thing that's happening that's of note, frankly, the only thing that really matters to me, is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says it loud and clear. They're not going to develop it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences. Not just a little bit like, I won't even tell you the consequences, but the consequences are the ultimate consequences. And with that being said, I hope we have a very good relationship. But the biggest thing is they will not have a nuclear weapon. And that's the reason I got in, and that's the reason I agreed to sign. I never cared about regime change. It's never a part, but I guess you have regime change because you know better than anybody. The first group, they're all dead. The second group, they're dead. A part of the third group is gone. And we're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than you. But they're not radicalized, and they're, looking to help their country. So, again, I don't believe the regime change. I've watched.
So Donald Trump already making a statement there, while of course at the G7 the focus will be how these 7 countries, or the group of 7 as it is called, are going to ensure that they come together on the table and go ahead as a strong force for the country. But here's what Trump has said, no less on Israel as well. Remember, with the peace deal set to be signed, and for Trump, clearly it's going to be very personal. He wants to, of course, coincide it with his 80th birthday as well. But will the peace deal really go through? Because the bombarding in Lebanon is still on. So that's the big news coming in. Let's take a look at that. So what we'll do is we'll play out the breaking that's coming in with regard to what Donald Trump has said about about Israel as well, and then we'll get our foreign affairs editor to really explain to us what exactly is happening. The Lebanon threat that's looming over the West Asia peace deal, and that Trump's message to Israel over Lebanon as well. So that's the big news coming in, that Donald Trump already making strong statements when it comes to whether it's Iran, whether it's Israel as well. Donald Trump, in fact, has said, I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah, because to be honest with you, I think they would do a better job of doing it. I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah. They will do a better job. Rather than Israel bomb Lebanon and Beirut, Israel has been fighting Hezbollah for too long. Too many people are being killed. You don't have to knock down an apartment every time you're looking for somebody. And there are not a lot of people in those apartments. They're not all Hezbollah, I can tell you. So let's listen into what Donald Trump has said. First, he made a remark on Iran, and now over Israel with regard to this.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah, because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
So that's the big news coming in. Donald Trump already making news at the G7. I want to bring in Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan. Geeta, let's go one by one. First, what he said about Iran. He's saying, I'm very clear, I don't want them to have the weapons. Now, many would say the kind of high-handedness that comes with the United States of America and the statements they make about other countries. But this is going to be the focus of the peace deal. What are you hearing from Iran? Are they on board with it? How is Lebanon a part of it? Tell us more.
Well, it's quite interesting because, you know, Iran has been maintaining, Pooja, that they never wanted to build a nuclear weapon. Now, whatever the world says, whatever Iran has been saying, the position that Iran has maintained for a very long time is that they never were planning on building a nuclear weapon. Okay. And the MOU that is going to be signed is an initial MOU. The real nuclear talks will take place after the MOU is signed for the next 60 days, where they're going to go into the brass tacks of what this nuclear conversation is going to be and what the deal on the ground is going to be. The Iranian side is also very clear that they have a right, like many countries do, to have civil nuclear power for civil nuclear purposes, which means energy. And energy security, even for oil-rich nations, is very important. So that conversation is going to happen after. So what President Trump is saying and talking about in terms of nuclear weapons is something that Iran completely agrees with, because Iran says, we've been saying it from day one, we do not wish to possess nuclear weapons.
Can we also play again now what Trump has said about toward the peace deal, but about Lebanon, about Israel, about Hezbollah? Let's play that out, and then we'll go back to Geeta to help us understand what is Trump saying when he says, let Syria take care of it.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. And I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah, because to be honest with you, I think they do a better job of doing it.
Just one quick point here. When he says Syria, let it take care of it, of the Hezbollah, what do you think he's trying to come at? He's trying to tell Israel not to interfere.
He's telling Israel that Al-Shara, who is now a friend, will do a better job because the deal will completely collapse. Pooja, should Israel come out with another attack on Lebanon. So Iran is going to retaliate.
Peace deal is the focus for Donald Trump. Will he be able to go through with it this time, or is going to collapse yet again? No ceasefire, the war continues. We'll be tracking that and more. I have more news coming in with regard to what's happening, especially because the Ukrainian president... All right, it's the focus here now at the G7, where US President Donald Trump is meeting the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The key meeting being held on the sidelines of the G7 summit. Donald Trump has said Russia should make a deal. Russia has lost tremendous numbers of people, so has Ukraine. Last month, they lost 35,000 soldiers between the two of them. This is on a monthly basis. And it's crazy what's going on there. we had a meeting and I spoke with President Putin on Sunday. So clearly US President continues to want to act as a mediator here in saying US President Donald Trump meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky. Key meeting held on the sidelines of the G summit. Trump says Russia should make a deal. It's lost tremendous number of people, so has Ukraine. Time for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I want to bring you some domestic news. We'll be joined with special conversations about what's happening in Uddhav Sena. You would think that their dark days were over, but are the remaining MPs with Uddhav Sena, the UBT Sena, are they set to leave too? And leave to where? After a very short break.
You are watching India Today.
The India Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional. So register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call us on 95 600 65465.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance Raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅਕਾਲ ਤਖਤ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੇ ਬੁਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਮੈਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਹੈ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਉਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗਾ ਨਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੱਦ ਕਾਠ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਰੀਰਕ ਬਣਤਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਆ ਕਿ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਐਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਅਹੁਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿਆਸੀ ਅਕਾਮਾਂ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਹਿ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਝੂਠਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਪੇਗੈਂਡਾ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਦਨਾਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਖੰਡੇ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਧਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਿਆਸੀ ਅਪਾਇੰਟਮੈਂਟਸ ਸਿਆਸੀ ਨਿਯੁਕਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੈਸਲੇ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਸਿੱਖ ਸੰਗਤ ਭਲੀ ਭਾਂਤੀ ਜਾਣਦੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਿਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਨਕਾਰਦਾ
Nikhil Kumaraswamy Vijayendra has written an open letter to Rahul Gandhi opposing AI project in Bidadi, sir. And even Kumaraswamy has criticized and called for a Padayatra on Sunday. How do you see this particular development?
Yes, they're doing politics. They're not worried of the people of that area. You know what's happening in Bangalore, the influx throughout the world and the country. And definitely townships are required because it is for the welfare of people. You have better facilities. Traffic congestion will be eased. So this kind of, they are doing politics, they are not doing anything. Because our government is taking up some good programs, they want to oppose it. For that they are opposing it. It's nothing but political, they are just doing politics, that's what I can say.
They are also drawing comparison with Andaman, where Rahul Gandhi has visited, where he said that trees will be uprooted if they have to come up with some kind of infrastructure there. And likewise, they have compared with Bidadi also. There are so many trees will be cut for this construction, and even farmers have opposed, according to them.
With the consultation of farmers, there are a lot of meetings have been taken place before this decision was taken. And with the approval of those farmers only, they have done this project. As far as the tree is concerned, definitely it not be a major thing, but we can grow the trees. But township is required because for the decongestion of the city, how the traffic is there in Bangalore. We want to improve the life of the people, and about this minimum damage should be done. Definitely, we also agree with that one. And this is for the welfare of the people of that area. And this township, a good life will be given to the people. That's the intention of our government. But the BJP and JDS, they are opposing this project, not because they think of the people, not for the development. They just want to oppose our government initiative. For that, they are doing this drama.
Karnataka is racing towards the future with ambitious infrastructure and technology projects. But one such proposal is now at the center of a major controversy. The Bidadi AI City project, championed by Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, aims to transform the region into a world-class AI and technology hub. But at what cost? According to estimates cited by RTI, more than 2 lakh trees could be chopped. Over 87,000 coconut trees are under threat. More than 83,000 Erica nut trees may be felled. Over 12,500 mango trees could be lost, along with more than 3 lakh banana plants located within the proposed project zone. Amid the controversy, the BJP questioned Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, reminding him of his recent Nicobar Island undersea diving and taking up the green cause. BJP questioned Rahul's silence and accused him of double standards on environment. Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, however, has strongly defended the project and countered BJP's charge of nexus with builders. According to the Karnataka government, the AI city will boost investment, create jobs and strengthen the state's position as a leader in AI-driven development. But support for protesting farmers who are up in arms over land loss is also coming from sections of the film industry. D.K. Shivakumar, who earlier claimed that Prime Minister Modi appreciated the project and its vision, remains determined to push ahead with what he calls a dream initiative. The BJP had warned DKS against dragging the PM's name for what it called the Chief Minister's personal project. However, the opposition has alleged that a real estate nexus is driving the township project. Opposition leaders have also warned of legal action and intensified protests if the government proceeds without addressing environmental and farmers' concerns. With Sagai Raj, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time harm your baby's brain. A new AIMS study raises a serious red flag, linking early screen exposure in infants to autism-like signs by the age of 3. Experts say, ideally, no screen should be given before 18 months and best avoided till the age of 3. Well, the concern isn't just screens. It's what they replace. They replace eye contact, talking, play, and human connection. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Well, it's widely being seen as the cases of digital autism seem to be increasing. These early years, especially the first 1,000 days, are critical for brain development. Too much screen time may disrupt how a child learns to communicate and interact. So too much screen time may disrupt how a child learns to communicate and interact. Doctors say screens don't directly cause autism, but excessive early exposure may increase the risk. So before handing over that phone to calm your child, pause, think, because for a growing brain, nothing beats human interaction.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Welcome back. Now, the big story that's coming in on the political front is not from the TMC, but a similar one emerging in the Sena. Again, the Shiv Sena or the UBT Sena that is now witnessing a certain, whether you call it a rebellion within the UBT or the ones turning into what we say a void possibly in the UBT. Now, here's what's happening. Operation Tiger in Maharashtra. Remember that in TMC, 20 rebel MPs merged with the NCPI. So how is Maharashtra here in the playbook? Union Minister Pratap Rao Jadhav openly inviting UBT Sena MPs to defect into the Shiv Sena fold led by Eknath Shinde. Now, Uddhav Thackeray has shrugged off threats, but Shiv Sena is claiming that around 7 UBT Sena MPs are in touch with them. That Operation Tiger is in the final stage. Before the monsoon session, all of it will be clear and most of these MPs will jump ship to the Shiv Sena, which is led by Eknath Shinde. So it's not really yet over. The troubles are still on for Uddhav Sena. Now, what we do know is from our sources that Uddhav Thackeray has basically said, the door is open. The one who needs to leave can do so anytime. But does that mean that he's not able to keep the flock together? Or perhaps there is another strategy at play? Here's what we are hearing from Maharashtra.
ऐसा है कि ऑपरेशन टाइगर के मामले में जो 7 सांसदों के साथ में हमारी चर्चा अंतिम क्षण में आ चुकी है। जैसा हम लोग ऑपरेशन करने किसी हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाता है और वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन सारे रिपोर्ट्स आ चुकी है। अभी केवल ये डॉक्टर का अंतिम ऑपरेशन का जो दिन होता है, ऑपरेशन की अपॉइंटमेंट दिन आना है, ऑपरेशन के दिन आ जाएगा, उस दिन ये ऑपरेशन हो जाएगा।
सर, ये जो चल रहा है कुछ खबरें हैं कि कुछ शिवसेना यूपीटी के सांसद आपके साथ मुलाकात किए, क्या स्थिति है सर अभी?
अरे ये हमारे दोस्त है, पहले से हम एक पार्टी में काम करे हुआ है।
जी जी।
तो मिलना जुलना तो चालू ही रहता है ना हमारा।
जी जी। लेकिन सर ऐसा है क्या कुछ सांसद उधर के आ रहे हैं आपके पास, यूपीटी वाले?
अभी तो वो लोग ही बताएंगे ना। ये इतना है कि बाकी बहुत सारे सांसद और सभी विधायक बहुत सारे
जी
वो पार्टी नेता के ऊपर बहुत नाराज है।
जी,
इतना मुझे मालूम है, बाकी वो क्या कर रहे हैं नहीं मुझे मालूम।
लेकिन क्या अगर वो आते हैं, आपसे बात करते हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं तो वेलकम है सर वो कि वो ज्वाइन करें?
बिल्कुल, जो आएगा उसके लिए तो कोई पार्टी में हमारे पास तो सभी का वेलकम है
जी।
जो आएंगे उनका हम स्वागत ही करेंगे, मान सम्मान भी करेंगे।
जी जी जी। तो लेकिन सर जो मुलाकात हुई आपकी, क्या कुछ बातचीत हुई क्या कि वो आना चाहते हैं, उन्होंने कुछ इच्छा जाहिर की उन्हें?
नहीं, वैसी कुछ मैंने बातचीत नहीं की
जी।
लेकिन हमारे जो नेता लोग हैं, हमारे शिंदे साहब है, तो उनके संपर्क में कुछ लोग हैं।
अच्छा।
और वो गुट के बहुत सारे लोग उनके नेताओं के ऊपर नाराज हैं।
लेकिन किस बात की नाराजगी सर? कुछ
अभी जो नेता मिलते नहीं, अच्छे ढंग से बात करते नहीं, सम्मान देते नहीं
जी।
कुछ विधायक के प्रॉब्लम रहे तो उसको विधायक हो या एमपी के तो उनके ऊपर ध्यान देते नहीं, बस ऐसी बात है। बाकी क्या, बहुत सारे लोगों में जैसा टीएमसी के लोगों में असंतोष था
जी,
बस उसी तरह ही उबाटा समझ लो महाराष्ट्र में।
अच्छा, जैसे टीएमसी के लोगों के अंदर असंतुष्ट था वैसे ही उबाटा में भी असंतुष्ट है।
बहुत है, उबाटा में तो पहले ही था करके तो हम लोग पहले ही बाहर निकल गए थे ना।
जी जी जी।
आज जो कुछ बाकी कुछ बचे थे
जी,
अब उनके भी ध्यान में आ गया है कि भाई हमने गलती कर गई इधर रुक के
जी।
और ये लोग तो मानते हैं ना कि सही शिवसेना, सही बाला साहब के विचारधारा हम ही चला रहे हैं
जी।
अभी उद्धव जी ठाकरे, वो आदित्य ठाकरे तो सेकुलर बन गए।
जी जी।
हाँ,
तो जो बाकी रुक गए वो भी जल्द आ जाएंगे, ऐसा है सर?
वो भी नाराज है, वही ना
नाराज है वो जी। आपको भी लग रहा है कहीं न कहीं जो स्थिति पश्चिम बंगाल में तृणमूल कांग्रेस के साथ हुई वैसी शिवसेना के साथ यूपी के साथ
हम पहले जा चुके हैं, वो जो स्थिति है पश्चिम बंगाल वाली, तभी हमारे जो मित्र है तृणमूल कांग्रेस के सब और हम पर हंसते थे और बोलते थे, अरे कैसा भाग के गए तुम्हारे एमपी मिली, तुमने रोका नहीं क्या, तुमने रोका क्या? जब मिलते थे तो हमको बहुत मार्गदर्शन करते थे, अरे कैसा हो गया, इतने ढीले कैसे छोड़ दिए, कैसे भाग गए, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? अभी मैं पूछता हूं तुम लोग क्या करते थे? 1 महीने में चले गए। देखो ये जो सरकार है केंद्र में 12 साल से जो चल रही है उसका एक ही काम है, एक ही काम है, ये उनकी खुद की व्यक्तिगत पार्टी की ताकत नहीं है, ये ईडी सीबीआई की ताकत है। हमारे पास आएगी सरकार, हमारे पास ईडी सीबीआई होगी तो ये लोग रहेंगे, उनकी पार्टी रहेगी? उनकी भी पार्टी नहीं रहेंगी। हमारी पार्टी के, कांग्रेस के, एनसीपी के, तृणमूल के सभी डरपोक लोग बीजेपी में गए हैं, भगोड़े, वो वहां से भी भागेंगे सरकार बदलेगी तो। कौन सा ऑपरेशन ये लोग कर रहे? ऑपरेशन ऐसा नहीं होता है, हमने बहुत बड़े बड़े ऑपरेशन किए हैं।
आपको लग रहा है सभी सांसद इस वक्त शिवसेना के सब साथ में हैं आपकी जो
कसम तो खाई है भगवान की कसम खाई है, साईं बाबा की कसम खाई है, बच्चों की कसम खाई है, माँ की कसम खाई है, विश्वास रखना चाहिए।
अडीच वाजता पोलीस आहे मी प्रेस 2:30 वाजता प्रेस
त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही तुमची कारणे जी काय ते सांगा, तुम्ही संपर्कात माझ्या आहात आणि तुम्ही कुठे जात नाही आहात. तर याच्यामध्ये मग कुठे संशयाची होतं हे आपापल्यात कोणाला सोडत नको. पुन्हा काय होतं, मग कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये चर्चा, प्रेसमध्ये चर्चा आणि काही कारण नसताना मग आपल्याबद्दल एक संशय व्यक्त केला जातो, गोंधळ निर्माण केला जातो. तर तो होऊ नये म्हणून जरा तुमच्याकडनं सुद्धा एक स्टेटमेंट येऊ द्या.
बैठकीसाठी बाकी भी कॅमेरा येते बिल्कुल तो कोई ठीक है सर, ठीक है मोबाइल पे चले ना दोस्त, ओके सर बैठकीसाठी बाकी भी कॅमेरा येते बिल्कुल तो कोई ठीक है सर, ठीक है मोबाइल पे चले ना दोस्त, ओके सर।
So that's Maharashtra, which is still a developing story, but there's also Bengal. Remember, opposition parties, one after another, are facing a crisis like we've never seen before. Sitting MPs, sitting MLAs are jumping ship, rejecting the leadership, especially what has unfolded in Bengal right after their collapse or the defeat in the state assembly elections. But here's what you need to know. The reason that the 20 MPs who want to merge with the NCPI and what is the strategy about it is to avoid the defection punishment that could come. And it's all going by a certain strategy. I want to add here, the process is expected within the next 5 to 7 days. The Lok Sabha Secretariat is processing a petition from the 20 rebel MPs. They've already submitted a letter in person to the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. Sources are indicating that Speaker's decision will be based on paragraph 4.2 of the 10th schedule. Under this provision, if a political party merges with another party, the membership of the MLA or MPs will remain protected. TMC sources, meanwhile, are saying Lok Sabha Speaker's office emailed Abhishek Banerjee on 15th June at 2 p.m. while he was being questioned by the ED and did not have access to his phone or emails. Email from the Speaker's office asked him to meet the Lok Sabha Speaker in Delhi by 4 p.m. the same day. How could that be possible? TMC sources further claiming within an hour of the email being sent, TMC MP Kirti Azad received a phone call from Speaker's office informing him about the email. So there's a list of reasons that the TMC sources are suggesting that they are alleging that what followed was not really a procedure and there was no way that the TMC leadership or TMC MPs still loyal to Mamata Banerjee could have made it to the Lok Sabha Speaker or to have a meeting to put forth their perspective as well. Here's what's happening when it comes to Bengal.
Let us first settle down with the bloc that we are trying to merge into another party. Acceptance has already come to us. They are happy to take us. We'll work together with the NDA under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji. They are looking into the affair of this merger, how to use the schemes that were not implemented in West Bengal in the last tenure. So we are looking into how to implement those central issues in conjunction with our Honorable Chief Minister also.
It was discussed even in this meeting,
Yes,
ma'am?
because there are certain schemes which were not implemented.
Okay.
And this child marriage is highest in West Bengal as per NCRB. That is also a crime.
Yes.
So these things were happening in West Bengal, which none of you took up. So we are trying to work for the betterment of the people of West Bengal.
Ma'am, right now,
स्पीकर के काम है निरपेक्ष रहना. तो मैं ये जो सुना जिस दिन ये डिसैटिस्फाइड एमपी चिट्ठी दिया उसके पहले तृणमूल कांग्रेस की ओर से चिट्ठी दिया गया था. तो मैंने ऐसा सुना कि स्पीकर ने तृणमूल कांग्रेस को भी एक चिट्ठी दिया उनसे मिलने के लिए. मिला कि नहीं मुझे पता नहीं.
हम लोग हर समय ये कहते हैं जो पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर लोगों के लिए काम करना है, डेवलपमेंट करना है. वो डेवलपमेंट का बात किए हैं, बहुत अच्छी बात है. अगर हम लोग सब मिलकर डेवलपमेंट के साथ ही रहेंगे तो बंगाल के कलकत्ता की उन्नति जरूर होगी.
So stay tuned because at 7 p.m. we're going to bring to you on To The Point what's unfolding in Maharashtra and also in Bengal. I'm wrapping up this bulletin, but when I return, we have news for our special viewers who are hearing impaired. After the break, thank
You. You are watching India Today.
After 2 months of West Asia burning, where missiles lit up the skies and fears for wider regional war grew by the day, today there has been a dramatic breakthrough. A surprise announcement from US President Donald Trump claiming the war with Iran is over and declaring that a historic peace deal has finally been sealed. Iran's Supreme National Security Council has also confirmed the understanding, saying months of difficult negotiations have culminated in a memorandum to end hostilities. The formal signing is expected in Geneva, Switzerland on Friday. The agreement could reshape the geopolitical map of the region. Trump announced reopening of Strait of Hormuz and that oil will flow again. Iran, on the other hand, says the US naval blockade will be lifted within 30 days, insisting Hormuz will reopen under Iranian supervision. Prime Minister Modi welcomed the understanding and said that India hopes agreement would restore stability in the region and safeguard the global trade routes. But question remains. Israel has already signaled discomfort. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rejected the 14-clause US-Iran truce, as Trump calls him a difficult guy. Tel Aviv says the deal does not bind Israel and has ruled out any withdrawal from captured territories, warning of strong retaliation to any future attack, raising fresh questions over the durability of the peace pact. For now, the guns may have fallen silent, but whether this becomes lasting peace or merely a pause in a long conflict is the question the world is watching closely. Bureau Report, India Today.
हवा के झोंके में तमाम ने सर झुका दिया और बीजेपी में चले गए। अरे तुमने हमारे विधायक को तोड़ा, बिहार में हम दोबारा जीत कर आए। मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता से अपील कर रहा हूं, बहरेच और मटेरा की जनता से अपील कर रहा हूं, आप मजलिस का साथ दीजिए। हम मर जाना पसंद करेंगे मगर अपने ईमान को और आपकी मोहब्बत का सौदा नहीं करेंगे फिरका परस्त आरएसएस की ताकतों के सामने। इल्जाम हम पर लगाया जाता है मगर कारनामे कोई और करता है। बताओ अखिलेश यादव, जो ममता बनर्जी के 20 MP चले गए, क्यों गए वो? उनको कोई कुछ नहीं बोलता। और असदुद्दीन ओवैसी आपके हक के लिए, आपकी सियासी लीडरशिप के लिए आ रहा है, तो इन सबको डर लगता है। डरना पड़ेगा तुमको। आप
Days after the Congress party ditched the Dravidam Munnetra Karagam, joining hands with the TVK in Tamil Nadu, DMK mouthpiece Murasoli has once again slammed Rahul Gandhi of the India bloc. It is called Rahul Gandhi immature, accusing him of lacking integrity. DMK also alleging that Congress, with Rahul Gandhi's backing, has backstabbed the party. Operation Tiger in Maharashtra. Union Minister Pratap Rao Jadhav has openly invited UBT Sena MPs to defect into the Shiv Sena fold. Shiv Sena has claimed around 7 UBT Sena MPs are in touch with them and that Operation Tiger was in the final stage. While Uddhav Thackeray has said those who want to leave can leave, Sanjay Raut has dismissed the defection buzz, saying its MPs are loyal and with the party. Ahead of the re-NET examination, the central government temporarily banning Telegram application in India on the recommendation of the National Testing Agency. The NTA has claimed that fraudsters were using Telegram to sell fake papers and spread misinformation. The NET retest is scheduled on 21st June.
Some films arrive with expectations. Others create a storm so powerful that the entire industry is forced to take notice. And Peddi belongs to the latter category. Like a champion stepping into the arena and refusing to back down, Ram Charan's latest blockbuster has continued its dominant run at the box office, smashing records and winning audiences across the globe. As the film marches into its second weekend, Peddi has crossed an impressive 366 crore worldwide, including 206 crore rupees net in India, cementing its position as one of the biggest cinematic successes of the year. Interestingly, the film's team also announced that Peddi has emerged as South India's highest grossing film of 2026, adding yet another milestone to its remarkable journey. Written and directed by Bucci Babu Sana, Peddi features Ram Charan in the titular role alongside an ensemble cast including Shivaraj Kumar, Janhvi Kapoor, Divyendu Sharma and Jagapati Babu in pivotal roles. At its core, Peddi tells the story of a young man who rises through intense sporting battles while confronting rivalry, pride and the crushing weight of expectations.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 5 Live with me, Suesha Samant. On the show today, our big focus stories. Yes, NTA's crisis of credibility, because in the latest move, they've decided to block Telegram, the app that was also responsible, had several flaws when it came to glitches and of course paper leak that has happened in the past. And the other conversion video that has shocked the entire nation. The video that has emerged from Nagpur on that woman who was forcibly converted. She was drugged, she was raped until her husband finally filed that complaint. And now this is coming in as a huge shocker. We'll get you this and a lot more through this edition. First, a quick check of the top headlines we're tracking for you this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived at Aix-les-Bains and France ahead of the G7 summit that has just commenced. The Prime Minister, who is set to be formally welcomed by French President Emmanuel Macron, shortly before his planned bilaterals with the heads of state of Canada, UK and the UAE. This, of course, is ahead of his much-awaited meeting that is to happen with US President Donald Trump tomorrow, the first meeting between the two leaders in 16 months. Meanwhile, the centre is taking no chances ahead of the NEET re-exam that is to happen on the 21st of June. It has cracked down on the messaging app Telegram, temporarily blocking the app till the 22nd of June and restricting some of its features till the 30th of June. Meanwhile, Air Force choppers that have been put into service, they're conducting mock drills ahead of their planned operations of transporting the retest papers for the 21st of June. Days after exiting the BJP, Annamalai has upped the ante against his former party, targeting it over high-level, classified, military-grade security and AI facial recognition for the NEET retest, claiming that this will add to the already ballooning exam pressure on candidates and create a new set of problems. The BJP hit back at Annamalai, citing that these are standard practices globally. In a shocking case from Nagpur, the wife of an Air Force personnel has accused an old classmate and his associates of rape, blackmail, black magic and forced religious conversion. Police has arrested 2 men, including the main accused, while a team that has been sent to Madhya Pradesh to trace a Maulana who is still on the run, allegedly involved in the conversion. The 2 arrested accused have been identified as Ayaz Taj and his associate Amin Sheikh. Fresh political storm that is brewing in Maharashtra. Senior Shiv Sena leader has claimed that as many as 7 MPs from the Uddhav Thackeray camp are in touch with the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. The leader has also claimed that Operation Tiger will be completed before the monsoon session of Parliament. The remarks that have come even as Uddhav struck a defiant note, saying if they want to go, let them go. The Mamata Banerjee camp that may be staring at a massive setback, with reports suggesting that the speaker could recognize rebel Trinamool MPs as a separate group. Sources indicate that such a move could help protect the Lok Sabha membership of the breakaway faction. The biggest blow for the Trinamool Congress would be the numbers, of course. If reports are to be believed, then as many as 20 of the party's 28 Lok Sabha MPs who could break away, potentially leaving Mamata Banerjee with just 8 MPs in the Lok Sabha. A formal complaint has been filed regarding the theft of offerings at the Ram Mandir. The complaint that was lodged by Santosh Dubey, a resident of Ayodhya at the Ram Janmabhoomi police station. The complaint that demands the registration of an FIR and an investigation that includes a polygraph test. Meanwhile, the SIT investigation into the case continued today, with employees of the Ram Janmabhoomi Trust being questioned today. A massive political row that has erupted in Tamil Nadu over the recent cases of sexual assault involving minors. Tamil Nadu BJP chief Nenar Nagendran, who has alleged that 20 sexual assault cases and 15 POCSO cases that have been reported in the state of Tamil Nadu in the last 48 hours itself. He's also sought answers from Chief Minister Vijay over the death of the 3-year-old child. Fresh trouble for Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar's ambitious Tech City project, facing criticism from both the opposition and within his own government. Minister Satish Arkioli, who has questioned the plan, saying it should not become a burden on the state. Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy has also attacked the project, alleging a government real estate nexus and warning that fertile agricultural land could be at stake. And well, if you're a resident of Hyderabad, then you could soon be driving down Donald Trump Avenue. Telangana government has planned to name a prominent road near the US consulate in Hyderabad's financial district as Donald Trump Avenue. The road, located adjacent to the US consulate, is expected to be formally inaugurated later this month. And on to our top story this evening. Well, for lakhs of Indian students, NEET is not just an examination. It is a dream. A dream that is built on years of sacrifice, relentless preparation, and the hopes of entire families that are involved. But that dream that was shaken by the paper leak controversy. Now, with the NEET re-examination that is to happen on the 21st of June, the government's challenge is not just to conduct that exam or conduct the re-exam, especially after what has happened. It is to restore that trust. And in that battle, Telegram has emerged as the latest flashpoint. Now, in an extraordinary move that was taken by the government, that has decided to temporarily restrict the Telegram app in India till the 22nd of June. So that is a day after the re-exam happens on the 21st. The action that comes amid concerns that the platform was being used to spread misinformation that is linked to NEET. Now, according to the National Testing Agency, the restrictions are aimed at protecting the integrity of the re-examination and preventing the circulation of misleading content during the crucial exam period, which, by the way, has also been flagged by the aspirants even in this time. Telegram will remain restricted through the day of the examination and its immediate aftermath, that is till the 22nd June, and certain features that will be blocked till the 30th of June. The NTA has welcomed this move, calling it a timely intervention. The agency has said that the restrictions are temporary, targeted and intended to counter alleged cheating networks operating on this platform. Now, according to the NTA, the objective is very simple. Ensure that the exam is conducted in a fair and secure manner, and there are no controversies around the re-examination, which again will have lakhs of students sit for it. The agency has claimed that fake paper leak narratives that are allegedly being created through Telegram's editing feature. Now, according to the NTA, an old post that could be edited after an examination was even over. The actual question paper could then be attached later, while the original timestamp remains unchanged. Now, to users, the post could appear as though the paper had been uploaded before the examination. Screenshots that would then circulate rapidly online at a very, very fast pace, one can imagine, fueling leak claims and anxiety among students, and several cases of this nature have been reported. The NTA has said that this is precisely what raised red flags. Its concern is that editable posts, unchanged timestamps, viral screenshots that could create a false impression of a paper leak, even when it has not even occurred. According to the agency, such content had the potential of spreading misinformation, confusion, chaos, undermine the confidence of students yet again in the examination process, and trigger panic among aspirants. The government has insisted that these measures are necessary and they are being done in the interest of students. Critics may debate the restrictions, and that has again become a talking point, but one thing is clear. The battle over NEET is no longer confined to just the examination centers or the glitches in the NTA website or even the delay in the admit cards, as has been said. It is now being fought online largely, in chat groups, on social media feeds, and in the race to stop misinformation before it spreads, and this has become a bigger challenge than the others. The larger challenge also now is not just conducting a secure examination, it is about convincing and winning the faith of millions of students that their future will be decided by merit and merit alone. We're getting you this report.
The battle to restore faith in India's biggest medical entrance exam is now being fought on land, in the air and online. Days before the NEET retest, the government has taken the extraordinary step of temporarily blocking Telegram in India. The National Testing Agency claims the messaging platform was being exploited by cheating networks to spread misinformation and create fake paper leak narratives. Authorities say the move is aimed at protecting the integrity of the examination and restoring trust among students.
Has taken a very big step to temporarily ban Telegram. Why such a drastic measure necessary?
The platform was continuously being misused by scamsters, by fraudsters, by sharing fake question papers as kind of genuine question papers and trying to fool people into paying for those question papers and trying to exploit the anxiousness that students have.
At the heart of the controversy is Telegram's message editing feature. The agency says this loophole was allegedly used to create misleading evidence of paper leaks. According to the NTA, administrators could allegedly edit old posts after an examination had concluded. Question papers could then be attached to those posts while the original timestamp remained unchanged. To the ordinary user, it could appear as though the question paper had been available before the examination. And confusion spread among students already under immense pressure. Now authorities are fighting back. Telegram access has been blocked until June 22nd. Its message editing feature for existing posts has been disabled till June 30th. And the dedicated cyber surveillance network has been activated to monitor examination-related content online. The crackdown comes as the government rolls out unprecedented security measures for the NEET retest. Question papers are being airlifted by the Indian Air Force. CRPF and CISF personnel are being deployed at examination centers. For lakhs of students, NEET is not just an examination. It is years of sacrifice, years of preparation. This time, authorities say the challenge is not only to stop a paper leak. The big question, can the government restore trust? Bureau Report, India Today.
And we now cut across to breaking news coming in. Apple has received an order from the Indian government to delist Telegram app from its App Store amid concerns of medical exam fraud. Now, sources also tell India Today that Apple has confirmed that it will comply with the Indian government order to delist Telegram app from its App Store amid concerns of medical exam fraud. In fact, Google has received an order from the Indian government to delist Telegram app from its Play Store amid concerns of medical exam fraud. All of this coming in from sources. I take this to my colleague Anmol Bali, who's tracking the very latest. Anmol, do tell us what has been confirmed from Apple's end and how soon will they action the Indian government's order?
Swesha, as you know, for the greater good of the students, today we have seen the Government of India, Ministry of Information Technology and National Test Agency has restricted use of Telegram messaging app till 22 of the June, the next day of the re-NEET examination, and its editing feature will be disabled because this feature has been widely used by fraudster and scammers on the social media. We have been seeing from the last many weeks on the Twitter as well as on the Telegram, we are seeing many groups are coming up which are showing up the re-NEET question paper. And keeping all that in mind, the Government of India has taken a step. Even they have written to Apple's App Store as well as Play Store to restrict the use of Telegram on their platforms. And even we have also seen that in the evening, the Google's Play Store, which is used by the Android phones, has also restricted the Telegram. Means the new users on the Android phones now could not download the Telegram from now on. I am joined by one of the cyber expert, Mohit Yadav, to talk more on this, sir. Basically, we have seen that they have disabled the editing tool on the Telegram. So, sir, how this was dangerous for spreading fake news, because we are seeing that from last many days, many people are coming up on the social media. They are claiming that they have the re-NEET question paper. But how, why, and why government has disabled this editing tool?
See, when we talk about Telegram is one source which is widely used by a lot of scammers, lot of unauthenticated people, unsocialized people being there on the different channels are there. So what they do is they make an ID, make a channel which is anonymous. Anonymous means like no ID is attached to it, no phone number is attached to it. So Telegram, can anyone join Telegram with anonymous identity, and they can start selling the papers or maybe distributing the content, whatever is prohibited by the government. So that's why the government has restrained people from editing any of the messages from the past. Apart from that also, you will not be able to share messages in any of the Telegram groups, or in coming days it will not be accessible by anyone, because the government has already taken hold of the Telegram in India region. As of now, I don't know like if it will be available for people to join Telegram or access Telegram with the VPN at this point, because a lot of scammers and they don't know all these tricks of using Telegram from various different kind of, going from a backdoor kind of situation, using VPN or setting up a Telegram from a different number. So that is one thing we need to restriction on the Telegram. It is going to help the agencies to track down, to limit the sources, the people who are trying to do all those question papers and all those leakage stuffs using the Telegram.
Why this kind of ban was not implemented on other messaging apps like WhatsApp? Many people are asking that even on WhatsApp you can share a lot data and content, but why only on Telegram?
See, Telegram is something which has the anonymity more anonymous, because Telegram does not give the data of the customer, like who is logged in, from which location it is logged in. But WhatsApp has this feature. Yes, when you talk about any kind of information from WhatsApp, they can give you the details about the user or its IP, but Telegram will not give details.
So clearly you can see, Suesha, how WhatsApp and Telegram both are messaging platforms and how both are different. Even the expert has explained us that how Telegram could be used by the fraudster to I think disseminate fake news on the social media, because we have been seeing from last many days that the NTA has been answering even on Twitter, as well as they have roped in other agencies to stop these kind of fraudsters on the social media platform. Today we have seen the government of India has taken a big step after Google Play Store. Now Apple will also be restricting Telegram on their App Store. Suesha.
But you know, Anmol, like cyber security experts are pointing out that if hackers do find a way to circumvent even through Telegram, then it will be a cause of major concern. But I request you to do stay on, because after that paper leak shattered the confidence of the system, the government is now being forced to do something unprecedented and resort to several steps like that. Question papers that are no longer moving through a routine examination network like how it used to. They are now moving through a security apparatus that increasingly resembles a very high-value national operation. The Indian Air Force has been pressed into service to deliver on this front. Question papers that are being airlifted to 18 hubs across the country. Mi-17 helicopters that are being deployed to reach remote locations across the country to carry the question papers safely without it changing multiple hands. Authorities say that an unbroken chain of custody that is being maintained till the 21st, while officials from both the Defense and Education Ministries monitor the movement of the papers. The obvious question then is, if the system was secure in the first place, then why are military assets now being needed to move the examination papers? The security net does not end there. Sources say CRPF and CISF personnel are on high alert. The Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center that has activated monitoring of online threats. Question papers will travel under escort and every step will be watched very, very closely. Cyber surveillance that is operating round the clock. Even Railways has established a control room to facilitate the movement of the students. So taken together, these measures that reveal that the scale of concern within the system after last year's controversy is massive. Because this is now no longer just about conducting an examination. It is about rebuilding trust, and we now break down how the papers are being sent to the examination centers. So take a closer look at the graphics, especially we are playing out on taking a scenario of how the operation, let's say, begins in Delhi. Confidential question papers that will first leave from the national capital, and remember, this will be conducted by the Indian Air Force. Now they will be airlifted to main cities, let's say for example Madurai that we are showing you. So now the Air Force has transferred the question papers from Delhi to Madurai. From there, the papers will be transferred to an army helicopter. That helicopter will carry the consignment to areas, let's say, again breaking it down to Tirunelveli. After landing, the papers will be moved under escort to the armed reserve ground. And throughout this journey, Air Force officials who will remain part of the security cover, eyeing every step of how the papers are being transferred from point A to point B. Now, think about this entire operation for a moment. Aircraft, then military helicopters, armed escorts, gunned personnel, cyber surveillance, paramilitary deployment. All of it for a single examination, that is the NEET re-exam, to happen on the 21st of June. The government says that these measures are essential to prevent another leak, but they also raise uncomfortable questions. How did the system reach a point where an entrance examination now requires this level of extraordinary protection? And more importantly, will this unprecedented security operation be enough to convince students that this time the system will not fail them? Let me take this to my colleague Shivani Sharma joining us on the broadcast. Shivani, each step has been planned with precision, but most importantly, the involvement of the Indian Air Force, of the Army, who will now be transferring these question papers. Of course, no case of a lapse or a leak that could happen there, but this just speaks of the measures that the government is taking and how it has reached to this now.
See, Suesha, this is the highest accountability that government has accepted after the paper leak happened, and this is the mission mode into which all the agencies, including the Indian Air Force, is into, airlifting the papers to the sensitive locations using both transport aircraft like Globemasters and helicopters to the inaccessible centers where these question papers need to be, and thereafter from these centers they will be taken to particular examination centers in high security, and this is a complete coordinated effort by multiple agencies, be it the Indian Air Force, be it the CAPF, be it the local police of respective states. So certainly this is a big challenge, and as you were also mentioning that this happens to be a high value national operation because it involves the future of lakhs of students, and that's what we are witnessing. But the larger question is that if the work had been done initially with full responsibility and with all the things at place, this kind of an operation was not needed at all. But now, since the retest is happening, this responsibility is on the Indian Air Force to keep the papers intact, so that they are not exposed for a longer travel time. They will be delivered to the respective centers using the transport aircraft and the helicopters. Suesha.
All right, Shivani, at the moment I want to thank you for getting us those details. And while the government's massive security operation ahead of the NEET retest is also a reminder of the deeper problem, that is a crisis of trust. Because every extraordinary measure being announced today points back to a question that continues to haunt the examination system. How did things reach this point? The first blow came with the paper leak itself. Investigators allege that question papers were compromised from within the examination custody chain, triggering one of the biggest credibility crises in the history of the test. Then, of course, came the retest process that has been fixed for the 21st. Now, instead of restoring confidence, technical glitches that happened during admit card issuance that left many students anxious and confused yet again, but the concerns that did not even end there. The government has now deployed military aircraft, helicopters, central forces, and multiple security agencies to protect the question papers. The question many are asking is simple. If the system was robust enough, why were such extraordinary measures suddenly required? The troubles kept mounting. Scammers allegedly exploited the confusion surrounding the retest, targeting students through fake refund offers and fraudulent schemes linked to the examination process. And then came the battle against misinformation. Authorities say fake leak claims and manipulated content spread rapidly online, forcing unprecedented restrictions on Telegram ahead of the examination. So largely taken together, these are not just isolated incidents. They form a chain of events that has steadily eroded confidence of the aspirants and the system by and large. The government says the retest will be protected by the most extensive security arrangements ever seen for a national examination. But for lakhs of students, the real issue is not security alone. It is a test of trust this time. And while the opposition has stepped up its attack on the centre ahead of the NEET retest, Congress has questioned the government's ability to conduct examinations. While Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says that unprecedented deployment of security forces exposes systemic failures, opposition leaders have also argued that NEET retest itself is evidence of administrative lapses and claimed that restricting Telegram alone will not address deeper problems in the examination system. Listen at
तो सब पूरा फेलियर है सरकार का। टेलीग्राम का क्या मतलब है? वो एक ऐसा चैनल है जिसमें इनक्रिप्टेड या क्या होता है, ऐसे तो 50 हैं। व्हाट्सएप है, व्हाट्सएप क्यों नहीं बंद करते? सबसे ज्यादा फर्जीपना तो व्हाट्सएप पे होता है, पर व्हाट्सएप ये इसलिए नहीं बंद कर सकते क्योंकि बीजेपी संघ का जितना गलत प्रचार होता है, जो 50 झूठ परोसते हैं, ये व्हाट्सएप पे परोसते हैं। और व्हाट्सएप के बकवास और झूठ से बचने के लिए लोग बाकी चैनल्स पर जाते हैं। और आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर आप व्हाट्सएप बंद कर देंगे, कोई ईमेल पे भेज देगा? आजकल एक पता नहीं आप लोगों ने सुना है कि नहीं, और भारत सरकार इसको बहुत इस्तेमाल करती है, एक डार्क वेब है। डार्क वेब में आप कौन ईमेल बना लो, किसको भेज दो, कुछ नहीं पता चलता है। उसके माध्यम से मैं भेज दूं तो।
And we are shifting focus to the other big story, a disturbing case from Nagpur that has triggered outrage after a viral video allegedly showed a woman being forced to undergo a religious conversion. The survivor alleges she was drugged, sexually exploited and blackmailed before being pressured to convert. Police have arrested her former classmate Ayaz Taj and co-accused Amin Sheikh in connection with this case. A third accused, Maulana Hazrat, who allegedly played a role in the conversion process, is still on the run. The victim's husband is an Indian Air Force officer, and police are now investigating the viral video along with other evidence submitted by the complainant. We're getting you all the details in this report.
A young woman pleads them to let go. But the men around her continue what she alleges was a forced religious conversion ritual. This viral video is now at the heart of a sensational case being investigated by Nagpur police. The survivor, a 24-year-old woman, the wife of an Indian Air Force officer, alleges that her former classmate, Ayaz Taj, first approached her under the pretext of buying a property plot. She alleges she was given an intoxicating substance, sexually assaulted and filmed without her consent. The accused allegedly used those videos to blackmail her, repeatedly exploit her and extort over 3 lakh rupees. The woman further alleges she was taken to a secluded location where rituals were conducted and she was told that her religious conversion into Islam had been completed. Police say the viral video submitted by the complainant is being verified as evidence. 2 accused, Ayaz Taj and Amin Sheikh, have been arrested, while a third accused, Hazrat Maulana, remains absconding.
जादू वगैरह कुछ ऐसा कलमा वगैरह पढ़ के जो है उसके साथ में उसको कंट्रोल करने के हिसाब से जो है वो दिख रहा है वीडियो में। और वहाँ पर जो एक मौलाना या कोई तो भी थे, उन्होंने उनके ऊपर जो है वो कलमे कुछ तो भी पढ़े, वो बता रही है लड़की। और वो कलमा पढ़ने के बाद में उसका निकाह जो है वो मुख्य आरोपी के साथ में करवाया, ऐसा उसका बोल।
Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Parishad called it a case of love jihad and demanded thorough investigation.
ये बेहद गंभीर, शर्मनाक और देश की सुरक्षा के लिए भी एक गंभीर खतरा नजर आ रहा है। ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा है कि ये सिर्फ लव जिहाद नहीं, सिर्फ धर्मांतरण और जबरन निकाह नहीं, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के साथ भी ये कुछ बड़ा षड्यंत्र करने वाले थे।
As police examine the video and other evidence, the case has sparked serious questions whether multiple illicit conversion rings are getting free run across many parts of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let me take this to my colleague Divyesh Singh, who's tracking all the developments on this case. Divyesh, extremely shocking, and do want to understand how the investigation is headed, because the Maulana is still on the run. The search that is underway for him, and even others who could be under the scanner, probably those who were in their know-how and could be doing this to other girls.
Well, it is suspected that there could be other victims who were trapped, who were entrapped by this same group of persons. The Maulana, who's accused in this case, is still on the run, as you pointed out. 2 persons have been arrested. Ayaz Madare and his associate have been arrested. It is suspected that this could be a ring which was run by Ayaz Madare and his accomplices. The Maulana, who is suspected of attempted conversion, is also suspected to have carried out other such attempts of conversion, and that is why police is investigating this case from all possible angles. A manhunt has been launched to nab this Maulana, who is on the run. Meanwhile, 2 accused have been arrested. They are being interrogated. Police are trying to find out whether there were any other accomplices who joined them, or there were other people involved in this attempted conversion and extortion racket. Suesha.
All right, Divyesh, many thanks for getting us those details. And on to other details. Yes, next time you walk into a chemist shop and ask for a cough syrup, don't be surprised if you're asked for a doctor's prescription. Yes, in a major change that has been aimed at tightening drug safety norms, the centre has amended rules governing the sale of syrup-based medicines, including cough syrups. So simply put, these medicines will no longer be available over the counter. A valid doctor's prescription will now be required before you can buy them. So why has the government taken this step? The move that has come after years of growing concern over the misuse of cough syrups, self-medication, and a series of alarming cases involving contaminated syrups. In recent years, India made cough syrups that came under international scrutiny after contamination-related incidents that had been reported and were linked, unfortunately, to the deaths of children in countries such as Gambia and Uzbekistan. Earlier this year, you would also remember how authorities in Madhya Pradesh had launched an investigation after 2 children died in Shivpuri district following the consumption of medicines, including cough syrup. Another incident that had been reported in Rajasthan's Alwar district, where 5 children lost their lives and several others fell ill after consuming medicines later found to contain harmful substances. Until now, cough syrups were part of a category of medicines that enjoyed certain exemptions under Schedule K of the drugs rules. This meant that they could be sold more freely, particularly in smaller towns and villages where licensed pharmacies were not always available. Now, the latest amendment removes that exemption for syrups in specific, meaning that their sale will now be restricted to licensed pharmacies and under stricter supervision. Commonly sold over-the-counter cough syrups in India, such as Benadryl, Glycodin, ZX, Coughsils, Himalaya Coughlet, Dabur Honitus, they will now require a valid prescription from a registered medical practitioner to be purchased at retail pharmacies. Health experts have largely welcomed this move. They argue that cough syrups are among the most commonly self-prescribed medicines in India. The message from regulators is clear. Cough syrups may seem routine, but they are medicines, and medicines that require oversight, which means that the next time you have a cold or a cough or a throat infection, you may now need to consult a doctor before purchasing a syrup-based medicine. And that's all that we could pack for you in this edition of 5 Live. Thank you so much for watching. This is Suesha Sawant signing off. On the other side, my colleague Akshita Nandgopal.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance Raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
A political bombshell from Bengal. 20 rebel TMC Lok Sabha MPs have announced a dramatic split from the party and merger with an obscure Tripura-based Nationalist Citizens Party of India. The rebels have also sought separate seating in parliament, signalling a formal escalation of the rupture with Mamata Banerjee. The big announcement came after rebel MPs met Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav on Sunday. But the question now is, what is NCPI? Founded in 2022 as a regional tribal-focused outfit from Tripura, the Nationalist Citizens Party of India remains an unrecognized political party with limited electoral success. Until now, it barely registered on the national radar. But the merger claim has suddenly pushed it into the center of a high-stakes political storm. The merger is expected to help the rebel MPs to evade anti-defection law. And then came the twist, with the NCPI founder questioning the merger itself. A claim that throws the entire political arrangement into uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Mamata Banerjee camp has hit back hard. The battle lines are now clearly drawn. The rebels want to project themselves as the real TMC, while Mamata loyalists want to reinforce her as the party's undisputed leader. The rebels are showcasing their numbers in parliament, while the official TMC is banking on its organization, cadre and legislators. The rebels are using the NCPI merger as their political vehicle, while Mamata's camp is trying to isolate them as a breakaway group. The legal debate is on whether the merger with NCPI is enough for the rebels to escape the anti-defection law. But if the merger is cleared, the NCPI will overnight become the fifth largest party in Lok Sabha. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Carb versus fat, which is worse? Bad carbs and bad fat together, fried. Excellent answer. आपको मिलता है सिर्फ तालियां.
कहावत है बद अच्छा बदनाम बुरा, तो फैट बदनाम है.
There is one fat your cardiologists want you to eat more, and most Indians are not getting enough of it. Today we are talking about a nutritional supplement that your body cannot make on its own, and it's called omega-3. इस वीडियो के लिए हमने बात करी डॉक्टर रंजन मोदी से. He's a senior consultant, interventional cardiologist at Medanta Hospital in Noida. Now, what is omega-3? It is basically an essential fatty acid. Essential means your body cannot produce it, not even a single molecule. You either have to eat it or you simply do not have it. So what happens without it? A body low on omega-3 struggles with cellular repair, inflammation control, joint stiffness, brain fog, fatigue, poor sleep, all of it. In some cases, it can slow your blood circulation and push blood pressure even higher. Your heart has to now work harder. Remember, the science is not new. A meta-analysis of over 10 peer-reviewed studies found omega-3 fish oil supplements significantly lower the risk of heart attacks and even deaths from coronary heart diseases. Now, vegetarians, listen carefully. You are naturally deficient in omega-3, इसलिए you need to be more watchful. But अब आप कहेंगे कि plant sources भी तो होते हैं omega-3 के, जैसे flaxseed होता है, chia seed होता है, walnuts होते हैं. इन सारी चीजों में होता है something called ALA. Your body converts the ALA to usable forms like EPA and DHA, but it converts it at a very low efficiency. So vegetarians are not just behind on quantity, they are behind on the forms that actually matter as well. Low omega-3 is linked to cognitive decline, to memory loss, and also in long-term deficiency, risk of dementia as well. So, how to get it? Food first. Remember that. Fatty fish twice a week makes a measurable difference. For vegetarians, flax seeds, chia seeds, walnuts daily, not occasionally. Now, if your diet is falling short, omega-3 supplements are amongst the most validated in the supplement industry as well. And according to Dr. Ranjan Modi, they are safe for most adults as well at recommended dosage. But if you are thinking of omega-3 supplements, remember this. ज़्यादा खाना भी नुकसान कर सकता है. Above 5 grams is associated with irregular heart rhythm in those with existing cardiac conditions. If you're on blood thinners, please remember to speak to your doctor before starting on any of these supplements. So health verdict क्या है? Should you take omega-3 or toss it? We are saying don't toss it. Take it, but only if your doctor advises. And if you're confused about which one to really buy, because अलग-अलग MG के आपको फार्मेसी में मिलते हैं, उसके बारे में हमने एक दूसरा वीडियो बनाया है, उसको देखिए.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Carb versus fat, which is worse? Bad carbs and bad fat together, fried. Excellent answer. आपको मिलता है सिर्फ तालियां.
कहावत है बद अच्छा बदनाम बुरा, तो फैट बदनाम है.
There is one fat your cardiologists want you to eat more, and most Indians are not getting enough of it. Today we are talking about a nutritional supplement that your body cannot make on its own, and it's called omega-3. इस वीडियो के लिए हमने बात करी डॉक्टर रंजन मोदी से. He's a senior consultant, interventional cardiologist at Medanta Hospital in Noida. Now, what is omega-3? It is basically an essential fatty acid. Essential means your body cannot produce it, not even a single molecule. You either have to eat it or you simply do not have it. So what happens without it? A body low on omega-3 struggles with cellular repair, inflammation, inflammation control, joint stiffness, brain fog, fatigue, poor sleep, all of it. In some cases, it can slow your blood circulation and push blood pressure even higher. Your heart has to now work harder. Remember, the science is not new. A meta-analysis of over 10 peer-reviewed studies found omega-3 fish oil supplements significantly lower the risk of heart attacks and even deaths from coronary heart diseases. Now, vegetarians, listen carefully. You are naturally deficient in omega-3, इसलिए you need to be more watchful. But अब आप कहेंगे कि plant sources भी तो होते हैं omega-3 के, जैसे flaxseed होता है, chia seed होता है, walnuts होते हैं. इन सारी चीजों में होता है something called ALA. Your body converts the ALA to usable forms like EPA and DHA, but it converts it at a very low efficiency. So vegetarians are not just behind on quantity, they are behind on the forms that actually matter as well. Low omega-3 is linked to cognitive decline, to memory loss, and also in long-term deficiency, risk of dementia as well. So, how to get it? Food first. Remember that. Fatty fish twice a week makes a measurable difference. For vegetarians, flax seeds, chia seeds, walnuts daily, not occasionally. Now, if your diet is falling short, omega-3 supplements are amongst the most validated in the supplement industry as well. And according to Dr. Ranjan Modi, they are safe for most adults as well at recommended dosage. But if you are thinking of omega-3 supplements, remember this. ज़्यादा खाना भी नुकसान कर सकता है. Above 5 grams is associated with irregular heart rhythm in those with existing cardiac conditions. If you're on blood thinners, please remember to speak to your doctor before starting on any of these supplements. So health verdict क्या है? Should you take omega-3 or toss it? We are saying don't toss it. Take it, but only if your doctor advises. And if you're confused about which one to really buy, because अलग-अलग MG के आपको फार्मेसी में मिलते हैं, उसके बारे में हमने एक दूसरा वीडियो बनाया है, उसको देखिए.
अशरफ अली, हमारा हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद था, जिंदाबाद है और जिंदाबाद रहेगा. हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद, हिंदुस्तान जिंदाबाद.
25 years ago, one film did not just arrive in theatres. It exploded onto the big screen. A film that gave us one of Bollywood's most iconic love stories. Some unforgettable dialogues.
अगर मेरा बस चले तो एक हिंदुस्तानी को गोली से उड़ा दूं. हम हिंदुस्तानियों की वजह से आप लोगों का वजूद है.
And of course, a hand pump that became a symbol of rebellion. That film was Gadar Ek Prem Katha. Released in 2001, the film became a cultural phenomenon. Families watched it together. Audiences cheered inside theatres. And Sunny Deol's Tara Singh became more than just a character. He became an emotion. But what many may not know is that director Anil Sharma always saw Gadar as more of a love story inspired by Ramayana.
उस वक्त मैंने कहा था कि ये फिल्म भारत की बहुत बड़ी हिट होगी, हो सकता है सबसे बड़ी हिट हो. मैंने कहा ये रामायण है. राम जो है सीता को लंका से लेके आ रहे हैं. लंका उन दिनों हालात जो थे, हालात तो आज भी वैसे ही हैं, कोई ज़्यादा बदले नहीं है कि वो पाकिस्तान से बेटर नहीं हो सकती. उड़ीसा से एक थिएटर से फ़ोन है, मैनेजर से फ़ोन है. अरे बोले बवाल हो गया है, 3000 आदमी अंदर है, 3000 आदमी बाहर है. 3000 कैसे को घुस गए थिएटर के अंदर, मैं क्या करूं, इतने ही बाहर है. पब्लिक पागल हो गई. पब्लिक को कैसे पता लगा? पूरे इंटरवल पे सब मोबाइल पे फोन कर दिया सब लोगों ने और पब्लिक अगले शो के लिए आ गई है.
The film connected so deeply with audiences, perhaps because at its heart, it was a simple story of a man willing to cross borders, challenge an entire system, and fight for his family. Of because the story is only as powerful as the people bringing it to life.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
ਇੱਕ ਨੀਟ ਦਾ ਪੇਪਰ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੇਖ ਲਓ। ਇੱਕ ਨੀਟ ਦਾ ਪੇਪਰ ਕੰਡਕਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਫੌਜ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਣੀ ਪੈ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਪਤਾ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ? ਫੌਜ ਦੇ ਹੈਲੀਕਾਪਟਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੇਪਰ ਆਉਣਗੇ। ਫੌਜ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਯੁੱਧ ਤਾਂ ਲੜਦੀ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ, ਪੇਪਰ ਲੈਂਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ ਫੌਜ। ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹਜੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਦੇ ਅਫਸਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਯਕੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਇੱਕ ਪੇਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਔਰ 93 ਪੇਪਰ ਲੀਕ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਰੋੜਾਂ ਜਵਾਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਬੱਚਾ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਹੈ, ਗਰੀਬ ਦਾ ਬੱਚਾ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੀ ਕਿਤਾਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੀ ਕਿਸਮਤ ਬਦਲ ਦੂ, ਮੇਰੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੀ ਕਿਸਮਤ ਬਦਲ ਦੂ। ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ, ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ। ਉਹ 2-4 ਘੰਟੇ ਸੌਂਦਾ। ਉਹ ਸੌਂਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਾਠਕ੍ਰਮ ਹੀ ਚੱਲਿਆ, ਉਹਦਾ ਸਿਲੇਬਸ ਹੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਘੁੰਮਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਦਿਮਾਗ 'ਚ। ਡੀਪ ਸਲੀਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਤੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਪੇਪਰ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਰਾਤ ਪੇਪਰ ਲੀਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਅਮੀਰ ਬੰਦੇ ਪੇਪਰ ਖਰੀਦ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਗਏ। ਕੋਈ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਦਾ, ਫਸਟ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਆਉਣਗੇ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ ਟੁੱਟ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੀ। ਇੱਕ ਪੇਪਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੰਡਕਟ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੇਖ ਲਓ। ਇੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 4.5 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਪਰ, ਇੱਕ ਸਿੰਗਲ ਪੇਪਰ ਲੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਨਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਿਕਾਇਤ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਮਾਰਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆ ਗਈ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ। ਆਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕਰਤੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਗੁਰੂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਸ਼ਵ ਚੇਲੇ ਬਣੇ ਫਿਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
Internet is buzzing once again after Union Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari backed the push towards 100% ethanol-powered vehicles. But while the move is being seen as a green revolution, social media has found a sweet twist. A viral video shows insects like ants and bees being attracted to ethanol-blended fuel, as much of the biofuel is derived from sugarcane. So as India moves towards cleaner fuel, the internet is asking, will ethanol cars attract more bees than buyers? From concerns about mileage to engine corrosions to now bees, the buzz around ethanol is only getting louder. Bureau Report, India Today.
वैश्विक मंच पर भी भारत और स्लोवाकिया करीब ही सामंजस्य से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सभी विवादों और तनावों का समाधान शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से किया जाना चाहिए। हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि वैश्विक संस्थानों को 21वीं सदी की वास्तविकताओं और चुनौतियों के अनुरूप खुद को रीडिफाइन करना होगा। इस विषय पर हम वैश्विक प्रयासों को सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में काम करेंगे।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Bonjour India. From the high-stakes G7 summit here in France to the much-awaited Modi-Trump handshake that has made the world talking. I am tracking every development, every diplomatic move, every big moment live from the ground. From closed-door meetings to all diplomatic key bilateral engagements, from strategic discussion to the power corridors of global politics. We will bring you the fastest updates, exclusive insights, and all the breaking news as it happens. I'm Pranay Upadhyay, reporting from France for India Today.
So sorry.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out. Co-powered by the new Tygoon. Welcome to driving.
Good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening, as always, we get you the big headlines coming in from the southern states. So what do we got for you this evening on Super 6? So the next 1 hour, we'll be getting you the latest headlines coming in, particularly from Tamil Nadu. Our top story is going to be the white paper on finances that the TVK government is releasing as we speak. Some of those numbers, those highlights have come to the fore. The question that will emerge is, does this mean we're not going to be seeing any of those freebies that Vijay had promised before the elections actually being made a reality? We'll talk about that and what are the numbers that the Tamil Nadu government has put out. But also on the show this evening, we'll talk about the big showdown
over law and order in Tamil Nadu. The situation extremely worrying because in a matter of 48 hours, you've seen 3 incidents of minors being sexually assaulted. 2 stories that we'll be talking about. We'll also get a look at what's happening in the neighboring states of Karnataka and Telangana. So lots lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi at G7 meet venue in Evian of France, India at the table of global powers. Countdown to Prime Minister Modi and Trump meet tomorrow after 16 months. Shinde Sena Neta's big remarks says 7 Uddhav MPs in touch with Shiv Sena, claims Operation Tiger will be over by monsoon session. Uddhav's ultimatum to absent MPs clarifies stand publicly or door is open. Government cracks down on Telegram ahead of re-NEET. Telegram faces temporary curbs for cheating fear. Centre moves to protect NEET exam integrity. Air Force choppers airlift NEET retest question papers. DKS faces flak from his own party members. Karnataka Minister Satish Jarkiholy slams Bidadi Tech City dream, says project mustn't be a burden on the government. Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy alleges nexus between government and real estate. 2 days, 3 cases of minor sexual assaults in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu BJP chief Naina Nagendran says 20 sexual assault, 15 POXO cases in 48 hours. Seeks answers from Vijay on 3-year-old's death. Nagpur conversion video shocker. Married woman allegedly forcibly converted. On camera, restrained woman cries to let her go. Accused Ayaz and Amin drugged, blackmailed and allegedly raped woman. Maulana Hazrat on the run. And let's begin with the big breaking news that's coming in. Over a month ago, when Chief Minister Vijay officially took charge, he promised that he would release a white paper on finances. He said this was to ensure transparency. That white paper has now been released by the Vijay government. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Murray Wilson has released a detailed white paper on the finances of Tamil Nadu. And let's just say it's not looking good, because based on the numbers that the Vijay government, that the TVK government has released, your revenue deficit has gone up. Debt has nearly doubled in the last 5 years. And according, again, I will highlight that this is the white paper released by the TVK government. According to that, they've also said at this point that you've had the worst kind of debt in the last 5 years than in the last 60 years. In Tamil Nadu. A lot of the numbers that they've put out right now, many will argue, is the TVK's way of suggesting that, look, now may not be the right time to implement some of the freebies and the policies that we spoke of as far as, benefits for women, money schemes, and also, free gold, etc. So there could be a pause on that, citing the economic mess in Tamil Nadu. But some of the numbers are staggering, to say the least, of what really the TVK is alleged here, of what they suggest is the state of the economy in Tamil Nadu. Let me bring in Pramod Madhav, who's joining us live from Chennai with more details on this. Pramod, break down those numbers for us. What are the glaring numbers really that the TVK has put out to suggest that the economy is in a terrible shape in Tamil Nadu?
Well, Akshita, just like you mentioned, this is the Finance Minister, Maria Selvam, who went ahead and gave us a 21-slide presentation where he has brought on the list. And the important aspect is that he claims that the actual loan deficit for the state of Tamil Nadu right now is at 10 lakh crores. And for the year alone, 25-26 alone, it is coming at 78,324 crores. Very clearly, he says that the state's financial status is completely in shambles. And he says of the 3 rupees earned, 1 rupee is actually going back as the kind of interest for the previous loan. And he says that the state has been put in such a kind of situation that any kind of reform or any kind of schemes that have been brought in, it is only going to make the state incur more loan. In fact, he says a child that is born in the state of Tamil Nadu, that child will actually bear a kind of like 1 lakh 20,000 plus as a kind of, on the child's name, this particular amount will be there. So this way, Maria Selvam has given all the kind of information and details on it. The bigger question is that how is it going to affect the schemes that have been promised by the TVK government? Vijay has promised, the Chief Minister has promised 6 cylinders per year, 2,500 rupees for the homemakers from 1,000 rupees and such. There is more like 4,000 rupees for youth. There is also multiple grams of gold for each child that is born in the state, and also for a woman who is going to get married. All this will actually need a lot of money, but it looks like now TVK government, just like how DMK when it came to power brought in a white paper on the financial situation, brought in by PTR Thiagarajan, the same route is being taken over here, claiming the state's finance is completely in shambles and giving all the kind of information on it, Akshita.
So, I'll just highlight that the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister in that press conference has even compared what Tamil Nadu is like and compared it to other states. What has he said? He says that peer states are maintaining much tighter fiscal discipline. He highlights Gujarat at 17.6% to say they're stable, Maharashtra at 19.7% stable, Karnataka at 23.4%, and then there's Tamil Nadu, according to the TVK, at 28.3%. So they're suggesting essentially that Tamil Nadu is in a worse off condition in some parameters, not overall, but in some parameters when compared to states like Gujarat, Maharashtra and Karnataka. Now, at this point, looking at these numbers, you just look at revenue deficit. It was at about 46,000 crores between 2021 to 2022, and this is the comparison they're making. 2025 to 2026, they're saying it's shot up to 78,000 crores. That's the number right now that the TVK is highlighting to say, look at the mess the DMK has left behind. Let's just play out what the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister has said, and then I'll take this back across to Pramod.
ரூபாய் 10 லட்சம் கோடி நேரடி கடன், ரூபாய் 78,324 கோடி வருவாய் பற்றாக்குறை, இதுவரை இல்லாத அதிகபட்சம். ஜிஎஸ்டிபியில் சொத்து வரி வருவாய், சொந்த வரி வருவாய் வெறும் 5.45%.
So that was a brief highlight really of the press conference by the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Murray Wilson, listing out the numbers right now, and clearly they're pinning the blame with the DMK. So you have two narratives here, Pramod. On one hand, the DMK that spoke of the Dravidian model, they constantly spoke of the GSDP to say that double-digit growth is only possible in Tamil Nadu. It's a question of which number you want to look at. You look at the double-digit growth or you look at the revenue deficit, and that's what the TVK is highlighted. To say with the revenue deficit right now that Tamil Nadu has, the situation is a mess, that this is a dire financial crisis that the state is staring at.
Well, Akshita, it's definitely going to become a huge kind of argument, because DMK and the AIDMK also, like, what they do is that they do not call the schemes as freebies, but as public welfare schemes. And the public welfare scheme starts with free bus rides for school children, free bus rides for women, and also a morning meal scheme, midday meal scheme and such. And also, as how cycles or bicycles are given here for free, laptops and such. So all this is definitely going to come under this kind of, this is definitely going to cause this kind of revenue deficit. However, these are the same promises that has been made by the TVK. I could also say the promises have gone multiple fold right now, but before implementing, it looks like TVK wants to get some time, ask for some time before implementation, because earlier this month, the actual money that was given for the homemakers under the Kalinjar Magali Udme Thittam, that was not 2,500 rupees, but only 1,000 rupees. In fact, the farmers loan wave, it was expected to go up to 5 lakh rupees, but it was only 50,000 rupees. And today, the Chief Minister has also waived off 75,000 rupees farmer wave loan. So it looks like either TVK will have to do it step by step, and probably for that, this actual white paper could be given as a kind of explanation, or probably the reason here, Akshita.
No, you're right, Pramod. This will have huge repercussions in the sense that the TVK will say we need to fix this first. This is number one priority before we move forward. They've made very, very ambitious promises, freebies for women. I'm talking about gold, I'm talking about, money doles, a lot of it. And some of it is simply not practical, let's be clear, not realistic. And so it's such a situation where you've got the TVK, and Chief Minister Vijay kind of highlighted this, kind of indicated at this when he had taken oath. He said, I first have to look at what the state of the finances are. Now you've got that white paper. You've got a sense that the TVK is saying we'll have to hold back for a bit, which is fine.
But let's see if they're able to fix what they're talking about here, about the rising debt of the state of Tamil Nadu, which unfortunately is the situation, the case in most states that have this kind of freebies that are active and unfortunately a part of every state's politics right now. Pramod, I request you to stay with me. Let's move on from this news break. In 48 hours, there have been 3 cases of minors being sexually assaulted in Tamil Nadu. A 3-year-old lured with a packet of biscuits, sexually assaulted and killed. Her body was found in a bush. A 6-year-old sexually assaulted by a driver in a cemetery. A 10-year-old sexually assaulted by a migrant worker. She screamed for help and then was rescued. All minor girls targeted in the most brazen manner. And the question that will come up is, what is leading to this? Is it a lack of deterrent? Is it a lack of policing? I don't know. But there is a need for the TVK government to do something and do something fast. These kind of incidents, it numbs you, and this cannot become the new normal in Tamil Nadu. I'm not exaggerating when I say this because it's true. Tamil Nadu's reputation has taken a serious hit from being one of the safest states for women, for children, to this. I grew up in Chennai. I know how safe the city was, and to see it now become a headquarters of crime like this is shocking. The Vijay government is assured this is a top priority for them, but they need to walk the talk. You can argue they need more time. You can argue they're showing the right intention by setting up a Singapen squad and whatnot. But until Chief Minister Vijay cracks down on elements within, what am I talking about? A TVK MLA accused of shielding 2 functionaries who are accused of sexual assault is just one such example. There needs to be solid messaging on ground. And this right here, let's be very clear, is the biggest test for Chief Minister Vijay, because so many women, so many youngsters voted for him. It's time to deliver.
The Vijay government is feeling the heat over law and order in Tamil Nadu. On June 14, the state saw at least 3 horrific sexual assaults on minors, incidents that have triggered sharp political attacks from the opposition. In Chennai, 2 crimes took place. A 6-year-old was raped allegedly by a 40-year-old driver near a cemetery, and a 10-year-old was sexually abused allegedly by a migrant worker. In Tiruvallur, a migrant worker allegedly lured a 3-year-old toddler with biscuits, raped the child and abandoned the victim in the bushes. The BJP has accused the Vijay government of failing to control crime.
48 மணி நேரத்தில் 20 பாலியல் வன்கொடுமைகள், 15 போக்சோ குற்றங்கள். யாருடைய ஆட்சியில்? தமிழக வெற்றிக் கழகத்தோட ஆட்சி. திமுக ஆட்சிக்கும் இந்த தாவேக ஆட்சிக்கும் எந்த விதமான வித்தியாசம் இல்லை. திரு ஜோசப் விஜய் ப்ரோ, இந்த 3 வயது குழந்தைக்கு யார் பதில் சொல்லுவாங்க?
Former BJP leader K. Annamalai highlighted incidents involving North Indian migrants and demanded stricter monitoring of migrant workers. Annamalai urged employers to share migrant details with the government while acknowledging that migrants also contribute to the economy just as Tamils working everywhere do.
Ladies and gentlemen, monogram has been received for Tirumati Bhavaneshwari, IGP, Singapen Special Force.
The TVK government has formed a special force named Singapene to tackle crimes against women. But on the ground, the impact of any crackdown on crime is yet to be seen. The incidents of crime present a mounting challenge for Chief Minister Vijay, who stormed to power promising change. Bureau Report, India Today.
And in light of all the number of POCSO cases that we've been seeing also in Tamil Nadu, reportedly, and here's the information we're picking up on India Today, the Tamil Nadu government is mulling implementing peer counselling in schools to instill equality among boys and girls. This was brought up at a recent meeting involving multiple departments, and so a conversation about issues like good touch, bad touch, adolescent issues, all of that will be addressed in these sessions just to create more awareness among students at a very important age. So the idea is to ensure that these sessions are held during regular school hours. The government believes that something like this will also help in tackling the number of POCSO cases that have been taking place. So this among the many steps that the government, the Tamil Nadu government, is planning to take to tackle this particular issue. Because so far, what we've been seeing is that there's been no deterrent. The reputation that Tamil Nadu has received of being unsafe for women, for children in the last few months continues even with the change in regime, with the change in government. Pramod Madhav is joining me with more details on this. Pramod, realistically speaking, in the last few incidents that have taken place, one of the questions that the opposition's constantly raised is, where is Chief Minister Vijay? The Home Department comes under him. Why isn't he condemned or spoken out about the number of incidents of minors being attacked, of women being attacked, of these sexual assault cases, Pramod? There's a lot of heat on the government. What are they doing about these incidents?
Well, Akshita, realistically, this is a very, very shocking, crimes that is coming to light, and not just this. The initial one was about the 10-year-old's death in Sulur, and imagine, not even a month has gone by, then we have one such incident in the state of, near to Chennai itself at Gummadipundi, and this child, I'm sorry to say, the child died because of excessive blood loss. Everybody should know what happened to the child. That is why I'm telling you this. And the important aspect is that, there are two things that needs to be done over here. One is self-discipline, the other one is the induced discipline, and this is where TVK government is being questioned right now, because there are police forces, there are departments everywhere which needs to work. We have the Child Welfare Committee which actually goes to all schools and multiple schools, and they actually talk about the good touch and bad touch. But even after all these steps, such things are occurring, this is where the opposition is raising the question as to why the things that needs to be enforced are not being done. Yes, we have Singapore Special Task Force, and unfortunately what we could see is Singapore Special Task Force on the other hand going ahead and doing reels. So it looks like a kind of opposition very clearly calls this as a publicity stunts, because on the other hand we are seeing all kind of such kind of issues as well. Very clearly, even though TBK has not responded to this directly so far, it will be raised to the Assembly, Akshita. It is the Assembly session starts on 18th, day after tomorrow, so definitely it will be raised over there, and the Chief Minister will respond there, Akshita.
Okay, let's see what the Chief Minister has to say, because like I said, this is the biggest test for Chief Minister Vijay to see how he addresses this particular issue. The suggestion from him last week was that the ultimate reason for this is drug abuse, in which case he's talking of a long-term solution. But immediately to address and stop these kind of crimes from happening, set an example, we'll have to see how really he chooses to do that. Let's cut across to more breaking news coming in. Another big showdown in Tamil Nadu has been over the constant power failure in the state. In Chennai, peak summer, in the soaring heat, there have been non-stop power cuts. And now we can confirm for you that Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has taken note of this. What has he done? He's announced at a cost of 15,000 crores, new over 200 substations will be installed across Tamil Nadu. Why is this being done? Because at this moment, the TVK suggests that it's excessive load that's leading to these non-stop power cuts that is being reported, particularly in the city of Chennai. Chief Minister Vijay has taken note of this. He's also directed that if there are any faults that are reported along the lines, it must be immediately repaired. He's saying there should be relief given to citizens immediately. This is the directive that's come in from the CMO after he held a meeting on the issue that we're seeing right now of non-stop power cuts. And we've been seeing voices coming in from Chennai. It's very aggrieved, very frustrated for the last 2-3 weeks, so much so that they've been out on the streets protesting in the middle of the night, saying we don't have power for the last many hours. The Chief Minister has taken note of this and has decided that steps will be taken to ensure this doesn't happen in the future. Again, the question that will be asked by the residents is what will be done about this immediately. I have Pramod with me once again for those details. Pramod, give us a sense of really what the government has done about this power crisis. Why is it, Pramod, that it's happened only in the last 1 month? You never heard of these kind of massive, long power cuts when the DMK was in power. What changed that the TVK came into power and there are power cuts now?
Well, definitely, Akshita, this question has to be answered because way back in 2011, that was one of the reasons actually given for the fall of DMK at that point, because there were multiple power cuts after the Kudankulam incident, and what happened is that led to KIDMK coming back to power. This is how certain political pundits here actually claim what the incident about. Now, right now, that's the same thing that is happening, and in the state of Tamil Nadu, apparently summer is actually extending right now. That is why people are not able to bear power cuts from 30 minutes to nearly 4-5 hours, and that's why we see all kind of such protests protests over here. DMK very clearly washes its hands off, claiming that this is total mismanagement, while BJP is claiming that because of the lack of expertise by the minister, such thing is happening. However, the minister for EB, Nirmal Kumar, has been going to various other locations. He earlier said that certain black sheeps are involved, and then also the kind of allegations came over that the fuse actually was removed by some people. That led to it, and right now the final explanation is being given by Adav Arjuna, claiming that the transformers that were procured were of poor quality and it's not able to bear the high voltage load, and that has led to such kind of power cuts. All this seems to be kind of like knee-jerk explanations. Very clearly something very big is happening behind it that is leading to the a kind of difficulty for the common people here, Rakshita.
Let's see if this provides any sort of respite. But Pramod, listing for us the reasons that the TVK has suggested is what's led to this power cut crisis. There have been protests. Angry residents have been out on the streets demanding answers from Vijay, particularly in his own constituency of Perambur. Thanks, Pramod, for joining us with all of those details. Let's also tell you about the big DMK versus Congress showdown. Once allies, now DMK is not shying away from attacking the Congress repeatedly. In its mouthpiece, Murasoli, DMK has once again slammed Rahul Gandhi over the India Bloc alliance. DMK has called Rahul Gandhi immature, accused him of lacking integrity. They've said that Rahul Gandhi is actually weakening the India Bloc and damaging opposition unity nationwide. In that write-up, DMK has accused Congress of using tactics that make allies lose elections and then seeking their support in the Lok Sabha. So this is as scathing as it gets. The DMK again repeated that Congress backstabbed them with Rahul Gandhi's help. So DMK isn't holding back. Very clearly, they've targeted the Congress and gone all out against Rahul Gandhi, saying he's the one weakening the India Bloc. The Congress right after has, believe it or not, maintained that there's no news whatsoever that the DMK has exited the India Bloc. So the Congress maintains that DMK is still a part of the India Bloc because they've never formally announced their exit from the alliance. Skipping a meeting, according to them, is different from leaving the alliance. So Congress still believes there's a chance that the DMK will be a part of the India Bloc. The question that will be asked is, how does that work? How can the DMK and the TVK be part of the India Bloc? The TVK sure may not have allies, but ideologically, of course, they are right now in an alliance with the Congress, and the TVK and DMK are rivals in the state. So the DMK constantly attacking the Congress. At this point, the Congress says, we don't know if they are part of India Bloc or not.
இந்தியா கூட்டணியை விட்டு விலகுவதாக திமுக சொல்லலையே.
இல்ல அந்த 8ஆம் தேதி நடந்த கூட்டத்துல கூட வந்து திமுக பங்கேற்கல. இதுமே ஒட்டுமில்ல உறவுமில்லன்ற மாதிரி சொல்லிருக்காங்க.
கூட்டத்துல பங்கேற்கவில்லை என்பது வேறு, இந்தியா கூட்டணியிலிருந்து விலகிறேன்னு வேறு. இந்த மாதிரி இந்தியா கூட்டணியிலிருந்து விலகுவதாக எனக்கு செய்தி இல்லை.
The DMK's mouthpiece Murasoli has directly hit out at Rahul Gandhi. They've called Rahul Gandhi as immature. And they've also accused him of employing underhand tactics to make sure that India Bloc's own ally partners lose in assembly elections, and then Congress comes back to seek support for Lok Sabha.
I personally feel Murasoli should stop doing this kind of attack on Rahul Gandhi, because we are also can hit back, but that's not a culture of the Congress party, because we still respect the long-standing alliance with DMK. We are also feel sorry that the alliance which we are also part of it has lost the election. As a party, we are not responding very strongly so far, because we share their pain as an erstwhile ally, but that silence does not be seen by the DMK or the Murasoli establishment as a weak.
Let's get you more breaking news coming in, and here's an interesting one from Hyderabad. It's likely to get a Donald Trump avenue near the US consulate in a move aimed at strengthening, according to the authorities, strengthening Hyderabad's global identity, highlighting its growing international profile. The Telangana government has planned to name a prominent road, this is in the heart of Hyderabad, near the US consulate, as Donald Trump Avenue. Almost as if we have no icons of our own. This road, located adjacent to the US Consulate General, is expected to be formally inaugurated later this month. The state government is likely to decide this as part of a broader initiative to name key roads after globally recognized personalities and institutions associated with tech, business and international relations. So this particular decision in all likelihood will also be communicated to the MEA as well as relevant diplomatic authorities. What has Trump done for India? What has Trump done for Telangana? Why hero worship him by naming a lane after him? Your guess is as good as mine. But this has led to a showdown with some of the opposition parties questioning what is the need to name a road in Hyderabad after Donald Trump. He's not the leader of our country. He's not someone who's had anything to do with India. We've got enough icons of our own. I can list out a number of Telugu icons as well. None of that reflecting. It's going to be a Donald Trump avenue. Abdul Bashir is joining us live from Hyderabad with more details on this. Abdul, what's the logic of an announcement like this? This is in the heart of Hyderabad. You go on an initiative to rename roads, junctions after popular Telugu icons. Sure, understandable. You're going ahead and naming one after Donald Trump. What's the reasoning?
Well, the Telangana government to strengthen its global identity and international approach. Now the state government here in Telangana has come up with naming major roads and junctions with famous personalities. Now here we are right now in Nanakram area where this road which leads towards the US consulate, this road will be named as Donald Trump Road. Now this is a major junction here. This is a financial district, and the major aim that the government is seeing here is that to strengthen the international ties and investments to be attracted is what they say. Not only this, several other proposals will be bought in is what is being said, be it Google Street, Microsoft Road, Wipro Junction, and infrastructure will be named after Ratan Tata also is being said. So many industrialists and famous international personalities, their names will be used for the streets and junctions here in Hyderabad. This is the most developing area. We can see this financial district, and this road which leads towards the US consulate will be named soon. That is on June 23rd is expected that the CM is going to officially announce that this road will be named as Donald Trump Avenue, and this is the major move by the Telangana government is what is being said.
If you want a global identity, build better roads, build better infrastructure, make headlines for that, not for naming a road after the US president, after Donald Trump. The reasoning is something that I'm just not able to get. But thanks very much, Abdul, for joining us with those details. It's time for our live monsoon tracker here on India Today. A southwest monsoon has slowed down significantly after an encouraging start, at least in Kerala. And this is the impact of a strengthening El Nino. It's beginning to be felt. The slowdown is most visible along India's west coast, where Mumbai is still waiting for the monsoon, despite entering the second half of June. Normally, you'd see the monsoon reaching Mumbai somewhere between June 9th and June 11th. This year, the city is witnessing an unusual delay. In fact, Mumbai is on course to record one of its driest Junes in nearly 2 decades. Weather agencies say monsoon activity over Maharashtra and Gujarat has weakened considerably. Conditions are expected, however, to improve after June 20th, raising hopes that there will be further monsoon progress in the coming days. I'm slipping into a short break here on Super 6. On the other side, we'll be getting you all the live images from the G7 summit in France. We're standing by for the Modi-Macron handshake. Prime Minister Modi will be formally welcomed to the G7 by President Macron. Those images coming your way in just a bit.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
There are so many unregistered things going on. And we are not secretive, we are working on open ground. We are calling people and telling them about Sangha. This is politics. And all these gimmicks are being tried. Let them do that. We are used to it. After say 10-15 years of starting of Sangha, we had to face all these things. We are used to it. If they don't happen, we feel something is amiss. They want to, in some way, on one side hamper the Sangha work, on side create doubts in the minds of people. But that is no more possible because people know us. They say we are secretive. Our Karyakartas live in all localities. People are daily seeing them. Our shakhas are on open grounds. People are daily seeing them. We have public programs. We have such an enormous outreach in this year.
And this one?
A government school in Telangana's Nalgonda district, which had few takers till a year ago, is suddenly in much demand. The Komati Reddy Pratik Government School in Bottuguda has received nearly 4,000 applications for just 450 seats.
This one, rectangle. And this one also, rectangle.
Till last year, the school functioned without a permanent building. Today, it is a 3-story building and is equipped with smart classrooms and digital laboratories.
पहले हमारे बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूल में थे सर, फिर वहाँ फीस बुक्स सब बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता सर. स्कूल बना है सर, ये बहुत अच्छा बना है स्कूल. यहाँ कंप्यूटर एजुकेशन है, फिर एसी कैंपस है. प्राइवेट स्कूल के बराबर ये स्कूल बना है, इसलिए बोल के ये साल में ये स्कूल में एडमिशन करे.
Previous school, visitor school, in this private school, that one. So many fees are expected in that school. We are expecting in this school, government school. So life skills and attitude. Every government school accept discipline also. So that is the main reason for this.
The transformation of the school has sparked a rush for seats.
Last year we have the 110 students. Out of 110 students, 33 students gone 10th class, 85 there last, and now 270 students are admitted here. For that, the competition is 1:10. We have the less teachers are there, and repeating 7 teachers repeating the year. It is not a government school. It is like a corporate school. We are same maintaining there.
The new school was built using funds from the Komati Reddy Pratik Foundation, an NGO set up by State Minister Komati Reddy Venkat Reddy in memory of his son Pratik. With Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. There's been a lot of talk about ethanol blended fuel right now in the country. The government has been making a push for it at a time when, of course, we've been seeing a whole lot of uncertainty over crude oil prices. But let me bring in right now live images coming in from France. Prime Minister Modi walking up, being the first to be greeted there at the G7 with a warm hug from French President Emmanuel Macron. These are live images on your screens right now from Evian. You can see the warmth between the two leaders, very telling. that of all of the leaders who are arriving in the G7, the first leader to be greeted, to be welcomed is Prime Minister Modi. And that tells you really what India's position and place is on the global stage at a power position, at a power meet like that of the G7. There you've got the French President and Prime Minister Modi there. A brief hello, the photo op after a warm hug. And then you've got the rest of the leaders also coming in, one after another. Just to again highlight, before I get you more details about each of the leaders coming in with a warm smile and being welcomed by French President Macron, just again to highlight that moment there where we saw the welcome of Prime Minister Modi. Remember that President Macron has been spending considerable time with Prime Minister Modi in the last few days, including that meeting in Nice, where there was, of course, a lot of focus on the fact that the French president, while putting out a detailed post and a reel on social media, shared also some very popular Bollywood tracks to highlight that further. But these are pictures on your screens right now of the meet and greet with each world leader who's come together for the G7.
How are you, Mr. President? I'm so happy.
As we get you all of these live images coming in, remember that the G7 is already underway. One crucial meeting has already taken place. You had President Macron welcoming all of the world leaders as part of the G7. There's been a lot of talk of the relevance of the group of 7 without countries like India being invited also onto the dialogue table to be a part of this event. Almost every single time now it's been a given that at the G7 an invite is also extended to India, to Prime Minister Modi. But what, remember, is also going to be a big headline moment in Evian, France, is where we're going to be seeing the meeting, the bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump as well. More images there on your screens. This is from earlier today, a couple of hours ago, when Prime Minister Modi reached the G7 meet venue in Evian. We're going to also get you that moment from just a couple of minutes ago when Prime Minister Modi was greeted by a warm hug by President Macron there at the G7. Live images on your screens on the right there as one leader after another comes in to a warm welcome by President Macron. This is, of course, like I said, the power huddle. The group of 7, you've got all of the world leaders there and India also being invited. The proverbial red carpet being replaced this time by a blue carpet at the G7. But the messaging is clearly of a red carpet welcome for Prime Minister Modi. Let me bring in Pranay Upadhyay of India Today Global. He's at the location where the G7 huddle is currently underway at Evian in France. And Pranay, we've seen that warm welcome for Prime Minister Modi. Very telling that of all the leaders who were to meet with President Macron, who were given that formal welcome by him, the first one to walk the carpet was Prime Minister Modi, and the warmth evident between the two leaders.
Absolutely, Akshita. Very warm welcome by French President Emmanuel Macron for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact, for long, they stood together, they shook hands. There was a warm hug between both the leaders. But let me tell you an interesting connection of this city of Evian and French presidency of G7 with India's participation in the G7 process. It's been 23 years. And in fact, India's participation, India's association as a dialogue partner with the G7 actually started from this very place when France held the G7 summit in 2003. And at that point of time, French President Jacques Chirac invited the then Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And since from the journey of Jacques Chirac and Atal Bihari Vajpayee to Modi Macron, this association of India-France friendship as well as India's association with the G7 has continued. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has represented India for over 7 times in the G7 summit. And for long, India is viewed as a very valued partner. In fact, there are also ideas and suggestions that India should also be included as a full-term or a permanent member in the G7 process, being a world's largest democracy, world's largest populous country, and also world's one of the fastest-growing economy.
Okay, so as Pranay was pointing out, there's a great deal of focus really on the India factor at the G7, which is very interesting because in this group of 7, and what comes to my mind is also a viral reaction that came in from Mark Carney just 24 hours ago, Pranay, where he spoke of exactly this, the relevance of the G7 without countries like India, saying, these are countries that, represent such a large chunk of the world's population and such large economic might that they cannot be ignored. And that's why you see, the proverbial red carpet being replaced by a blue carpet in this case for Prime Minister Modi.
Absolutely right, Akshita. And in fact, India has maintained this thing that all these institutions, Bretton Woods institutions, the global institutions which are governing the current global order are not reflecting the reality of this world. Because India being the largest democracy, India being the most populous country on the planet, India being the fastest growing economy is not there in United Nations Security Council or all these important groupings. However, G7 values India as an important dialogue partner, and if you see after the G7 member state, the kind of importance given by the French presidency to India and India's participation also very valuable, Akshita, here, because France has invited India to be partner to be part of all the tracks of this G7 process. As at the foreign minister level, India was also invited. Though India is not member of the G7 grouping, but France invited India as an important and a valued partner of G7 grouping. And in fact, even at the level of Sherpas, India was represented during the G7 process. So India is being viewed as a valuable partner. And in fact, if you see the might and importance of the G7, and you can see all the leaders are gathering now for the group photo of the G7 leaders, and in fact thereafter there will be an extended session with the dialogue partners also, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be there, and in fact there will be extended outreach session with all the dialogue partner members, and all these dialogue partners, be it India, Brazil, and other institutions as well, like World Bank and Asian Development Bank. All these institutions are also considered as a valuable partner of G7. And in fact, the collective might of G7 is so huge that they control almost 50 trillion worth of global economy. In fact, they control over 70% of the global, GDP. These countries are the richest economies. These countries are the biggest, and powerful democracies. And as you can see, all the leaders are here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi shaking hand with Ursula von der Leyen, EU President. In fact, and in between, let's see how Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni meets, and French President Emmanuel Macron also. You can see how all this grouping of the global leaders on this stage of G7. And in fact, I covered 2019 G7 summit as well. And in fact, even at that point of time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump.
Pranay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but those live images, we just saw a leader coming up to Prime Minister Modi, sharing a warm hug, a handshake. I wasn't really able to see who that leader was. Were you able to catch a glimpse? Because I can see right now the photo up. It's very telling. Just look at the messaging here. Right in the front row, you've got Donald Trump to the right of the French president. To his left is Prime Minister Modi. Many will try to read into that, or whether this is messaging of, what is the importance given to these leaders. I don't know if that kind of messaging is crucial here, but it is telling, Pranay, that you have to the French president, the host nation's right, President Donald Trump, to his left, Prime Minister Modi.
Thank you. Absolutely, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's presence in the front row of the G7, leaders lineup, where US President Donald Trump is also there, where Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt, Egyptian president, was also there. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was also there. And let's see, look, this time they didn't meet because Giorgia Meloni just passed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi's attention was somewhere else. And let's see, because leaders are still there on the dais, who meets whom.
Pranay, was there a brief hi-hello between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi? Did you catch that? Because I didn't see it at the end. Did it happen before the photo op?
No, I didn't see them meeting or greeting each other. But I think they will be keeping that thing for later part of the for tomorrow, because that is going to be a very important meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit. And in fact, that meeting is taking place after the gap of almost 16 months. And so much has happened. So a lot of things have happened in last 16 months. The relationship of India and and United States have gone through a very turbulent phase, but this is the big table. This is the high table. This is the high table of world's largest world's most powerful economies. And in fact, all these leaders are there. Lula da Silva is there, and you know how warmly President Donald Trump and Brazilian President Lula da Silva met. And as you can see, all these leaders meeting and greeting each other. And Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni having a conversation with US President Donald Trump. And all these leaders, these are very informal moments for all these leaders, Akshita. And look, again, Prime Minister Narendra Modi having a brief conversation with Ajay Banga. Ajay Banga is World Bank president, and in fact, he is of Indian origin. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding hand of Ajay Banga. He's a World Bank chief. And in fact, all the leaders are there. And in fact, this is the moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump holding hand, meeting. This is the first handshake of both the leaders on the big table of G7 summit. In fact, all the leaders, there is an interpreter as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeting US President Donald Trump. So ahead of a big formal meeting, and in fact, Prime Minister Modi is sitting close to US President Donald Trump, and in fact, in between French President Emmanuel Macron, and as you can see...
No, the chat is still going on, Pranay. I still see that between the interpreter, there is a conversation continuing between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump. So you see, essentially, Donald Trump, as soon as he saw Prime Minister Modi getting up from his seat, there was a handshake, there was a hug. And so the two leaders meeting after 16 months, you can see the warmth is still present. Let's see if we can cut across live right now. I'm guessing we're going to see the opening statement by President Macron.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. Merci à la presse. Thank you very much. Merci. Thank you.
Essentially for the media to leave the room and for the leaders to get down to business.
Thank you, colleagues. So now we have a new session on new partnerships. Merci beaucoup. Je vais demander à chacun de... Voilà. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, so that's a closed-door meeting that's currently taking place, but I want to put full focus on those images that we received of Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi meeting for the first time in 16 months. And it sets the stage perfectly for the bilateral that will be taking place tomorrow. That's the image right there. Take a look at this. Donald Trump seated, notices Prime Minister Modi, immediately gets up to shake his hand. There's also a clear interaction between the two leaders, a conversation that's had. You can see President Trump there also patting Prime Minister Modi on his shoulder. The interpreter continuing the conversation between the two. Remember that this will be carried forward in a formal bilateral tomorrow, but in all likelihood, this is just exchanging of pleasantries. It also tells you really where India's position is on the world stage. That in a group of 7, which India is not a member of, by the way, we've been invited along with other countries like Brazil, like South Korea. But besides that, you've got clearly the spotlight on India. Seated right next to Donald Trump in the photo op, in front of, in fact, the row you had right next to Macron, to his right, President Trump, to his left, Prime Minister Modi. But that's the moment, that 1 minute glimpse of the conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. To be a fly on the wall in that kind of an instance really would be everything. But we'll have to make do with the images that we have right now. Gaurav Sawant is live with us. Gaurav, first glimpse in 16 months, the two leaders meeting for the first time. You can see the warmth between them. But obviously this paves the way and sets the stage for that all-important bilateral tomorrow.
the all-important bilateral is what everyone will be looking out for. Of course, there's a lot of commentary around the images right now here at Evian, the two leaders meeting for the first time after 16 months. Though there have been conversations directly and indirectly, the relationship has actually been through a roller coaster from the high in February when Prime Minister Narendra Modi had visited Washington, D.C. amongst the first of the bloc, seeking an early trade deal with the United States of America, to the tariffs of 25%, to the punitive tariffs of another 25% for buying Russia oil, to the comments, rather uncharitable comments made by President Trump in the wake of Operation Sindoor and his, fondness for Pakistan's Asim Munir, his favorite field marshal. So the relationship has seen several ups and downs, and very recently the killing of 3 Indian sailors by US forces, of course not on an Indian flag ship. Multiple issues that the two heads of state and government would be discussing in the next 24 hours. However, the big challenge, will the India-America relationship be brought back on an even keel? Very recently, when I met Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, I put that question to him on the trade deal, and he very emphatically said by end of July, you should have the first tranche of the trade deal in place, and it would be, in his words, advantage India. That is something that India is insisting be a part of the trade agreement, that should any country around, especially India's competitors, get a favorable deal, that India should have the competitive edge in that deal. So a lot of those conversations perhaps will be taking place today and then tomorrow when the bilateral takes place, Akshita.
Okay, Gaurav, just stay with me. Let me also bring in Pranay Upadhyay, who's reporting from Evian in France. Pranay, we were waiting for that particular moment. It didn't happen during the photo op, but the moment President Trump spotted Prime Minister Modi, he immediately was conscious and ensured that he exchanged that pleasantry, that courtesy, knowing the cameras are there on them, the spotlight is on them, because this is a meeting that's not happened in a long time. There's been a lot of talk about the India-US story having derailed in the last few months, courtesy many of the statements made by Donald Trump. And so America also will want to send across a message on that.
Absolutely. A pure icebreaker moment, Akshita, I would call it, as because, you have seen the entire sequence of events. They did not meet. They did not shake hands at the podium because a lot of other leaders were there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, was talking to World Bank chief Ajay Banga, and thereafter he gradually moved toward the chair where US President Donald Trump was sitting there. And the moment US President Donald Trump saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi approaching towards him, he got up, they had their handshake, and for good, I would call it like around 50 seconds, they were having this conversation, and then Prime Minister Narendra Modi sat very next to US President Donald Trump. And in fact, even their conversation continued thereafter, after taking those chairs. And certainly, this is an icebreaker moment for both these two leaders. And for past 16 months, we have seen there were a lot of commentary, there were a lot of rumors about that, whether both the leaders are avoiding each other or what exactly is going on at the level of leadership. But certainly, these visuals are visuals of reassuring that at least at the level of leadership, they can walk up to each other, they can have this conversation, and in fact, they can take the relationship forward. And this is certainly a big thing, a big messaging ahead of their meeting. This is certainly a big primer for the big meeting of tomorrow, because that is going to be a formal meeting at around 2:45 p.m. Evian time, Paris time. But certainly this has actually paved the way for that kind of meeting that has eased all the tensions. And in fact, I'm sure the media cameras are out of that room now. They might hold another round of conversation because they are sitting close to each other. They are sitting next to each other. Yeah. And this is going to set the agenda. This is going to set the tone and tenor of their conversation tomorrow, because in the last 16 months, we have seen that how India-US ties have seen a very turbulent phase. As Gaurav was mentioning, right from Operation Sindoor to the recent, killing of 3 Indian sailors on board foreign flag ship by US military as part of their naval blockade. But certainly, after this meeting, the formal agenda, the formal talking points will be raised at the level of, the leadership meeting, tomorrow. But certainly, informally, and you have heard U.S. President Donald Trump praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi, appreciating his friendship. And I'm sure the way, U.S. President warmly met the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the way he patted on his shoulder, the way they were holding each other's hand, certainly this shows. But we have to see this warmth should be reflected in terms of action, in terms of Trump administration's decisions, in terms of taking forward the relationship. And this meeting and this engagement on the sidelines of the G7 summit, Akshita, is going to set and will decide the course of India-US ties, that whether both these countries will be able to take forward the relationship or their strategic partnership in the Indo-Pacific theater, and also whether they will be able to realize their target of $500 billion worth trade in next 4 years.
Can I just briefly move away from really that photo op of Prime Minister Modi with President Trump and just highlight, Gaurav, that here's the group of 7, some of the world's most influential leaders coming together. India's not a part of G7. India was invited to be a part of this event, and yet right in front with the spotlight firmly on him is Prime Minister Modi. And this is perhaps most telling of what India's really achieved reputation-wise on the global stage, image-wise.
So India is the world's largest large economy, which is fastest growing. This is the 13th time that India is present at G7, the 7th time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is there. The 7th consecutive time that he's been there at G7. And India has emerged, from India's G20 presidency as a very vocal, as a very strong voice of the global south, of the developing world. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is actually seen as a solutions man. There are so many problems that the world is facing, Russia-Ukraine war being one of them, the Israel-Iran-America war being another war, where India has very strongly advocated a solution through peace and dialogue. And any assistance required from India, India is there to give it. India has raised certain points, even when it comes to artificial intelligence, how artificial intelligence has to be efficiently used and should not be a monopoly of any country, but should be widely spread even amongst developing countries. And that is why global south countries are very keen that India be on the high table, be their voice, and be the solutions country in the conflict that we see across the world. Supply chain is such a huge crisis. Can India actually emerge as that solution? That solution-oriented approach is what we see at these multiple G7 engagements.
So we've had a curtain raiser of sorts of what to expect tomorrow this time when President Trump and Prime Minister Modi will sit down for that crucial bilateral. Tomorrow 6:15 p.m. is when it's expected to happen. You also had a curtain raiser of what our coverage will look like with both Gaurav and Pranay Upadhyay, getting you a sense of what really is on the table and what's expected in that high-stakes bilateral. The high-stakes handshake has happened for the first time in 16 months. Now it will be about all the talks, the dialogue that happens tomorrow at this time in Evian in France. We're going to continue getting you all the latest updates. Thanks, Gaurav. Thanks, Pranay, for joining us for the moment. I'm slipping into a very short break. I'm leaving you with what's undoubtedly the image of the day from France. Prime Minister Modi meeting with President Donald Trump, exchanging pleasantries just ahead of the bilateral tomorrow.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله لا من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
A young woman pleads them to let go.
قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق وأن محمد رسول الله.
But the men around her continue what she alleges was a forced religious conversion ritual. This viral video is now at the heart of a sensational case being investigated by Nagpur police. The survivor, a 24-year-old woman, the wife of an Indian Air Force officer, alleges that her former classmate, Ayaz Taj, first approached her under the pretext of buying a property plot. She alleges she was given an intoxicating substance, sexually assaulted and filmed without her consent. The accused allegedly used those videos to blackmail her, repeatedly exploit her and extort over 3 lakh rupees. The woman further alleges she was taken to a secluded location where rituals were conducted and she was told that her religious conversion into Islam had been completed. Police say the viral video submitted by the complainant is being verified as evidence. 2 accused, Ayaz Taj and Amin Sheikh, have been arrested, while a third accused, Hazrat Maulana, remains absconding. Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Parishad called it a case of love jihad and demanded thorough investigation. As police examine the video and other evidence, the case has sparked serious questions whether multiple illicit conversion rings are getting free run across many parts of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-powered by Candare Lifestyle Jewelry from Kalyan Company. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Suzlon, good energies that work.
Good evening and welcome to The Point. I'm Pooja Shali. The latest visual that's coming in from the G7 summit is about Prime Minister Modi meeting the US President Donald Trump. This is going to be a significant moment because in the next 24 hours there's going to be a bilateral as well, and I'm going to discuss in detail, and we'll get our reporters on the ground as well about this handshake, the Trump-Modi Milan that's happened. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting Donald Trump during the G7 summit in France. Handshake and smiles at everyone. All eyes on Modi-Trump bilateral meeting tomorrow. Trade talks will dominate the discussion. But what's unfolding in Maharashtra? Shinde Sena Neta's big remark says 7 Uddhav MPs in touch with the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde. Claims Operation Tiger will be over by monsoon session. Uddhav's ultimatum to absent MPs: clarify the stand publicly or door is open. Government cracks down on Telegram ahead of the NEET re-examination. Telegram faces temporary curb till June 22 for cheating fear. Centre moves to protect NEET examination integrity, but many are questioning, is this simply attacking the messenger? Meanwhile, Air Force choppers will airlift NEET retest question papers. News from Karnataka, DK Shiv Kumar facing flak from his own party members. Karnataka Minister Jarkhioli slamming his Bidadi tech city dream, says project must not become a burden on the government. H.D. Kumaraswamy alleges nexus between government and real estate. 2 days, 3 cases of minor sexual assault cases in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu BJP chief Narendra says 20 sex assault cases, 15 POXO cases in 48 hours. Seeking answers from Vijay government on the 3-year-old death. A shocker from Nagpur over a conversion allegation. A married woman allegedly forcibly converted. On camera, the restrained woman crying, "Let me go." The accused, Ayaz and Amin, allegedly drugged, blackmailed and raped the woman. One Maulana Hazrat is on the run. It's the high-stakes handshake at Evian in France. Big Modi-Trump meeting after 16 months. Right now, simply a handshake and some smiles coming in, but the big meeting is going to be in the next 24 hours. But what did we notice here? If we can analyze, and we'll put that video on our screens as well. This was at the G7 meeting on the sidelines, basically. India has been invited as a guest nation for the 8th consecutive time since 2019. Let's look at that. Smiles and a handshake. No hug, usually, that happens between Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump. However, you can see a friendly, amicable relationship here at play. And a countdown clearly to the next bilateral meeting after 16 months. Donald Trump gets up and meets his friend, as he's called, Prime Minister Modi, and a little bit of a chit-chat there. In the backdrop, if I'm correct, I can also see Ajay Banga, who's the president of the World Bank Group, and other senior dignitaries as well. So the global leaders have started to arrive at the G7. India has been a consistent guest nation as well, and that's reflective of our economic position. It's reflective of the kind of alliances we are beginning to make, not just with regard to the G7 countries, but in itself the perspective that India is giving in its image. I want to bring in Gaurav Sawant for the latest on that. Gaurav, this is a precursor clearly to the next 24 hours. Let's decode this moment. What do you think it means that India has been invited as a guest nation, one, repeatedly, and this meeting with Donald Trump will be the highlight?
So this is the 13th time, as you rightly pointed out, that India will be there at the G7 at the Outreach Summit, and the 7th time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be there. And that just shows how India's stature continues to grow in the eyes of the world, and that's because India provides a solution to the various crises that the world continues to face, especially now, post-2020, when there's been a huge supply chain issue. The world looks at India for providing the solution. Now, that's one part of the story. The second part, when that family picture was taken, that time Prime Minister Narendra Modi was on one side of the French President Emmanuel Macron, the American President was on the other side. They were all a part of the family picture, but then that time there was no handshake. And then the American President walked into this room first. The Prime Minister came in a little later. As you pointed out, he was talking to Ajay Banga, the World Bank chief. Then the American President turned around, saw the Prime Minister, stood up. There was a very firm handshake. No hug, thankfully, at least today. And because there is no situation of a hug between India and America. He may describe Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a friend, but when you describe somebody as a friend, it should show in action and not in words. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was amongst the first of the block when he went to the United States in February 2025 after President Trump's inauguration in his second term. I must tell you, Pooja, I've covered Howdy Modi in Houston, Texas. I've covered Namaste Trump at the Narendra Modi Stadium in Gujarat. And I've covered President Trump's inauguration, the second inauguration, and the Prime Minister's visit. Well, that warmth from Indian side wasn't reciprocated by the Americans subsequently when initially 25% tariff was imposed on India. If you're a strategic partner, if you're such close pals in Indo-Pacific, you don't impose 25% tariffs and then a punitive 25% tariffs that you don't even do on China that buys much more oil than India. So the punitive strikes, then the kind of undignified language that was used. Then Operation Sindoor. President Trump played absolutely no role in brokering a ceasefire, and yet he claimed he did. That was an attempt. And then his being pally with Pakistan's military dictator, Asim Munir. If that suits him, well, that's his game. But that shouldn't impact the India-America relationship. And this relationship is yet to return on an even keel. Will it return on an even keel now remains to be seen.
That's an interesting point. So there's a tap from Donald Trump on Prime Minister Modi, but that's about it. Usually Prime Minister Modi can be more expressive, but he chose a certain restraint. Stay on with me, Gaurav, because I want to go on the ground. India today is not depending on secondary sources when it comes to our coverage on this G7. India today is on the ground in France and everyone where this event is taking place. And that's Pranay Upadhyay, our India Today global editor. Pranay, so what's the mood like? And especially this interaction, what should one make of it? And how is it going to be in the next 24 hours?
Certainly an icebreaker, Pooja, because a lot has happened in past 16 months between India and United States. And in fact, as Gaurav was counting and in fact mentioning that, how turbulent these 16 months have been for India-US strategic partnership. But the moment Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump met each other, that conversation lasted for almost 50 seconds, 1 minute. And in fact, till the time cameras were taken out or escorted out of that room, they were having this conversation with each other. So certainly, this is an icebreaker moment for both these leaders, because at a time when the commentary was being given that whether these leaders are avoiding each other or whether they are actually on terms with each other to have conversation, certainly this is an icebreaker. This is a good starter, and this is going to provide a good primer for their forthcoming meeting. But as Gaurav really rightly said, that ultimately any relationship will be judged, will be evaluated on the outcomes. And let's see what outcomes could be delivered out of a big meeting, because both the leaders have their own political compulsion, they have their own political priorities. And besides that, the relationship which was built over the period of 2.5 decades, a relationship which enjoyed bipartisan support, both in India and United States, will have to see and set the new trajectory. And this meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit is going to push a reset button of this relationship. Meeting is going to decide whether both India and United States are going to realize their potential of their strategic partnership in Indo-Pacific theater, whether they will be able to achieve the target of $500 billion worth trade in next 4 years, because they're very ambitious targets set by both these countries. And besides that, whether President Donald Trump will pay heed to India's sensitivity, be it the South Asia's geopolitics, about the relationship with their relationship with Pakistan is concerned, about the relationship or their sensitivity, India's sensitivity towards Kashmir is concerned. There are many issues to count. H-1B visas, Indian sailors issue as recent as last week incident, and besides that, many things are still to be fulfilled in this relationship. So at the leadership level, certainly any discourse.
It's nevertheless a very interesting visual, and like you are telling us, it's an icebreaker to begin with. I request Gaurav and Pranay to please stay on with me. I'm also joined by our foreign affairs editor, Geeta Mohan. Geeta, this image, a tap from Donald Trump, but not a hug from Prime Minister Modi. Do you think there's a strategy to it, or they're just going across with the flow about how this event is taking place? But I look at this image and it signifies a certain dignity when it comes to India as well, the fact that we're on this table.
Well, Pooja, we were discussing this earlier, and I've broken it down threadbare in my show, which will be played out a little later. On the G7 bloc itself, he's surrounded by countries that were considered allies and partners, but today stand as critics. This is not a room full of friends, and in such an environment, you're meeting a man who actually you have some sort of a camaraderie with, you share positive vibes with, and that clearly shows over here. It is not India that has been rude to America or President Trump, it's the other way around. So he's showing warmth in a room where I suppose there's a lot of warmth that's lacking, and therefore it's time for the US President to read the room. If he's looking at friends and allies, he should be looking very close right now to the person he just met and how he needs to fix the things that have completely gone wrong between the two countries. Like Gaurav mentioned, whether it's trade, whether it's tariffs, whether it's the visa problems that India is now facing with regards to the H-1B visa, or for that matter, the issue of Indian sailors who were killed, even if it was in an active conflict zone. The fact that the statement was unapologetic, showed no remorse, or even, condoled the deaths, certainly shows that there's a position that America has taken, and it is my way or the highway. It doesn't work when you're looking at when we are living in a world which is quite literally intertwined and interconnected, and you are dependent on each other. So yes, there is going to be a bilateral meeting. These are just warm handshakes on the first day. Tomorrow is when we'll see the brass tacks of the relationship, when the two leaders meet and what the outcome of that meeting is going to be. This is the first since their meeting in 2025 of February.
Correct. And a lot has happened since then. Gaurav, I return to you now. Let's for a minute look at this image. It's the leader of the world's biggest superpower, so to say, that the USA is, and a, so to say, developing nation's leader, and yet the world's fastest growing economy in the top 5 has definitely changed over the past few decades, the manner in which India has put forth its position, or Prime Minister Modi has put out India's image. What do you think this image also signifies, the meeting, the future prospects of it, that India is not just a sidey developing nation, but is right there at the forefront on the biggest table?
Oh, absolutely. As you very rightly pointed out, India is the fastest growing large economy facing headwinds, but the manner in which India is handling those headwinds is one aspect. Two, when it comes to India-US relations, right from the 1998 Pokhran test to the 1999 Kargil war, to the sanctions that America had imposed, to the next step in strategic partnership, there is so much both India and America had invested in this bilateral relationship over the past 25 years, and President Trump's tariffs, his punitive tariffs, his statements, sometimes really on the verge of being bizarre. They actually put this relationship in a very difficult situation, especially the fact that, look, last year was India's turn for the G20, for the Indo-Pacific, Quad Summit. Because President Biden wanted to host it, India said, fine, you host it this year, we'll host it next year. President Trump didn't come. This year again, what is his inclination about the Quad Summit? That's point one. Point two, last year I was covering G7 in Caracas in Canada. The manner in which America tried to trap India, the commentary was that because he had Asim Munir in White House, he wanted Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come to the White House and then have some kind of a handshake. India fortunately didn't fall into that trap. And this is something that America realizes, that India is no pushover. They may try to build a narrative, but India will push back, and India will push back hard. That's true. I spoke to Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister, very recently, and he said there should be the first tranche of the trade deal by end of July. He's very clear it will be advantage India, because any tariffs that are imposed, if any competitor gets a better deal, India will be given that advantage. That
you're right. That's going to be tariff. That's going to be a big highlight, clearly. I want to go to Pranay now. Pranay, you are where all the action is really happening. Tell me about what the mood is like at the G7. The top global leaders are there. India is on the guest table. So what kind of a sentiment around you? Tell us all about the hype, the arrangements there at the G7.
all these visuals of handshakes and warmth, the agenda on this high table is of utmost priority, and with a lot of challenges are there. You know, the global challenges amid the two big wars of West Asia crisis as well as the Russia-Ukraine war is there on the table and agenda for all these big economies. How to sort out, how to manage the global economic crisis, how to manage the global fuel crisis or energy crisis. All these issues are there, and how to reform the global institution, whether the economic management of the global affair is concerned, or whether to sort out the issues of logistic or supply chains, or critical minerals, artificial intelligence, the new age information and deep tech technology driven societies, how to build that thing, how to forge more cooperation among all these big economies, and how to sort out and minimize their differences, and how to build consensus. These are not mere words, but these are the immediate priorities for all these world leaders to think about. And that's why the French presidency has asked all these leaders to ponder upon all these issues. They have invited global outreach partners like India on this high table. And if you see the lineup, this also speaks volume about it. If you want to reflect the existing reality of the world, India should be in the first line of that partnership, or that any outreach for that matter. And that's why if you see that photograph, I will request you to put it on screen as well, that G7 photograph, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, though India is not part of the G7 process, not member of the G7, but India is in
yes,
the front
it's on
row.
air right now.
Exactly. India is there in the front row of this G7 lineup. And this is very important because India is not only an important dialogue partner, India is the most populous country on the planet. India is the world's largest democracy. India is one of the fastest growing large economies. And therefore, and it's not about, rallying around flag or talking about India. India as an entity on the global stage is very important and is of utmost significance. And that's why it is important and it is urgent for all these global leaders to reform any grouping and make it more reflective of the current global reality.
On a light-hearted note, I also hope that beyond these official missions, you get to enjoy the beautiful French landscape as well in Avion, and I'm sure you'll be able to get some time off for that. Appreciate you joining us. Pranay Upadhyay is on the ground in France, and he's going to get us all the updates from G7, and on the sidelines, the meeting with Donald Trump. Appreciate you joining us. Geeta Mohan, Gaurav Sawant, and Pranay Upadhyay with the latest, and we'll continue to have this coverage on India Today coming in from the G7 summit. But it's not the first meeting between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi. There's been Howdy Modi, Namaste Trump, the G7 sidelines and more. I want you to take a look of how these meetings are not just about official photo ops. It's about personal chemistry. It's about bonhomie. It's about alliances as well. Here's how India-US ties have been shaping up in the past few years. We take it out from our archives. Take a look at this.
Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine, and he's doing a very good job.
My friend, a friend of India, a great American president, Mr. Donald Trump.
For nearly a decade, one diplomatic equation has remained remarkably consistent, even when Washington changed governments. Narendra Modi and Donald Trump have met 8 times across 2 Trump presidencies. From stadium spectacles to White House summits, their camaraderie has often outlasted policy disagreements. The Modi-Trump story began in 2017 at the White House. A first meeting marked by hugs, handshakes, and a clear strategic signal. India was no longer just a regional partner, but a key player in America's Indo-Pacific calculus. What followed was a diplomatic blitz. 8 meetings, multiple summits, and 2 mega political spectacles. First came Howdy Modi in Houston in 2019, where over 50,000 people watched the 2 leaders share a stage, turning diplomacy into a stadium event. Months later, Trump returned to attend Ahmedabad's Namaste Trump, where another massive crowd witnessed a partnership increasingly defined by optics and strategy in equal measure. But But beyond the photo ops, the relationship delivered tangible outcomes. Defense ties expanded from Predator drones to Apache helicopters and discussions around F-35 fighter jets. Trade remained a point of friction, but both sides kept talking. Counter-terror cooperation deepened. Pakistan found itself repeatedly under scrutiny, and technology, from 5G to AI and nuclear energy, all became the new frontier of engagement. Now the two leaders meet again on the sidelines of the G7 in France. But the meeting comes after 16 months of turbulence in ties between the two countries. From tariff battles and claims of diplomatic intervention to growing tensions in the West Asia. But the message remains familiar. Washington may change administrations, yet New Delhi remains central to America's strategic playbook.
भारत अमेरिका संबंधों प्रगाढ़ बनाने में, उसको एक नई ऊंचाई देने में और व्यापकता देने में.
Modi-Trump partnership has often been described as personal diplomacy at its most visible. 8 meetings later, the relationship is no longer just about two leaders. It's about two countries that don't always agree, often negotiate hard, but keep finding reasons to stay in the same room. And in geopolitics, that's often the most important deal of all. Bureau Report, India Today.
So that's, of course, going to be our big coverage tomorrow as well. Stay tuned. 1 p.m. is when we'll go live and big on the Modi-Trump meeting that is scheduled at 6:15 p.m. For now, I'm heading to a very short break. When I return, I want to tell you about the big domestic political news, and that's coming in from Maharashtra. Just as we were speaking about TMC and the rebellion there, what's brewing in Maharashtra? Is there more split now for the Uddhav Sena? After the break.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने. मनी 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 एवरी मंथ.
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
The action never stops and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
Can India cut through the red tape? Prime Minister Narendra Modi is pushing to dismantle the compliance raj. This week, India Today brings you the inside story behind Mission Deregulation. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
चढ़ावे की चोरी के बाद कितना दुर्भाग्य है कि हमारे धर्म के और मंदिर के लोगों की जांच पता है कौन करेगा? अधिकारियों को बताओ। हमारे धर्म में को आगे बढ़ाने वालों की जांच अधिकारी करेंगे। इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य और क्या हो सकता है सनातन धर्म के लिए? कि बताइए, प्रभु श्री राम, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम राम के चढ़ावे में अगर कोई बात हुई है तो कैमरा बंद कर करके आपस में बातचीत कर लें, और कैमरा बंद कर करके आंखें बंद कर करके जो चढ़ावा चोरी हुआ वो वापस रख दो, भगवान प्रभु श्री राम माफ कर देंगे। लेकिन बताओ, अधिकारी जांच करेंगे हमारे भगवान के पुजारियों की? ये सनातन धर्म का अपमान है, ये सनातन धर्म का अपमान है कि बताओ हमारे साधु संतों की इतनी पवित्र और प्रतिष्ठित जगह की जांच अधिकारी करेंगे? ये सनातन धर्म पर चलने वाले कोई स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते। वहां कैमरे बंद कर दो, लाइट बंद कर लो, प्रभु श्री राम के सामने अपने आप कोई चढ़ावा फिर रख जाए।
श्री राम जन्मभूमि के निवेदन को स्वीकार करते हुए उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने 3 लोगों के एसआईटी का टीम गठित किया है। इसलिए हम हृदयपूर्वक धन्यवाद देते हैं और न्यास की ओर से उनको सभी रीति का सहयोग प्राप्त होगा। तो हमें विश्वास है कि न्याय बाहर आएगा, शायद कल आ जाएंगे ऐसे हमको लग रहा है।
Obviously, I cannot omit political stability, which you represent, Mr. Prime Minister in India, and I congratulate you to the fact that you're the longest serving Prime Minister in India, because for consecutively for 12 years in such a difficult environment, when you have so many political parties, it's such a comprehensive environment, this is like a political miracle, and I want to congratulate you to this.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
And you have announced a Padayatra. Tell us about this Padayatra. When is it going to start? What are the parameters and how many people are joining? Is this a joint NDA campaign that you guys are writing? Because you have written to Rahul Gandhi. Vijayendra, BJP president, has written to Rahul Gandhi. Are both of you in sync on this protest?
See, let me be very clear and honest about it. Since day one, I have been involved with the farmers. I've been on the ground. I visited the villages on many of occasions. Today morning also, as before this, whatever the interview or the debate which we are having today, I had been to the villages. I'm going on a reality check. So, as you clearly know, politically people have given us birth, given us rebirth on many occasions. Right. This is the district where we are representing. Right. So we are having our own responsibilities, which we will have to take at the end of the day, because JDS as a whole has always been a pro-farmer party. So since day one, we have intervened here, we are with the farmers, and we'll make sure, I am sure, see, it's going to be a ground battle, and of course the legal battle also we are up to it. So I'm very confident on merit grounds. So farmers, we should somehow preserve and retain their lands, which will definitely work towards farmers.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
If the last 2 weeks were about the rebellion in the TMC, the focus has now shifted to Maharashtra, where rumors of a second split in Uddhav Thackeray's Sena are once again raising political temperatures. 4 years after Eknath Shinde's rebellion shook the Shiv Sena, Uddhav's camp is battling fresh questions over its unity. What was supposed to be a show of strength on Sunday turned into a political setback for Uddhav Thackeray. In a bid to silence rumors of a split, the Sena UBT chief had called a meeting of his MPs at Matoshri, but 5 out of 9 Lok Sabha MPs skipped the meet. Parbhani MP Sanjay Jadhav, Dharashiv MP Om Raje Nimbalkar, Shirdi MP Bhau Saheb Vakchare skipped the meeting, while Sanjay Deshmukh and Nagesh Patil Ashtikar attended the meeting virtually. 5 MPs skipping the meet has sparked fresh speculation of a rebellion. Adding to the buzz, Shiv Sena UBT MP Sanjay Deshmukh was seen in a closed-door meeting with the Union Minister Pratap Rao Jadhav from the Shinde Sena camp. While Deshmukh claimed the meeting was related to a college matter, the political chatter around a possible split only intensified.
बहुत सारे सांसद और सभी विधायक बहुत सारे वो पार्टी नेता के ऊपर बहुत नाराज है, इतना मुझे मालूम है। बाकी वो क्या कर रहे हैं नहीं मुझे मालूम। जो आएगा उसके लिए तो कोई पार्टी में हमारे पास तो सभी का वेलकम है।
The Shinde faction has done little to dismiss the speculation.
जिस तरह से शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना मजबूत हो रही है, हर किसी को इसके बारे में अट्रैक्शन है। आज फडणवीस जी के नेतृत्व में बहुत अच्छा सरकार चल रहा है, तो हर कोई डेवलपमेंट के साथ जाना चाहेगा। इसलिए मुझे लगता है और मोदी साहब के बारे में भी बहुत अट्रैक्शन है, तो मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि अगर ये हो जाए तो शिवसेना और मजबूत हो जाएगी।
However, the Uddhav Sena has rejected all claims of a split.
शिंदे किंवा भाजपचे लोक असे उपद्व्याप करत असतात। या क्षणी हे सगळे खासदार शिवसेनेबरोबर आहेत। त्याच्यामुळे काय तुमचं जे कुठलं ऑपरेशन वगैरे होतं, ऑपरेशन वुल्फ होतं ना, टायगरचं ऑपरेशन कसं करणार तुम्ही मला सांगा। वाघ तुम्हाला हात लावू देईल काय? वाघाला तुम्हाला आधी गुंगीत आणावं लागतं, ते लांबून इंजेक्शन वाघाला घाबरतात, लांबून एक इंजेक्शन मारावं लागतं गुंगीचं, मग तो वाघ आहे का, डोळे उघडलेत का वगैरे बघून मग जाऊन त्याला त्याचे पाय बांधावे लागतात।
Sources say Uddhav Thackeray has made it clear to his party colleagues that those who wish to leave are free to do so, while the party maintained that the Sena UBT remains united. The scars of the 2022 rebellion have still not healed, and the rumors of another split have reopened old wounds in the battle for the Shiv Sena's legacy. With Ritvik Bhalekar, Bureau Report, India Today.
So what's happening in Maharashtra while there's a lot brewing in Bengal? Let's quickly begin our debate and discussion here. Joining me, Raghav Avasthi as political analyst and advocate. Manojit Mondal, political analyst, also joins us on this discussion. Jayesh Vani, who's an advocate and is from the UBT faction of the Sena, is also joining us, especially the party that is witnessing all of this chaos. Senior journalist Aarti Jairath, who's seen enough of this chaos in so many decades to help us understand what's unfolding as well. I want to first begin with Manojit Mondal because, yes, it's not Bengal specifically, but it's in the backdrop of that. What I want to really understand is, why is the charge going against the Bharatiya Janata Party or the NDA that it's a coup being done by them? Because many would say it's the party's leadership. It's their weakness that they are not able to keep the flock together. Do you think it is as much about the leaders as possibly a third party trying to create a coup?
I think to a large extent it is not entirely incumbent upon the Bharatiya Janata Party, because we all know, rather we have been seeing their political stance for the last 10 years. They are quite, adept in breaking up party. So the parties concerned which are getting broken, they should take the first blame. BJP needs the number in the parliament and they will do whatever they wish, Sham, Dam, Danda, Ved, to get that number. Now, coming back to the second part, and second part will take you to the larger aspect of who are in politics. And there lies the problem for people like us who are largely professional, do have some interest in politics, active or passive. I think we get frustrated day after day that politics are largely now crowded by the scoundrels, to some of the other misappropriate the great saying by Dr. Samuel Johnson, that this is the last resort of the scoundrels. I really don't know why does it go. But then, I mean, let's talk about Indian politics. It's happening everywhere. I mean, look at who is bigger scoundrel than Donald J. Trump. I mean, killing 160 people with his thumb in a moment. And
okay, let's not. No, we are not going to divert from the topic. Manojit, let's stay with the issue. Let's stay with our news. Let's stay with what is Mamata Banerjee doing to keep the flock together, because it appears she's also not able to keep her people together.
Mamata doesn't have the power. They are all running behind power, because there lies the question of morality, which doesn't go with Indian politics, right? So if Mamata Banerjee doesn't have the had Mamata Banerjee won the election, those same bunch of thugs, I'll call them thugs, would have sung the different tune. They would have prostrated before Mamata's or Abhishek's house to get the ministerial berth. I mean, did they understand? Just only after a month.
So the ones who are moving away are thugs, is what it appears to be. What Manojit?
What you call them?
Okay.
They take
all right. So let's go across, because I get your point. I have a breaking news coming in on this from Maharashtra, and I want to take the guest from Maharashtra on that. Let's take a look at what's happening, because with the rebel MPs that one by one appear to be, at least from Bengal, officially merging with NCPI, in Maharashtra, what is unfolding is that the disgruntled Sena UBT MPs are likely to arrive in Delhi. So it's not just rumour mongering anymore. 2 Sena UBT MPs already have arrived in Delhi. 5 more MPs are arriving in Delhi tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big breaking news happening right now. We can confirm to you that it's not just rumour anymore. 7 MPs that are rumoured to be possibly forming either a separate faction or joining Eknath Shinde Sena. But we are told Anil Desai, Sanjay Raut are already in Delhi. They are in Delhi, but they are attempting to prevent the split within the party. So their job, of course, out of the 9 members of parliament, the 2 who've been designated to avoid this is Sanjay Raut and Anil Desai. But what about the remaining 7? I want to immediately take that to our guests who are currently joining us, because I want to understand what is happening once the arrival happens. And let's go across to the guests, because Jayesh Vani is joining me, and he's from the UBT faction. Jayesh ji, what's happening? Sanjay Raut said that everyone is united, but it appears one by one the MPs are arriving in Delhi. And my question is, were no lessons learned from 2022? Why is Uddhav Thackeray simply saying, "Darwaze khule hain, jisko jana hai jaye"? Rok kyun nahi rahe unko?
मुझे थोड़ा सा अचरज इस चीज का हो रहा है कि मैं तो भारत की राजनीति और भारत की व्यवस्थाओं का गिरना अपने आंखों से देख रहा हूँ। आप जो चोरी कर रहे हो, उन चोरों से ये नहीं पूछ रहे हो कि आप चोरी क्यों नहीं करना बंद करते हो। team of thieves roaming all over India. They are finding the MPs because उनको पता है कि वो अल्पमत में है, उनको अपने बूते सरकार बनानी है. अब महाराष्ट्र में स्पेशली जो हो रहा है वो तो चोरों की आपस की इनकाउंटर है. पहले मुंबई में गैंग वॉर हुआ करता था, अब राजनीतिक गैंग वॉर चल रहा है, क्योंकि ये जानते हैं कि अगर एमपी बीजेपी के बढ़ते हैं तो शिंदे गुट का जो अहमियत है वो कम हो जाएगा. अपना अहमियत कम ना हो, इसलिए इससे बेहतर ये है कि बीजेपी से पहले हम ही चुरा के लेके जाए. तो ये पुराने जमाने में आपको पता होगा, नहीं पता आप कहां से है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र से मुंबई से जो लोग हैं वो जानते होंगे. मुंबई में ना चलती ट्रेन में डकैती हुआ करती थी पहले, और वो जो बंदा होता था जिसको लूटना है ना उसको बेचा जाता था ट्रेन में ही. तो ये एक अलग तरीके की चोरी मुंबई में महाराष्ट्र में हुआ करती थी इस तरीके से कि हावड़ा मेल निकलती है तो आदमी को आइडेंटिफाई करके बोला जाता था, भाई इसको बेच रहा हूँ, इससे जो माल निकलेगा वो तेरा.
You're calling your 7 MPs possibly as chore, thief. You should be trying to stop them.
क्या होता है हाँ. मेरी बात होने दीजिए बस. ये चोरी वही उसी तरीके से चल रही है मैम कि चोर जो है वो एक एमपी एमएलए बेच रहे हैं, खरीद रहे हैं और एक दूसरे को पास ऑन कर रहे हैं. अब शिंदे गुट की ताकत खुद की कम ना हो और उनकी राजनीति में अहमियत बनी रहे, उनका रिलीवेंस बना रहे, इसलिए इस तरीके से एमपी अगर फोड़ रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि विक्टिम को ये पूछने की बजाय कि आपके घर में चोरी क्यों हुई, आपने तो चोरों से सवाल पूछना चाहिए, भाई आप चोरी करने की आदत क्यों नहीं छोड़ते हो. The right question to the wrong person.
Okay. No, but the question is also why the leadership is not able to stop. But okay, I take your point there. Raghav, चोरों के नेता, चोर हैं ये, and it's the BJP and the NDA, this time Eknath Shinde Sena also getting the blame that it's the NDA that's basically constantly indulging in this coup, whether it's from Bengal, whether it's in Maharashtra, that you wouldn't let...
एक सेकंड बस. ये जो फोटो आप दिखा रहे हो ना ओम राजा निंबालकर, मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि थोड़ी जानकारी आप भी अपने लोकल रिपोर्टर से लीजिए. आज इनके पिताजी के मर्डर की सुनवाई थी, इसलिए वो कोर्ट में थे. और जब मीटिंग थी ना वो उसकी तैयारी चल रही थी.
We'll get that clarity. That's your hope, sir.
लगता है कि किसी मीटिंग से ज्यादा उनके पिताजी के मर्डर की जो सुनवाई है वो कम जरूरी है.
So you are saying that Omraj is clearly with the party, that his loyalty is still with the party.
All are clear with the party.
All are clear with the party, sir. We'll know in 24 hours. Raghav, the blame also coming on NDA, BJP and Eknath Sena, that clearly these are the parties that are trying to destroy the opposition parties.
So I think there are two aspects of this issue. One is, of course, the legal aspect and the other is the political aspect. As far as the legality is concerned, there is, of course, the 10th schedule, which makes allowance for a case where more than 2/3 of the members of the legislature party decide to merge with another party. So that is clearly allowed. Now, who decides whether or not a decision that has been taken by a speaker is correct or not on its merits? That is something for the Supreme Court or the concerned constitutional court to decide on a case-to-case basis. But the 2/3 number or 2/3 fraction is something that very clearly comes from the Constitution. Now I will try and come to the political aspect.
Quickly.
So as far as the politics of it is concerned, from what I understand, these parties, Shiv Sena is something that did not start out so much as a personality cult. Earlier, it had the ideology of Marathi Manus. Then it pivoted from Marathi Manus to Hindutva. Now it seems as if it has turned into some sort of a personality cult that is headed by Uddhav Thackeray. And the moment Uddhav Thackeray decided to break with the NDA, despite having fought the election in a pre-poll alliance, that moment it lost all locus standi to talk about political morality. Because if your own conduct is such that it is against all canons of political morality, and I remember this, the same journalists and editors who are not favor the BJP,
is everyone looking for
then
power
heralding it as some sort of a master stroke.
So
what is sauce for the goose is of course sauce for the gander, and the Shiv Sena needs to take a long, hard look at itself. Its cadres don't want to associate with parties that espouse pseudo-secularism like the Congress or the NCP Sharad Pawar.
Aarti Jairat, here's the point. Then I take that from Raghav to you. Where is the loyalty of our netas? If anchors switch jobs, it becomes such an issue on social media. When politicians, do they not have loyalty ideological to the party they are with? They're jumping ship only because one collapse, one defeat, and they're done.
I think this reflects a real crisis in our politics today. Not that defections have not happened earlier. You remember the famous 1967 Gaya Lal in Haryana, who changed parties 3 times in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And so came the famous phrase, Aya Ram, Gaya Ram. You know, over the years, I think Parliament has tried to address this issue of defections because it has been there, you know, for a long, long time. And, you know, slowly, they have tightened the rules. First, it was 1/3, then it's 2/3. Now you have to merge, you can't split, you know, and so on and so forth. But leave aside this. I think it is a betrayal of the voters' faith. If you are elected on a certain symbol, people have trusted you on that symbol. Now, if you decide for your selfish ends, for your transactional politics, to switch sides, you are betraying your voters. So I think that it's time that we actually looked at this issue of defections more seriously, and perhaps we should consider banning defections altogether. MPs and MLAs are free to leave, but they should resign and seek re-election to the Parliament or to the Legislative Assembly and not switch sides within, because that is betraying the faith that voters have put in them and the parties on which they were elected.
Also, I wonder if it is as much about the leader of that party, if they're not able to keep the flock together in defeat. I think there is definitely some crisis that we are looking at. Monoji disagrees. Jayashwani has a lot to say, but I wanted this to be a longer discussion. I'll have to apologize to my guests. They did wait for a long time because we had that other breaking coming. But we'll continue with this discussion tomorrow as well. I want to appreciate all our guests who are joining us. That's all the time I have for on this bulletin right now. I'll have to wrap it up. But thank you so much for tuning in. But it's a developing story. So we'll continue to track what's happening here on To The Point. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. Stay tuned.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
We had a great relationship. We're talking about some end details. I didn't like that he did an attack based on there's a very minor little thing with some drones that were released, and he ends up doing I saw that attack. I saw where that bomb went. Did you see what happened? That was a vicious, that was too much. You know, you can do too much also. But we've had a very effective relationship. Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
The battle to restore faith in India's biggest medical entrance exam is now being fought on land, in the air and online. Days before the NEET retest, the government has taken the extraordinary step of temporarily blocking Telegram in India. The National Testing Agency claims the messaging platform was being exploited by cheating networks to spread misinformation and create fake paper leak narratives. Authorities say the move is aimed at protecting the integrity of the examination and restoring trust among students. At the heart of the controversy is Telegram's message editing feature. The agency says this loophole was allegedly used to create misleading evidence of paper leaks. According to the NTA, administrators could allegedly edit old posts after an examination had concluded. Question papers could then be attached to those posts while the original timestamp remained unchanged. To the ordinary user, it could appear as though the question paper had been available before the examination. And confusion spread among students already under immense pressure. Now authorities are fighting back. Telegram access has been blocked until June 22nd. Its message editing feature for existing posts has been disabled till June 30th. And a dedicated cyber surveillance network has been activated to monitor examination-related content online. The crackdown comes as the government rolls out unprecedented security measures for the NEET retest. Question papers are being airlifted by the Indian Air Force. CRPF and CISF personnel are being deployed at examination centres. For lakhs of students, NEET is not just an examination. It is years of sacrifice, years of preparation. This time, authorities say the challenge is not only to stop a paper leak. The big question, can the government restore trust? Bureau Report, India Today.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
Internet is buzzing once again after Union Road Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari backed the push towards 100% ethanol-powered vehicles. But while the move is being seen as a green revolution, social media has found a sweet twist. A viral video shows insects like ants and bees being attracted to ethanol-blended fuel, as much of the biofuel is derived from sugarcane. So as India moves towards cleaner fuel, the internet is asking, will ethanol cars attract more bees than buyers? From concerns about mileage to engine corrosions, to now bees, the buzz around ethanol is only getting louder. Bureau Report, India Today.
वैश्विक मंच पर भी भारत और स्लोवाकिया करीब ही सामंजस्य से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हम सहमत हैं कि सभी विवादों और तनावों का समाधान शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से किया जाना चाहिए। हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ मिलकर इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि वैश्विक संस्थानों को 21वीं सदी की वास्तविकताओं और चुनौतियों के अनुरूप खुद को रीडिफाइन करना होगा। इस विषय पर हम वैश्विक प्रयासों को सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में काम करेंगे।
So Apple WWDC 2026 has indeed come to a conclusion, and lots of updates coming in for Apple users. The biggest of them all is the new Siri AI, which a lot of Apple users will definitely look forward to. Siri gets a completely redefined look and also becomes more contextual, more intuitive. Apple Intelligence also gets more closely knitted into the entire ecosystem, and that's something that Apple users will definitely appreciate, because now Google's integration is going to make your overall experience much better. Some child control, let's say you have minors using Apple devices and also exposed to the Apple ecosystem. Well, parents can control some of these features now and have a closer look of what their child is doing when they're using Apple ecosystem and devices. So these are some of the updates that have come in from WWDC 2026. But again, the biggest announcement is around how Apple Intelligence is now becoming smarter, more intuitive and more useful for a lot of the users who are not only on the iPhone but also across different devices. So yes, big updates coming in for all of the Apple users and something to look forward to. Now these features, as Apple said, will be rolled out in the coming months. It's not going to come immediately, but yes, developers will be able to test out some of the features and find bugs if there are any. So yes, I feel that this WWDC was more about polishing some of the existing features and making AI genuinely useful, and also making sure that the data that the users have stays protected, stays behind private cloud and also on the device, so that while they say that other AI devices can exploit your data, that's something that's not happening in the Apple ecosystem. So yes, big updates coming in from Apple WWDC 2026 and lots to look forward to for Apple users in the coming months.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Presented by
अडानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. The image that is making the headlines across the country, if not the world, the first handshake in 16 months of a roller coaster relationship between India and the United States of America. The image on your television screen, this is the G7 leaders roundtable in France. So Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi and the US President Donald Trump, they're seated next to each other. They initially shared the stage during the traditional G7 family photograph. There was no conversation there. The French President Emmanuel Macron, the host, he was at the center. The American President Donald Trump on one side and the Indian Prime Minister on the other side, flanked by other G7 and G7 outreach country leaders, but no handshake, no conversation during that family picture. Then they walked into the room here. At the leaders' round table, the US President came in and sat down first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came in moments later. As you see in those images, he was talking to the World Bank chief Ajay Banga, and then that very firm handshake and no hug. The relationship has seen rather turbulent times in the past 16 months. 16 months earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was amongst the first of the bloc when he went to the United States of America in February after the January 20 swearing in or inauguration of the American President, Donald Trump. There was a compact. There were 3 parts to it. And the hope was there would be an early trade deal between India and the United States of America. The high-end technology partnership and the defense partnership, they were the other 2 legs of this compact. But soon after, 25% tariffs were imposed on India and another 25% punitive tariffs were added. Now, the additional 25% punitive tariff was imposed for buying Russian oil. The American president did not put that additional 25% on China, which is the largest procurer of Russian oil. But then there are multiple other issues in this relationship, especially more in these past 16 months, from the H-1B visas to US falsely claiming, or the US president falsely claiming to have brokered a ceasefire between India and Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, to putting the Quad summit on the back burner, and this rather unapologetic US response to the killing of 3 Indian sailors, non-combatants, civilians, on board a merchant vessel. So there are multiple minefields that this relationship now has to negotiate. But there is tremendous promised to. If both parties continue to invest in this relationship, India has been investing, will America invest as much? The images that you see on your television screen, they come just a day before Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the American President are scheduled to hold that one-on-one meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit. The timing couldn't be more significant. India and the United States of America, they're close to finalizing the first tranche of the trade agreement, a deal that could reshape economic ties between the world's largest and the oldest democracies, the fastest growing large economy, and of course, the largest economy of the world. But trade is only one part of the story. The two leaders, while they continue to share strong personal equation, President Trump has repeatedly described Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a dear friend, a close friend, as one of the world's great leaders. But then how does that relationship translate into better ties between the people of the two countries, for the betterment of the ties between two countries? Because behind this public warmth lies the relationship that's encountered significant turbulence in the past 16 months. And one of the biggest disagreements has been over Operation Sindoor and the subsequent ceasefire. India insists that ceasefire happened because Pakistan sought a ceasefire. President Trump continues to insist that he deserves a Nobel Prize because he brokered a ceasefire. President Trump has repeatedly claimed the United States played a significant role in bringing about a de-escalation, and India is very clear there is no third-party mediation between India and a state sponsor of radical Islamist terror, Pakistan. India firmly rejected any suggestion of third-party mediation. All decisions were taken bilaterally after Pakistan sought a ceasefire. Trade, like we mentioned, remains a major niggle or a major sticking point between the two relationships. They're working towards the first tranche of an agreement, but differences persist over tariff, market access, contours of the final deal. US is seeking greater access for its agricultural and dairy products in Indian markets, and India has made it very clear that there is no way, either directly or indirectly, US agricultural produce is not coming, especially corn that American president is very keen on, is coming into Indian markets. India, on the other hand, is very determined. It protects the interests of our farmers and the sensitive dairy sector. Energy is another area where differences have surfaced, though India has made that conscious effort to engage the US more on energy requirements. Washington at times sought to portray India's procurement of the discounted Russian oil as a consequence of US policy choices. India said all the framework that was in place in the world, Russian oil was discounted. The world had decided that discounted oil could be procured, and India did it for the betterment of India and, of course, European countries and all those. Otherwise, prices would have gone up. India has consistently maintained energy decisions as sovereign decisions guided by national interest and energy security considerations alone. So the two leaders meeting on the sidelines of G7, will they now help bring the relationship on an even keel? The Trump-Modi meeting tomorrow becomes significant. This handshake, is this a crucial icebreaker? I quickly want to cut across to France and bring in India Today's Pranay Upadhyay. Pranay, what's the conversation around the handshake and no hug? Is this an icebreaker of sorts?
There's optimism as far as this relationship is concerned. This was an icebreaker. After 16 months, both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump were face-to-face. They shook hands. But in fact, the setting was quite formal. In fact, this is a good primer, good start ahead of their much-awaited meeting between Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the G7 summit. But a lot has happened. As you rightly mentioned, Gaurav, that there is absolutely no question of diluting India's priority or India's red line. But certainly, India is candid enough to take up its issues and its concern. And without diluting India's core concern, India can take the relationship forward. And as a strategic partner, it's all about the relationship, minimizing the differences and maximizing the consensus. And you have seen that, many a times the bond or the relationship between the two leaders actually creates the environment for both the bureaucracies to work out, minimize the differences, to take forward the relationship, build on that consensus and the ideas conceived by the two leaders. And here we have seen that how U.S. President Donald Trump, in President Donald Trump's previous term between 2016 and 2020, created the foundation. In fact, in last 16 months, we have taken this relationship going through a very rough phase. But let's see whether these leaders, when they would be meeting in the serene and scenic environment of Evian, will they be able to push the reset button? Will they be able to take forward the relationship and set aside the differences and work on
Pranay,
maximizing
because
the
President
consensus?
Trump, in this room where he's sitting, he doesn't have many friends inside this room, many trusted partners, even though, he and other NATO allies should have been on the same page. But whether it's Ukraine or Greenland or the manner in which he's been talking down to Europe, he doesn't have many friends in that room.
Absolutely. And that's why many analysts thought that, it was total disaster to lose a friend like India, a relationship which was built over the course of 2.5 decades and last 25 years. This relationship is a unique relationship which enjoyed a bipartisan support, both in the United States and India. There have been governments of different colors and shades in both the countries. But in fact, this relationship moved steadily and upwardly. But in last 16 months, we have seen that how domestic politics of United States and President Donald Trump's own, political style has actually created trouble for this relationship. But, having said that, one factor to be noted here, that as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump and their relationship is concerned, President Donald Trump every time mentioned that he considered Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a great friend, as a true friend. And in fact, he said in as many words, a few days ago, that he considered himself as a big fan of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So let's see how this relationship actually translates in action. What tangible outcomes can come from this relationship, and actually after this meeting, because there are many issues where India will be looking forward to get more benefit for more relief, be it the visa policy or be it taking forward the trade relationship and building upon for more stronger ties with a strategic partner like United States.
I will come back to you for more. Pranay is our man on ground and we'll keep an eye on these latest developments. I want to quickly bring into this conversation Ambassador Veena Sikri, former top diplomat. Daniel Silverberg is managing director at Capstone, former Pentagon and Capitol Hill official who joins us on this broadcast. Jayant Krishna is senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Sandeep Punithan is senior journalist tracking India-US relations very closely. Ambassador Sikri, when you look at these images, the firm handshake, no hug, decode these images for us. What does the body language of the two leaders indicate, ma'am?
I think it's a good beginning. It's a good beginning because you can see that President Trump got up with great alacrity to receive the Prime Minister who was approaching him. And the Prime Minister looked firmly and directly into the eyes of President Trump. And it was a good firm handshake, a good handshake. And, in the end, President Trump, patted Prime Minister Modi. Maybe President Trump was expecting a hug, but Prime Minister Modi stood his ground. It was firm. It was a very good first handshake, I think, that took place there. And it sets the tone for the meeting tomorrow, which I think will be a good and important meeting after 16 months. We have seen already that the USTR, the trade representative, is already headed for India. So while there may not be an announcement of the trade deal tomorrow, I think that perhaps when the USTR is in Delhi next week, there will certainly be a big focus on the trade deal, and maybe that will be concluded now. But certainly, in the aftermath of the Iran-US peace deal, MOU, there's no peace deal, just a memorandum of understanding on what will happen next. And I think that would be one of the subjects of discussion between the President. President
so let me also quickly bring in Sandeep into this conversation, because Sandeep, US President Donald Trump may claim Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a dear friend or he's a fan or words to that effect. Ultimately, does the relationship benefit Indian people? Would the first proof be if they're moving forward on the trade deal?
Absolutely, Gaurav. There are so many contradictions in the relationship in the last couple of months, in the last 16 months that the two heads of government haven't met. We have not seen an India-US relationship in such a way, in this condition, in the last quarter of a century even, Gaurav. So, the trade deal is the first test that the two leaders have to take on. And then there are, of course, other issues like the H-1B visas, which are very sensitive here for India. But the trade deal is something that we've been waiting for a very long time. There's talk that the next steps will be set into motion tomorrow. And sometime in July, we could have that trade deal finally, Gaurav.
Daniel Silverberg, the relationship has gone through a roller coaster in the past 16 months. But is there a desire in the United States or the Trump administration, and especially, the White House, not the State Department, does the White House want to bring this relationship on an even keel?
Gaurav, it's good to see you again. Right now, I think that this White House has so many other priorities that it is trying to land, that the U.S.-India relationship, regrettably, I think, is not top of mind. I think what's top of mind right now is figuring out how they're going to present this MOU between the U.S. and Iran in as a positive a light as possible to insulate President Trump from accusations that he has signed on to something that is what he thinks is weaker than the JCPOA. From everything we're seeing from alleged leaks, and those can't be trusted, there's a ton of noise, but at least in terms of the framework that the Trump administration officials like J.D. Vance are discussing this agreement, it sure sounds a lot like the way that the JCPOA was set up in terms of some form of financial compensation or sanctions relief in return for Iranian compliance. But we got to see the details and judgment withholding until then.
Yeah, because reports in the United States seem to indicate that the president and the vice president are not on the same page on that, and including the vice president's interview. But that's a debate for another time. Right now, Jayant Krishna, what do these images indicate to you? Is President Trump, as Daniel Silverberg points out, rather distracted? He's facing tremendous criticism in the United States over that trade deal. There are people who say he's surrendered. Israel is very unhappy. So, India clearly wouldn't be on top of his mind, nor would the trade deal be.
So, Gaurav, I fundamentally believe that, we all know that India is not a formal member of G7. It's just a special invitee. And this is the Prime Minister Modi's, seventh consecutive visit at G7 and India's 13th since inception of G7. So I think I completely agree that, India is not the foremost agenda at this summit at all, even in bilateral, while there'll be a passing reference to the impending trade deal for sure, and the last few irritants. But I don't think the irritants which are left on either side will get resolved at this bilateral in France. Primary focus would be, since India has always been representing the voice of a global South, I think the primary focus would be the West Asia crisis and the Ukraine crisis, to my mind. Because, West Asia crisis, we all know how it has disturbed the energy security, how the oil prices have gone up, how, India's import bill has gone up, and how it has adversely affected India's balance of payment, right? So I think, while it appears that the peace deal with Iran is around the corner, and in a few days' time it will get signed, and even the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, right? But the global South has paid a much heavier price as an outcome of the West Asia crisis than the global North, right? So
Fair enough, but Ambassador Sikri, for the benefit of the one-on-one that the two are having, is that just, just because they're there, have a one-on-one? Last year I was covering the G7 in Canada at Caracas, and that time President Trump had left. He did not stay back. He invited Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Washington, D.C., which many in India saw as a trap because Asim Munir was there. So tomorrow when they meet, what are your expectations from that meeting? Will there be an effort to bring this relationship on an even keel, or would it rather be just a meet and greet and just review the progress on the overall relationship?
I think there will be a definite effort. Certainly on the trade deal, we have already discussed that. But beyond that, I think President Trump has received enough advice from his own White House and from the State Department on the India-US relationship. And, there's enough momentum that he's getting from the big boys of American industry, whether it is the AI leaders or the IT leaders, they all are saying, all the people are saying, look, if you're going to put $100,000 fee on the H-1B, we are taking our investments to India. And that is actually happening with data centers, big investments in data centers happening in Visakhapatnam and others. But I tell you one important factor that I feel is there, that the world is changing. There's a new global order emerging. That's very clear. So Prime Minister's visit for the G7, it's a very important consecutive visit. His role is highly regarded in the G7. He is going to use this visit to absorb what are these changes and how India is going to reset its political and economic relationships in keeping with the changes. We've already seen the new outreach to Europe. We've already seen how for our energy security, number one, we have diversified our supplies to 41 countries. Number two, with President of UAE, we have agreed on the strategic oil reserve in Fujairah. We've seen how with Oman, the pipeline is once again being discussed after many years. So India is all set for this. We know that there is a big change in the world order coming. China, the Xi Jinping President Trump summit did not produce the G2 that President Trump hoped for. China is talking about multipolarity, but clearly aiming to be number one in the world. So India has to keep its focus on multi-alignment, on our strategic autonomy, and on building our relationships with each of the poles which are there, whether it is Russia, whether it is Europe and others. So I think this is where the visit is very important. Prime Minister Modi's discussions with Mr. Carney, with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, with President of UAE, and of course with President Trump, very, very important. We will definitely want to carry the relationship forward. It's an important relationship. We don't want it to fall back in any way. So we'll be talking about all these ideas, whether it is the transfer of technology, the GE engines, so many other issues are there. The agenda is a long one, but we do hope that the Quad summit will also take place. We do hope that President Trump will announce a visit to India.
Okay.
Quad summit or a bilateral visit. Maybe the Quad summit will take place in December at the G20 in Mar-a-Lago. But certainly in the meanwhile, India is developing its bilaterals with Japan and with Australia on the same issue of maritime security. With France also, our relations focus on maritime security.
Daniel Silverberg, does America also see this changing world order? The meetings that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having, very, very significant, whether it's with Prime Minister Mark Carney, with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, or with Sheikh Mohammed bin Al Nahyan, Zayed Al Nahyan of UAE?
Sure. Well, Gaurav, look, foreign policy observers like myself have long paid very close attention to who Prime Minister Modi is meeting with at the G7, specifically because it is axiomatic at this point that India is a major player and it has options, and the US needs to tread carefully in how it approaches its relations with India. Now, here's what I expect to unfold at the summit. I think my colleague on the panel is absolutely right in terms of the issues that the State Department and India experts inside this administration likely want the president to talk about. But it's critical to understand we're talking about Donald Trump, and he is going to go off script and discuss whatever he wishes, and he's likely feeling somewhat emboldened from this agreement. And I wouldn't be surprised if he turns to the prime minister and simply says, I want to hear a thank you from you for reopening the strait, something along those lines. Here's what ideally I would want to see as part of these discussions amidst the Iran negotiation. I would want to hear a revival of IMEC, the India-Middle East corridor. This is a key way to defang Iran, and India plays a key role. The Trump administration has expressed interest, if not passive support for IMEC. Now is the time to really double down and leverage the G7 meeting to revive this key corridor that would allow the US and our allies to bypass Iran and the Strait of Hormuz on the energy front, and would also help strengthen US-India cooperation on a number of fronts.
Well, that would be the most sensible thing to do, Sandeep, from India's G20 presidency, that big India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, that idea that came, the signatures that we saw, the world leaders, they stood together. There was conversation that on the India leg, there was progress. On UAE leg, there was progress. Saudi Arabia, of course, it was seen as slower. Israel, the progress was there. Europe was working. Italy was working big towards it. But do you see progress on the IMF route, or did President Trump get derailed because of the October 7, 2023 terror attack and subsequent Iran-Israel war?
Well, Gaurav, the October 7th incident, the tragic massacre of Israeli civilians, that had put the IMEC on hold, on the back burner. The war continues in some form or the other, and the war is, the multiple wars that we've seen since the 7th of October have all been along the flight path, if you can say so, of the IMEC corridor. But now, once the peace process kicks in, then that is going to be India's, major key result area. And if you see the kind of trips that Prime Minister Modi has been carrying out of the last couple of months, Gaurav, this is indicative of a post-Iran peace agreement, a post-Middle Eastern peace deal, which is Europe becomes very, very significant for India. And you've seen the number of countries in Europe that he has visited, from the Scandinavian countries to France,
Slovakia
he's gone
just
to
yesterday.
Italy, Slovakia. He is actually betting very big on this IMEC corridor. And that is going to be India's, big project of a kind that we've not seen since independence, Gaurav. This is very critical, and this is going to be the defining aspect of Prime Minister Modi's legacy as a Prime Minister. And that's one of the reasons that he's going all out for this. This is going to be the critical project that will kick off once this peace in the
Well, India's invested heavily in IMEC. Remains to be seen whether it actually takes shape on ground. But Jayant Krishna, what are signs you would be looking for to see if the relationship is returning on an even keel? What would be that sign?
Are you talking about the relationship with the US, Gaurav?
Yes, with the US.
Yeah. So I think some progress on the trade deal, because last few irritants are left. I think US TR is visiting India next week, most probably. And so I think final sort of go ahead and is very, very important without sacrificing our interest of our farmers and dairy entrepreneurs.
So that Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has very clearly told me is not happening. Interests of our farmers are not being impacted adversely in any which way. So 30 seconds, Ambassador Sikri, in your opinion, what would be that one sign or signs you would look out for that would indicate that the relationship is now moving forward on a positive trajectory?
I think, first of all, the trade deal. I think President Trump could possibly say that the trade deal will be concluded with the USTR visit next week. I think that would be an important announcement to watch out for. The second would be the scheduled meetings. Is he going to come to India? Is he inviting Prime Minister Modi for the Quad Summit in December? And of course, Prime Minister will be going for the G20 in the US. I think this is important because President Trump, is he going to take on board once again his interest in the Indo-Pacific, in maritime security? Because, of course, I know a big thing that President Trump now wants is to have a equally important MOU with Ukraine and Russia, between Ukraine and Russia. He wants to mediate that as well. But I think that the readout of tomorrow's meeting, I hope it's a joint readout. Let's see if there can be a joint readout of tomorrow's meeting. That'll be important indication, whether it'll be a joint or a separate readout. I look forward. I think it will be a positive outcome.
Fair enough. And we'll be tracking that story very closely. I want to thank all my guests for joining me on this part of India First. I have Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell joining me on the other side of a quick break, because President Trump has actually said that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu should have acted more responsibly when it comes to Lebanon. What does that indicate? All that and lots more coming up. Stay with us.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
French perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
There are so many unregistered things going on. And we are not secretive, we are working on open ground. We are calling people and telling them about Sangha. This is politics. And all these gimmicks are being tried. Don't do that. We are used to it. After say 10-15 years of starting of Sangha, we had to face all these things. We are used to it. If they don't happen, we feel something is amiss. They want to, in some way, on one side hamper the Sangha work, on side create doubts in the minds of people. But that is no more possible because people know us. They say we are secretive. Our Karyakartas live in all localities. People are daily seeing them. Our shakhas are on open grounds. People are daily seeing them. We have public programs. We have such an enormous outreach in this year.
And this one.
A government school in Telangana's Nalgonda district, which had few takers till a year ago, is suddenly in much demand. The Komati Reddy Pratik Government School in Bottuguda has received nearly 4,000 applications for just 450 seats.
This one, rectangle. And this one also, rectangle.
Till last year, the school functioned without a permanent building. Today, it is a 3-story building and is equipped with smart classrooms and digital laboratories.
पहले हमारे बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूल में थे सर, फिर वहाँ फीस बुक्स सब बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता था सर. स्कूल बना है सर, ये बहुत अच्छा बना है स्कूल. यहाँ कंप्यूटर एजुकेशन है, फिर ऐसी कैंपस है, प्राइवेट स्कूल के बराबर ये स्कूल बना है. इसलिए बोल के ये साल में ये स्कूल में एडमिशन करे.
Previous school, visitor school, in this private school, that one. So many fees are expected in that school. We are expecting in this school, government school. So life skills and attitude. Every government school accept discipline also. So that is the main reason for this.
The transformation of the school has sparked a rush for seats.
Last year we have the 110 students. Out of 110 students, 33 students gone 10th class, 85 there last, and now 270 students are admitted here. For that, the competition is 1:10. We have the less teachers are there, and repeating 7 teachers repeating the year. It is not a government school. It is like a corporate school. We are same maintaining there.
The new school was built using funds from the Komati Reddy Pratik Foundation, an NGO set up by State Minister Komati Reddy Venkat Reddy in memory of his son Pratik. With Abdul Bashir, Bureau Report, India Today.
Harm your baby's brain. A new AIMS study raises a serious red flag, linking early screen exposure in infants to autism-like signs by the age of 3. Experts say, ideally, no screen should be given before 18 months and best avoided till the age of 3. Well, the concern isn't just screens, it's what they replace. They replace eye contact, talking, play, and human connection. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Well, it's widely being seen as the cases of digital autism seem to be increasing. These early years, especially the first 1,000 days, are critical for brain development. Too much screen time may disrupt how a child learns to communicate and interact. So too much screen time may disrupt how a child learns to communicate and interact. Doctors say screens don't directly cause autism, but excessive early exposure may increase the risk. So before handing over that phone to calm your child, pause, think, because for a growing brain, nothing beats human interaction.
You're watching India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
US President Donald Trump has publicly criticized Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Jerusalem's continued military operations in Lebanon, saying he was very unhappy with the recent strikes in Beirut, warning that the conflict with Hezbollah has dragged on for far too long. The American president went so far to say that without him, without the US, there would be no Israel. He's called on Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to act more responsibly. But Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was actually pushed back. He refused to take this lying down. The Israeli Prime Minister says he is responsible for the security of the people of Israel. He's acknowledged that he and the American president, they often don't see eye to eye, but they speak very frequently. But his decisions are taken keeping in mind the safety of the people of Israel. And as long as he's the Prime Minister of Israel, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon.
Now, I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran. So when you ask me about Bibi, an unbelievable relationship. But Israel would have been blown up a long time ago had I not gotten involved. We had a great relationship. We're talking about some end details. I didn't like that he did an attack based on there's a very minor little thing with some drones that were released, and he ends up doing I saw that attack. I saw where that bomb went. Did you see what happened? That was a vicious, that was too much. You know, you can do too much also. But we've had a very effective relationship. Without us, without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
טוב, הנשיא טראמפ ואני מכירים אחד את השני הרבה שנים. הוא נשיא ארצות הברית, אני ראש ממשלת ישראל. אנחנו הרבה פעמים רואים עין בעין, ויש גם מקרים שאנחנו רואים פחות עין בעין. אני אחראי לאינטרסים הביטחוניים של ישראל, אני עומד עליהם.
Let me quickly cut across to Jerusalem. Joining me from Israel on this India First special broadcast is Sharon Haskell, Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel. Minister, welcome on India First.
Hello, Gaurav. Thank you for having me.
Minister, Iran's condition is ceasefire on all fronts, and yet Israel continues to pound southern Lebanon. Is Israel not on board this peace initiative?
I think it's on the contrary. The fact is, Hezbollah claimed not and attacked Israel not once but twice yesterday, already after receiving the memorandum of understanding. This is just yesterday. Hezbollah attacked us twice. What do you expect us to do? Just to stand on the side and not respond, not to defend our people, not to defend our country? I think this is out of the question. I think that in any case, if Pakistan would have attacked New Delhi or Mumbai or any other city in India, and anyone would have asked you just to stand on the side and not to respond while your people are being killed, while your cities are being destroyed, while your forces are under fire, that will be absolutely unacceptable. So why do you think you can ask that from Israel?
Okay. But you heard the American president. He said he's unhappy with Israel's continued operations in Lebanon. He says there would be no Israel without me or without the US. And he's indicating, let others handle the situation. Let somebody like Syria handle the situation. Is that acceptable?
Look, I don't think it's acceptable on Israel, and I don't think it should be acceptable on the Lebanese people as well. I mean, Gaurav, you've been reporting from all around the world. Did you see what the al-Jolani forces and the Turkish forces together with them have done in al-Suwaida to the Christians in Damascus, to the Alawis in their towns? Have you seen how they butchered them, hanged them, took their heads off, raped little girls, and abducted them? Do you wish that for the Lebanese people? Do you think that they can be restrained and ordered by al-Jolani? I don't think so. Otherwise, he would have been able to do that in Syria. Now, you asked me to exchange one terrorist organization run by Iran with another terrorist, radical, fanatical, a mob, of ex-ISIS fighters, when I don't even know if anyone can control them. And would that be a risk to our people as well? Of course. And so I would hold down, but those conversations are being held by Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump over the phone. They speak almost every day, sometimes numerous times a day. Okay. And sometimes there's disagreement, and it's okay. Among friends, you don't agree on everything, but you talk over things, and you don't do it over the media, but you do it to one another.
But are Israel and US on the same page? Have Israel's concerns on the range of ballistic missiles, for example, or what will happen to the enriched uranium? Have they not been addressed in this proposed peace plan? Or are you hopeful that it will be addressed during that 60-day-long negotiation?
So I think there's a very basic fact that many do not understand right now. This is not a peace agreement. This is a framework that is being signed on negotiations for the next 60 days, which means that, the Strait of Hormuz are going to be open, and there are going to be negotiations for the next 60 days on what would hopefully be a long-lasting solution. Now, during the 60 days, the nuclear military program of Iran is going to be discussed, the enriched uranium, ballistic missile program, proxies, everything to try and secure the future of humanity. This is not just about Israel. It's not just about America. There are ballistic missiles that can easily reach India. Iran have attacked some of its closest allies during the last few months, including their greatest defenders in the international community, like Qatar and Turkey and Kuwait and other Arab countries who were their greatest allies. They were attacked by Iran. So can you tell me that India is safe from them, or any other country in the world? I think this is something that should concern every sensible leader who wants to protect their people and their country. And that's what is going to be discussed in the next 60 days.
Okay. Of course, India has no US bases, as some of these countries did. Their interests were targeted. But tell me this, ma'am. US President Donald Trump, he was seen as this hero. He was hailed as a hero in Israel around the 28th of February. But 4 months down the line, is there an impression or a growing feeling that he's let Israel down?
No, I think it's very evident that President Trump is a good friend of Israel. Okay. And the fact is that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are good friends as well. And they talk every single day, sometimes a few times a day. And so even when there's concerns and when there's disagreement, President Trump's looking after American interests as we expect Prime Minister Netanyahu to look after Israeli interests. And should Prime Minister Netanyahu defend our northern border against a terrorist organization run by Iran, Hezbollah? Of course he should. And so, those sometimes disagreement, they are being talked and conversed between those two leaders. They don't need to send messages over the media.
But, your Prime Minister is Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, under tremendous pressure within, not just his allies, but even the opposition. For example, opposition leader Yair Lapid, he's called the agreement, words to the effect, one of the most shocking failures of Israel's foreign and security policy. Yair Golan has said, in one signature stroke, immense military achievements have been erased. As Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, how would you respond to the criticism that comes your way or the Prime Minister's way, ma'am?
Well, opposition is an opposition, and you'll hear them criticize most cases and almost on every case. And that's okay. This is part of their democratic position and their democratic job, to defend and question almost everything. And Israel is a vibrant democracy. The only true democracy in the Middle East. So I'm not concerned about that. But as Israelis, we are extremely concerned about what's going to be in the next 60 days during those negotiations. I have to say, I trust Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he's been standing strong on Israel's interests and, on Israel's security needs time and time again. And this is something that we need to look into now and to make sure that our position is being heard and that our interests are being guarded. Because at the end of the day, Gaurav, this is the future of our children. This is a question on whether they are going to be under death threat or threat of annihilation by very extreme tools like mass destructive weapons, nuclear weapons. This is no joke. And it is definitely not a joke for me, a mother of 3 who needs to look after my children, and they're growing here in Israel in safety and security.
Okay. But given the divergence of views between the Israeli Prime Minister and the American president, and this is not the first time it's happening, it's happened with the previous US President Joe Biden. In the long term, is Israel preparing a strategy of perhaps independent deterrence and enforcement, even in situations where US policy may not be aligned to Israel's assessment? Because the American assessment is there is no Israel without the United States.
Look, the first thing is that there's a huge alliance between Israel and America. We went into this operation as partners, and I think that America is very much, aware, especially during these times, that there isn't a better ally to America than Israel to support it in every piece and every point. And there isn't a better ally to Israel than the United States of America. And in that case, we've had some ups and downs, and it was very vivid also during the times of President Biden, where there was a lot of difficulties. And I think that at that point, when we felt, we felt badly about some decisions and some actions that President Biden have taken. And I think that's when the decision was made of taking more independently our security industry, which is booming right now. There is so much technology and invention that Israelis are bringing out to the world to protect and defend troops and soldiers in the battlefield and protect civilians. And this is an approach that the government of Israel and the Prime Minister have decided on.
Sharon Haskell, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel, many thanks for joining me. Let's hope peace prevails and through dialogue and diplomacy, there is a solution that's acceptable for all. Many thanks for joining me. That is all I have for you on this India First special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay tuned.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
आपको भी लग रहा है कहीं न कहीं जो स्थिति पश्चिम बंगाल में तृणमूल कांग्रेस के साथ हुई वैसी शिवसेना के साथ यूपी के साथ
हम पहले जा चुके हैं। वो जो स्थिति है पश्चिम बंगाल वाली, तभी हमारे जो मित्र है तृणमूल कांग्रेस के सब और हम पर हंसते थे और बोलते थे, अरे कैसा भाग के गए तुम्हारे एमपी मिली, तुमने रोका नहीं क्या? तुमने रोका क्या? जब मिलते थे तो हमको बहुत मार्गदर्शन करते थे। अरे कैसा हो गया, इतने ढीले कैसे छोड़ दिए, कैसे भाग गए, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? अभी मैं पूछता हूँ, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? 1 महीने में चले गए। देखो ये जो सरकार है केंद्र में 12 साल से जो चल रही है, उसका एक ही काम है। ये उनकी खुद की व्यक्तिगत पार्टी की ताकत नहीं है, ये ईडी सीबीआई की ताकत है। हमारे पास आएगी सरकार, हमारे पास ईडी सीबीआई होगी तो ये लोग रहेंगे, उनकी पार्टी रहेगी? उनकी भी पार्टी नहीं रहेंगी। हमारी पार्टी के, कांग्रेस के, एनसीपी के, तृणमूल के सभी डरपोक लोग बीजेपी में गए हैं, भगोड़े। वहां से भी भागेंगे सरकार बदलेगी तो। कौन सा ऑपरेशन ये लोग कर? ऑपरेशन ऐसा नहीं होता है। हमने बहुत बड़े बड़े ऑपरेशन किए हैं।
आपको लग रहा है सभी सांसद इस वक्त शिवसेना के सब साथ में हैं आपकी जो
कसम तो खाई है। भगवान की कसम खाई है, साईं बाबा की कसम खाई है, बच्चों की कसम खाई है, माँ की कसम खाई है। विश्वास रखना चाहिए।
ये बताइए कि चल क्या रहा है इस वक्त मंदिर में? बहुत ज्यादा कंट्रोवर्सी में अचानक से ये मामला आ गया।
मंदिर का अचानक नहीं कुछ है, वहां से ले जाने का है। क्यों ले गए पैसा वहां से?
कौन ले गया?
जो ले गए हैं चंपत राय जी, ये उनको काम नहीं करना चाहिए था। पैसा कैसे लेकर आप चले जाओगे? वहां पर सब तय है, सिस्टम तय है।
सिस्टम क्या है और चंपत राय ने क्या किया है?
अरे भाई कुछ ले नहीं गए, ऐसा तो था नहीं। जब हमको मालूम हुआ, सब चीजें मालूम हो गई, तो स्वाभाविक हम गुस्से में हो गए कि क्यों ले गए। गहना, रुपया, क्योंकि सब चढ़ता है ना, तो एक साथ उस समय का सारी चीज ले जाना ये ठीक नहीं है।
देश की भी, प्रदेश की, किसी परिवार की, किसी भी बेटी के खिलाफ किसी भी प्रकार की अशोभनीय और अमर्यादित टिप्पणी, इसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं। इसे कतई स्वीकार नहीं किया जा सकता और इस पर राज्य की सरकार ने एफआईआर दर्ज करके दोषियों के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने का निर्देश भी दे दिया है। और मेरी पार्टी से लेकर हर पार्टी को इसका पालन करना चाहिए। समाज की हर बिटिया हम सब की बिटिया है और हम सबको उसका सम्मान करना चाहिए। बेटियों को हमें किसी भी प्रकार से राजनीतिक लड़ाई झगड़े में घसीटने की शुक्रिया।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Perfumes by Choban, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French Perfumes by Choban, for him and her.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله إليه من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
A young woman pleads them to let go.
قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق أشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
But the men around her continue what she alleges was a forced religious conversion ritual. This viral video is now at the heart of a sensational case being investigated by Nagpur police. The survivor, a 24-year-old woman, the wife of an Indian Air Force officer, alleges that her former classmate, Ayaz Taj, first approached her under the pretext of buying a property plot. She alleges she was given an intoxicating substance, sexually assaulted and filmed without her consent. The accused allegedly used those videos to blackmail her, repeatedly exploit her and extort over 3 lakh rupees. The woman further alleges she was taken to a secluded location where rituals were conducted and she was told that her religious conversion into Islam had been completed. Police say the viral video submitted by the complainant is being verified as evidence. 2 accused, Ayaz Taj and Amin Sheikh, have been arrested, while a third accused, Hazrat Maulana, remains absconding. Meanwhile, Vishwa Hindu Parishad called it a case of love jihad and demanded thorough investigation. As police examined the video and other evidence, the case has sparked serious questions whether multiple illicit conversion rings are getting free run across many parts of India. Bureau Report, India Today.
आपको भी लग रहा है कहीं न कहीं जो स्थिति पश्चिम बंगाल में तृणमूल कांग्रेस के साथ हुई वैसी शिवसेना के साथ यूपी के साथ
हम पहले जा चुके हैं। वो जो स्थिति है पश्चिम बंगाल वाली, तभी हमारे जो मित्र है तृणमूल कांग्रेस के सब और हम पर हंसते थे और बोलते थे, अरे कैसा भाग के गए तुम्हारे एमपी मिली, तुमने रोका नहीं क्या? तुमने रोका क्या? जब मिलते थे तो हमको बहुत मार्गदर्शन कर देते। अरे कैसा हो गया, इतने ढीले कैसे छोड़ दिए, कैसे भाग गए, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? अभी मैं पूछता हूं, तुम लोग क्या करते थे? 1 महीने में चले गए। देखो, ये जो सरकार है केंद्र में 12 साल से जो चल रही है, उसका एक ही काम है, ये उनकी खुद की व्यक्तिगत पार्टी की ताकत नहीं है, ये ईडी सीबीआई की ताकत है। हमारे पास आएगी सरकार, हमारे पास ईडी सीबीआई होगी तो ये लोग रहेंगे, उनकी पार्टी रहेगी? उनकी भी पार्टी नहीं रहेंगी। हमारी पार्टी के, कांग्रेस के, एनसीपी के, तृणमूल के सभी डरपोक लोग बीजेपी में गए हैं, भगोड़े। वहां से भी भागेंगे सरकार बदलेगी तो। कौन सा ऑपरेशन ये लोग कर? ऑपरेशन ऐसा नहीं होता है। हमने बहुत बड़े बड़े ऑपरेशन किए हैं।
आपको लग रहा है सभी सांसद इस वक्त शिवसेना के सब साथ में हैं आपकी जो
कसम तो खाई है। भगवान की कसम खाई है, साईं बाबा की कसम खाई है, बच्चों की कसम खाई है, माँ की कसम खाई है। विश्वास रखना चाहिए।
India Today Television. India Today Television studio is safe from dengue, protected by All Out.
Co-presented by CP Plus. ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है.
Co-powered by Valvoline, official supporter of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination, Tuesday night. This is where you'll get all the news of the day. News with perspective, news without the noise. Let's tell you what we have on the show tonight. Our big talking point, the Karnataka Home Minister has taken on the RSS in an unprecedented demand to asking the organization to disclose its source of funding. Today, Priyank Kharge is among my special guests today as the RSS and he are engaged in a face-off. That's going to be a big talking point. Also, days to go before the big NEET UG retest. Is the government ready with its preparations? Are they foolproof this time? We'll find out that too. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. Prime Minister Modi meets Donald Trump for the first time in a face-to-face after 16 months during the G7 summit in France. All eyes now on the key Modi-Trump bilateral meet tomorrow. Trade talks are expected to dominate. Lebanon threat looms over the West Asia peace deal to be signed later this week. After Israel refuses to move out of Lebanon, Trump tells Netanyahu to act responsibly. Let Syria handle Hezbollah. Buzz grows over a possible split in Uddhav Thackeray's Sena UBT. At least half a dozen MPs in touch with the BJP leadership. Sena UBT continues to deny reports of them switching sides. Trinamool Congress leader Mamata Banerjee challenges the Bhavanipur verdict in the Calcutta High Court, cites reasonable evidence for bias. BJP calls Didi's move a futile attempt after her election defeat last month. Centre bans Telegram until the 22nd of June to curb cheating ahead of the NEET retest. National Test Agency says fraudsters are using Telegram to spread misinformation and create fabricated evidence of paper leaks. The Vijay government in Tamil Nadu releases a white paper on the state's finances. Tamil Nadu's overall financial liabilities rise to 13.18 lakh crores. Tamil Nadu Finance Minister says debt burden nearly doubled under previous DMK rule. In an exclusive interview to India Today, Karnataka's Home Minister Priyank Kharge doubles down on his targets on the RSS, says the organization will have to reply to his letter asking for their source of funding, says no organization is above the law. Amidst allegations of a donation scam at Ayodhya's Ram Mandir, a 3-member SIT conducts an 8-hour probe. Trust, however, rejects the discrepancy charge. Samajwadi Party Congress demand a judicial probe. And India's southwest monsoon has stalled after an early start, delaying arrival in Mumbai by more than a week. City on track to record one of its driest Junes in nearly 2 decades. Okay, but let's turn to the story that we are breaking right at the very top of the news today, and it is that big photo op that's come in from France, where the G7 summit has seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi and US President Donald Trump shake hands for the first time after 16 months. A face-to-face meeting has been held by the two leaders in a period where much has changed, particularly the war in West Asia and the on-off trade talks. Remember, only a handshake this time. There were no hugs this time between the two leaders. This was after the photo op at the G7 summit, where India is a special invitee. All of this is leading to a countdown to the big bilateral meeting scheduled between Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump that will take place tomorrow in Evian in France. That meeting could well set the stage for a potential trade deal that is expected to be signed, according to many, in the know early next month. So all eyes now are on the Trump-Modi meet that is expected to take place tomorrow. Today was the photo op. Tomorrow we expect the substantive discussion between the two leaders. Our chief diplomatic correspondent Pranay Upadhyay is at the moment in Evian. Pranay, what's on the menu of the two leaders when they meet tomorrow? What is the likely focus? Is it trade, or is it the war that's just concluded in West Asia and its repercussions for the world, or a bit of both?
Absolutely, bit of both, and many more things will be on agenda or on the table of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Donald Trump, and they would be meeting. But as you can see, Rajdeep, the tone and tenor of this meeting has already been set. Both leaders met, though there is a cautious optimism. It is quite evident from these visuals. There was no hug in this meeting of President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But yes, absolutely, there was a handshake, and a longish handshake. They held that conversation, which was cordial. And this meeting is happening on a third country. So therefore, if you ask me that will there be any tangible outcome of this meeting, will there be any big announcement? I don't see any big announcement coming out of this meeting. But absolutely, in past 16 months, lot has happened in India-US ties. Many things have happened. So as far as India's viewpoint is concerned, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be meeting US President Donald Trump, absolutely he will be talking about the bilateral relationship, going for a start of that relationship, taking that relationship forward and realizing the potential of taking the bilateral trade up to $500 billion, as both leaders have said in February 2025. But the hiccups or the roadblocks of the tariff or the other trade issues need to be minimized, need to be contained. For that, a bilateral trade agreement is required to be signed as soon as possible. Besides that, be the issue of visas, be the issue of H-1B, problems Indian professionals are facing in the United States, or even the recent issue of recent incidents of Indians targeted by the US Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. All these issues will be there, but the predominant thing, which will be which will be dominating the conversation, will absolutely be this Iran-US deal, because President Donald Trump has reached France after giving his go-ahead for the Iran deal, and not very far from this place, Evian, across the Geneva Lake in Geneva in Switzerland. This deal will be signed on Friday, and definitely it releases tension not only on US President Donald Trump domestically, but also eases tension of the energy supply. So all these issues will be there on the bilateral agenda of Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump.
Okay, that's a very comprehensive meeting likely to take place tomorrow. We'll of course track that very closely with you, Pranay. Thank you very much for joining me at the top of the news. Okay, let me turn from there though to the story which is one of my top focus, because it's not often
that a Congress Home Minister chooses in the times in which we live to target the RSS so directly. Well, that's exactly what Karnataka's Home Minister or new Home Minister Priyank Kharge has done. Yesterday, he released an open letter to the RSS chief demanding that the RSS disclose its sources of funding and register itself as in terms of what he said was necessary under the law. That has sparked up a huge controversy, with the RSS claiming that this is a political gimmick by the Congress party. But it does focus attention on the organization that is the ideological mentor for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Why is the RSS and the Karnataka Home Minister finding themselves in a tug of war? Should the RSS disclose its source of funding? That's my top focus. Take a look at the story first.
Priyank Kharge ups the ante. The Karnataka Home Minister has written to the RSS demanding a reply from the Nagpur-based outfit on its legal status and financial details. In the letter, the minister quoted an annual report by the RSS decision-making body Akhil Bharatiya Pratinidhi Sabha and said the RSS has 4,127 daily shakhas, 1,389 weekly millons, 60 monthly mandlis, 2,194 Samajotsavs with over 19 lakh participants in Karnataka. He added that RSS held 562 route marches with over 2 lakh uniformed participants in the state. Kharge claimed that an organization with such scale and influence must clarify its legal status, registration, office bearers, funding, etc. He urged the RSS to register itself in its centenary year, pay applicable taxes and function transparently within the constitution. After taking over as Home Minister of the state recently, Kharge has been persistently raising questions on RSS functioning.
I have raised some legal issues. I have asked some constitutional questions. Let Mr. Mohan Bhagwat answer. Let the RSS answer. Why should I answer? They are the ones, right, who are not registered.
RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, speaking at an event in Kerala, reacted to Kharge's statements, dismissing them as a gimmick.
This is politics, and all these gimmicks are being tried. We will do that. We are used to it. Hindu Dharma is not registered. Many things are not registered. Those who want to have funds from the government, they require registration. That has to be there. Over 100 years, nobody told us that you must register.
Interestingly, successive Congress governments at the centre for many decades never insisted on RSS registering itself. Kharge's demand therefore sets the stage for a face-off between the Karnataka government and the RSS, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has described in the past as the world's largest NGO. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let me go straight to my newsmaker tonight. The Karnataka Home Minister Priyank Kharge is joining me now on the show tonight. Mr. Kharge, you have stirred a big controversy by writing this open letter to the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, asking that the RSS register itself, disclose its financial details, its taxation systems. Are you in a sense spoiling for a fight with the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, Mr. Kharge?
Firstly, Rajdeep ji, I don't know how is it called a controversy number one, and how am I itching for a fight when I'm just doing my job? And in my letter, it's very clearly stated that it is based on a report by the Akhil Bharatiya Pratinidhi Sabha, which is the highest decision-making body of the RSS. And they have released a 2025-26 report which says that they have an extensive footprint in Karnataka. They have 4,127 daily shakas. They have 1,389 weekly millons and over 60 monthly mandalis. And they say that they have had more than 2,194 Samajotsavas, where over 20 lakh people have participated. They have had over 562 route marches in Karnataka, covering up to 3 kilometers with close to around 2.2 lakh people participating in uniform. And this does not by any way look like it is a very random organization doing things. It looks completely focused. It is completely cadre based. And more importantly, when more than 20 lakh people are coming together under the name of an organization, isn't it the responsibility of mine to understand who these people are, what they do, why they do it, and where are they getting the funding from?
But Mr. Kharge, the RSS says we are not doing any of this secretly. We have existed for 100 years as a social cultural organization, they claim. And they, of course, it is well known that the Bharatiya Janata Party, the ruling party at the center, draws its inspiration from the RSS. The Prime Minister himself openly admits to being a pracharak of the RSS. This is therefore, according to the RSS, not some hidden organization. They're doing all their activities overground. As Mohan Bhagwat says, we are not hiding anything. He also goes on to add, Mr. Kharge, that there are many unregistered things going on. Hindu religion is not registered. What is therefore the necessity, you believe, for the RSS to be registered when it's not a secret organization, according to Mr. Bhagwat?
I believe you have read my letter. Yes. And so has Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and the entire RSS and the BJP. Show me one line in that entire letter where I'm asking the Hindu religion or any religion to register. You're saying they're not underground organization, they're over the ground, and they do everything in the open.
You're asking for disclosing of funds.
That's what I'm asking. You're doing things openly. You're doing things in a uniformed way with uniforms. You're doing. You're having these marches everywhere. You claim to be the world's largest NGO. You claim to take Guru Dakshina. You claim to take donations, and that's how this organization runs completely voluntarily. So what is wrong if I ask them to show the papers?
Mr. Kharge, Mohan Bhagwat says all of what you're doing is a pure gimmick designed to grab the headlines and project the RSS in a bad light. This is Priyank Kharge, he says, waging a war in a way against a Hindutva force because he's ideologically opposed to the RSS. Therefore, this isn't about any specific legal provision that they are violating. You are waging a political war against the RSS.
I might have ideological differences with 100 institutions, but that doesn't mean that they don't follow the law of the land. Irrespective of which ideology you come from, which philosophy you have, either me or Mr. Mohan Bhagwat or anybody else has to follow the law of the land. Even just because you're a 100-year-old organization,
what is the specific law that
above the constitution?
But what is the specific law in your view, Mr. Kharge, that the RSS is violating at the moment? The specific law?
I don't even know under what law they are operating. That's what I'm asking them. What is your legal status? What's your organizational structure? I want details of the office bearers and the authorized representative, the sources of donations, contributions, and income, details of the expenditure and assets. Under what guidelines should I allow them to operate? Because as far as I know, I don't find any law that I should allow them to operate under. So all I'm asking is, show me your legal status, continue the great work you're doing. If you're the world's largest NGO, if you are so influential politically and socially, please show me your papers. I mean, you have an opinion about Pakistan, you have an opinion about the economic affairs of the country, you have an opinion about the foreign policy of the country, you choose the national president of the BJP, you choose who should be in the cabinet of every state or in the central government, and yet you're not going to be accountable, yet you're not going to tell me who you are. Everybody knows who about RSS, but nobody knows what they are, who they are.
But isn't this a very high risk target, Mr. Minister, strategy that you're taking? High risk strategy, because many believe RSS is a hugely popular, influential organization, and if you target them in this manner, they will only use it to consolidate their Hindu vote bank further.
I don't quite understand. You're telling me that I should not do my job. In fact, in a country where even Lord Ram is being held accountable, Ayodhya में जो controversy हो रहा है आपको तो पता ही है. Everybody is asking why where is the funds that why have the funds donations gone missing? People are asking about Ayodhya temple. People are holding Lord Ram accountable, but I cannot hold people who do politics in the name of Lord Ram accountable. And what is the high risk? People my family and me have been in public life for over 50 years. If we do a good job, people will vote for us. If they think I've done a bad job, they'll vote me out.
You know, Mr. Kharge, you're telling me on this show time and again that you're doing your duty as the Home Minister. Is it the duty of the Home Minister of Karnataka, in your view, to investigate the RSS in the belief that RSS is some shadowy organization without any specific evidence that they are actually engaging in unlawful activities purely on suspicion?
What is the principle of natural justice, sir? Everybody is innocent until and unless you're proved guilty, right? And I'm giving you a chance to come forward and tell it to the government. I'm not telling come and tell Priyank Kharge what you're doing. I'm saying come and tell the Home Minister of Karnataka, how is it that 20 lakh people are gathering in your name? Why do they gather in your name? Who are you? What are you? Where do you get your funding from? And it's not going to be between me and RSS, right? Whatever details you put up, we're going to put it up in public. And everything is going to be legal.
But as I said, Mr. Kharge, you've seen the response of Mohan Bhagwat to your letter. He has, as I said earlier, dismissed it as a gimmick, saying they've been targeted in the past, they've been banned, they've been boycotted. He's very dismissive of your letter. He doesn't seem to be in any mood to disclose any details. So what are you now going to do then?
With all due respect, the clip that is being floated in the social media was on June 13th. And I had not yet written the letter or disclosed the letter by then. Although my letter also is dated June 13th, it was only on June 15th it was dispatched because it was a Saturday and Sunday and we could not dispatch the letter officially. So only yesterday I put that. That was for the older comment about that issue that happened in Chitapur and in Karnataka about RSS. I don't think he was aware that I have written to him officially, or was the RSS aware. And irrespective of whatever it is, I think whether your organization registered, not registered, or anything else, when the government writes to you, you are duty bound to reply to it. You reply to it rightly or wrongly, that time will tell. But if you're going to be dismissive about a notification or about a clarification sought by the government, if you think that we're going to take it lying down, I think that's a very wrong way to do things.
So what are you actually going to do? No, you're saying you're not going to take it lying down. Are you saying that you're going to act against the RSS now? If they do not respond to your letter, do not disclose their source of funding, are you ready to go to that extreme to actually act against the RSS leadership?
Will act against anybody who is not following the law of the land. It is my duty to respect to ensure that the law is upheld in my state, the constitution is followed in my state, and I have written very, very clearly seeking 7 clarifications, a 7-point clarification, and let them, if they are, tell me one thing, Rajdeep ji, if you have nothing to hide, why are you allowing all these other people to talk on your behalf instead of you saying it? Just throw the documents on my face. Okay. And put an end to it. I have asked 7 questions. Tell me one of those questions that is illegal or that is unconstitutional or that is illogical. Just tell me, yes, Priyank, these 7 questions that you have asked cannot be asked. It's unconstitutional. I will agree to it.
No. So let me ask you: Are you saying that Are you saying the RSS as it stands today is an unconstitutional body, as your letter indicates? Do you believe that this is a body that does not abide by the constitution of the country, does not pay applicable taxes, and does not function within the framework of the constitution? Give me a direct answer.
I have sought clarification for that. I have never, in the letter, I have not stated anywhere that they are unconstitutional. I am asking their legal status. I have ambiguity in me. The government. I looked into the government records. There is ambiguity in about the institution. So let them clarify. If I have a problem, it's just not about this this organization, right? Any organization where I do not find clarity, I will seek for clarity. Okay. And they're all duty bound, right? They're all constitutionally bound to answer to the government. They're not answering to an individual here.
Can I ask you, are you doing this entire exercise in your personal capacity, or have you been goaded by your father, Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, or by Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, both of whom have often taken on the RSS head on? Is this, as I said, an ideological war you're waging on their behalf against the RSS?
My party has given me a responsibility to safeguard the state, and I'm merely doing my duty. It is not just some rant on social media. In my official capacity, on my official letterhead, I have asked certain questions, and it is whoever the organization it is, whether it is RSS, whether it is SDPI, or whether it's a private company, anybody, they are duty bound to answer the government.
So, no, that's interesting. It's interesting. Are you saying that if there is a religious, cultural, Muslim organization, you just mentioned the SDPI, will they go through the same inquiry process? Will you subject them to the same scrutiny that you want to subject the RSS to today?
Any institution, organization that does not adhere to the constitution or does not adhere to the law of the land will have to be answerable to the government and to the people of Karnataka.
So even if this organization is linked, any organization linked to the Congress party tomorrow, any NGO linked to the Congress party, you will ask for similar questions to be raised. Will you raise similar questions on them as well?
Constitution is same to the Congress, to the BJP, to Mr. Mohan Bhagwat and Priyank Kharge.
Okay. Constitution is the same, whether it's for the BJP or Congress, whether it's for Mohan Bhagwat or Priyank Kharge. You're coming out fighting Priyank Kharge. We'll see how this plays out. Appreciate you joining me. I want to get a RSS perspective now. I'm joined by author and former BJP MP and an RSS man, Rakesh Sinha. Join me. Rakesh Sinha, you might have heard Priyank Kharge saying no one is above the law, the constitution. The RSS must tell the world what its sources of funding are. How does its taxable income, it cannot be above the law. Your response?
Rajdeep, June month is not good for the Congress. It's hardly 7 days or 8 days on 25th June when emergency was imposed. And I am surprised to see Priyank Kharge is talking about the constitution, abide by the constitution, constitutional morality, constitutional authority. He should not speak like that. Because it is the Congress which coerced the constitution in 1975 and the entire country was turned into prison. As far as RSS is concerned, now I am replying his charges. You know, RSS is an ideological movement. Its only job is to inspire the people to work for the country, inspire the people to dedicate themselves for the society, and to be a part of the collectivism, not individualism. With such inspirations, people work in different fields with different organizations. Such organizations working in tribal areas, that is Banvasi Kalyan Ashram, it is a registered organization. Seva Bharati among slum dwellers, which has been operating 1,70,000 projects in the country, service project, is a registered organization. Sanskar Bharati, Sanskrit Bharati, both are registered.
No, but why should it not be under scrutiny? It may be doing good. Sir, no one doubts that Rakesh ji, no one doubts that the RSS is doing good work in different parts of the country. Why should it, you will ask for funding of NGOs, they have to go through FCRA, if they are getting foreign contributions, they have to give it before the government, their licenses get cancelled. Why should the RSS not be subject to the same scrutiny? Is what the minister is saying. What is different?
Rajdeep, RSS does not maintain any contribution. It does not, no contribution is tenable in the RSS except the Guru Dakshina which Swayamsevaks contribute in the days of Guru Dakshina. No foreign contribution, no other contribution, no direct contributions. It's only Guru Dakshina. Anybody who is part of Indian society knows how RSS functions. So all the other organizations, Seva Bharati,
so how do you organize such giant events? How are you able to organize such giant events? Why not just put it out in the public domain?
No.
So, so why not put it out in the public domain that this is how much we have spent in a year?
You know, Rajdeep, in fact, neither you nor Priyank Kharge understand the meaning of formal and informal organizations. There are certain formal organizations which operate with the in like a river which flows. Are people who comes to the Sakha, who does not come into the Sakha, we don't keep record. Priyank Kharge, any day, Rajdeep, you can do experiment. Any of the Sakha, you are a critic of the RSS, you go to any of the Sakha, nobody would object. They would welcome you. You can sit there, you can play there, you can give a lecture, you will listen to the lecture. This is the RSS. This openness is the RSS. No organization in the world is as transparent as the RSS. Now I am coming to the other, one more instance.
So all the land on which the shakhas have been built, none of that. Are you telling me all the land, sir, all the land on which the shakhas have been built, none of that has been done through any form of donations, none of which has to be put in the public domain?
You know, we take from the only our Swayamsevaks. We don't go to other people. Other organizations are those who are registered organizations. They take donations from, they can take work from the government. They take CSR from the government. RSS directly does not take either CSR or any donation from anybody. Once Ghanshyam Das Birla long ago, when Dr. Hedgewar was alive, offered donation to the RSS, he refused. Madan Mohan Malviya offered donation to RSS to build office, RSS refused. I am coming to the core thing. Southern Christian Leadership Conference was formed in 1957 by Martin Luther King Jr. It was unregistered organization. This organization had done its human service in America. This is a very wonderful organization that had worked for the civil rights of the blacks. It was not organized. It was an umbrella organization, just like the RSS is an umbrella organization. Umbrella means it is only inspiring the people to work. You know, Rajdeep, in 2009, there was a flood disaster in Karnataka. It is the RSS Seva Bharati which worked. That was a registered organization. And it constructed 4,000 houses in Karnataka. Priyank Kharge should go and see how the Seva Bharati works. In fact, he is a man who is a product of dynasty in the politics. And that is the reason to survive himself, to keep himself in limelight. He is trying to ride the anti-RSSism. Rajdeep, you are a very veteran journalist. He was born, Priyank Kharge is born in 1978. 1978-79 was an era when our anti-RSSism was used to break the Janata Party. So anti-RSSism is now the old thing, old rhetoric. It is not going to work. It is only the Congress sectional fight that Priyank Kharge is trying to score. And he should imitate at least his father. His father was a grassroots worker. But Priyank Kharge's contribution in the field of education, society, or any field is nil. Instead of concentrating on law and order in Karnataka, instead of concentrating...
Sir, I'm going to leave it there. I've listened to you.
Instead of concentrating that if I are not registered, he's trying to do a propaganda.
Okay, you're saying it's propaganda. I'm going to leave it there. You're saying it's only a political ploy on the part of Priyank Kharge. But I appreciate, Rakesh Sinha, you joining me here also on the show tonight. Thank you very much. Just want to give some Twitter responses that are coming into our big question. Should the RSS disclose its source of funding? Aman Kumar says, if you and I need to disclose our earnings, then why not them? Even Prime Minister has to file his income tax record, then why not them as well? Sridhar Bhatt writes, diversification of his party's failure in development, spent 3 good years in planning to change the chief minister. Parag Hede says, yes, definitely, but why now? Why did the Congress keep quiet for so many years when it ruled for majority of years at the centre? And Somen Mohanty says, transparency shouldn't be selective. An organization with a footprint as massive as the RSS cannot claim to be a simple cultural body when its ideological weight shapes the nation. If you wield public power, then you owe the public financial transparency, period. Okay, let me turn from there to our other big focus at the moment. And our other big focus today is on the NEET examinations. That's right. The NEET examinations are going to have a retest next week. 22nd is the big day. But before that, since we are talking about the RSS, let me bring you a story that perhaps reflects part of that debate. The Ram Mandir in Ayodhya that stands as a symbol of faith for millions. Now questions are being raised over the handling of the donations of devotees, and it has triggered a political storm with allegations of missing funds that are prompting a government-ordered SIT. What is actually happening with the funds that are given to the Ram Mandir? Take a look at this special report.
The grandeur of Ayodhya's Ram Mandir, the faith of millions, and now questions over the money offered at the feet of Ram Lalla. The controversy began after Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav alleged that crores of rupees from donations were missing and demanded a judicial probe. At the time, the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust dismissed the claims, saying audits are conducted regularly.
राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र के न्यासीगण, कार्यकर्ता और स्टेट बैंक के कर्मचारी मिलकर करते हैं। ये कार्य कई दिनों तक चलता है। कोई भी उल्लेखनीय बात किसी के भी ध्यान में अभी तक नहीं आई है।
In a significant development, the Yogi Adityanath government ordered an SIT probe. The SIT has begun its probe and it has been tasked with submitting a preliminary report within 7 days and a final report within 15.
श्रीमान अखिलेश यादव जी, राहुल गांधी जी जैसे लोग केवल काम करने वाले, सेवा करने वाले लोगों पर कीचड़ उछाल करके ही सस्ती लोकप्रियता पाने का काम कर रहे हैं।
The issue escalated when BJP leader from Ayodhya, Rajneesh Singh, wrote 2 letters to Prime Minister Narendra Modi seeking greater transparency in the trust's financial operations. Then came former BJP MP Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who claimed he is aware of alleged misuse of donations.
सच अगर बोल देंगे तो बहुत चोट लगेगी और मैं विवाद में फंस जाऊंगा खुद, क्योंकि वो लोग बड़े पावरफुल लोग हैं, तो इसलिए हमारे डर के मैं सच नहीं बोल रहा हूं।
Matter intensified after police detained a temple employee reportedly associated with the counting of offerings. During a search at his home, the cops reportedly recovered some cash. Temple Trust General Secretary Champat Rai's driver Ram Shankar Yadav is also under scrutiny over corruption allegations.
राम मंदिर में चढ़ावे की रकम को मैनेज करने वालों में जो सबसे बड़े ओहदेदार थे उसमें चंपत राय, अनिल मिश्रा और गोपाल राव राम मंदिर में चढ़ावे की रकम को इकट्ठा करने, चढ़ाई गई नोटों की गड्डी बनाने और फिर जमा करने में तक बहुत अहम था। वो था राम शंकर यादव उर्फ टिन्नू यादव का नाम।
The controversy, as expected, has invited strong political reactions from the opposition, who are questioning BJP's bhakti.
कैमरा बंद कर करके, आंखें बंद कर करके जो चढ़ावा चोरी हुआ वो वापस रख दो, भगवान प्रभु श्री राम माफ कर देंगे। लेकिन बताओ, अधिकारी जांच करेंगे हमारे भगवान के पुजारियों? ये सनातन धर्म का अपमान है।
Needless to say, the temple stands as a symbol of faith. The donations, a reflection of devotion. But when questions arise over the handling of that money, transparency becomes as important as the belief itself. With Santosh Mishra and Samarth Srivastav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, on that note, let's take a break. When we return, we are turning to the controversy surrounding the NEET retest. Telegram has been banned till June 22nd, the date of the retest, because the government says it's spreading rumors about paper leaks. How is the government really preparing for the NEET retest? We'll have that on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
French perfumes by Chopin, a fragrance that lasts longer than 10 hours. So I can be myself a little more. French perfumes by Chopin, for him and her.
उबाठा नाम की पार्टी अब धीरे धीरे खत्म हो रही है। उबाठा के नेतृत्व पर उबाठा के जो एमएलएज हैं, जो एमपीज हैं, अब उनका विश्वास नहीं रहा। तो 2029 आते आते ये पार्टी पूरी तरह से खत्म हो जाएगी। क्यों? क्योंकि रोज उबाठा छोड़ करके उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व में अविश्वास जताते हुए लोग पार्टी छोड़ के बाहर निकल रहे हैं। अब उनके जहां तक सांसदों की बात है, हमारा उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं। उनकी पार्टी का यह अंदरूनी विषय है। उन्होंने पिछले दिनों मातोश्री में एक बैठक बुलाई थी और उद्धव ठाकरे जी जो हमेशा फेसबुक लाइव रहते हैं, पहली बार उनसे प्रेरणा लेकर के उनके सांसद ऑनलाइन लाइव हो गए और उन्होंने मीटिंग ज्वाइन नहीं की।
ऐसा है कि ऑपरेशन टाइगर के मामले में जो 7 सांसदों के साथ में हमारी चर्चा अंतिम क्षण में आ चुकी है। जैसा हम लोग ऑपरेशन करने किसी हॉस्पिटल में जाते हैं तो पहले इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाता है और वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन सारे रिपोर्ट्स आ चुकी है। अभी केवल ये डॉक्टर का अंतिम ऑपरेशन का जो दिन होता है, ऑपरेशन की अपॉइंटमेंट दिन आना है, ऑपरेशन के दिन आ जाएगा, उस दिन ये ऑपरेशन हो जाएगा।
See, the Congress government itself is doing a real estate now, taking these 7,000 and odd acres of fertile land of the farmers, that too the costliest land, about 15 to 20 crore rupees per acre. See, this government is going to acquire that land in the name of township. It is totally a real estate business, so that our party is against to this move.
Welcome back. The centre's efforts to ensure that the NEET re-examination that is scheduled for the 22nd of June is conducted without any further controversy is now extending beyond examination centres. Today, the government decided to ban the Telegram app. Blocking it, cyber surveillance has been intensified and question papers are being airlifted for a foolproof NEET retest. Take a look at our other big focus.
The battle to restore faith in India's biggest medical entrance exam is now being fought on land, in the air and online. Days before the NEET retest, the government has taken the extraordinary step of temporarily blocking Telegram in India. The National Testing Agency claims the messaging platform was being exploited by cheating networks to spread misinformation and create fake paper leak narratives. Authorities say the move is aimed at protecting the integrity of the examination and restoring trust among students.
Has taken a very big step to temporarily ban Telegram. Why such a drastic measure necessary?
The platform was continuously being misused by scamsters, by fraudsters, by sharing fake question papers as kind of genuine question papers and trying to fool people into paying for those question papers and trying to exploit the anxiousness that students have.
At the heart of the controversy is Telegram's message editing feature. The agency says this loophole was allegedly used to create misleading evidence of paper leaks. According to the NTA, administrators could allegedly edit old posts after an examination had concluded. Question papers could then be attached to those posts while the original timestamp remained unchanged. To the ordinary user, it could appear as though the question paper had been available before the examination. And confusion spread among students already under immense pressure. Now, authorities are fighting back. Telegram access has been blocked until June 22nd. Its message editing feature for existing posts has been disabled till June 30th. And a dedicated cyber surveillance network has been activated to monitor examination-related content online. The crackdown comes as the government rolls out unprecedented security measures for the NEET retest. Question papers are being airlifted by the Indian Air Force. CRPF and CISF personnel are being deployed at examination centres. For lakhs of students, NEET is not just an examination. It is years of sacrifice, years of preparation. This time, authorities say the challenge is not only to stop a paper leak. The big question, can the government restore trust? Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, joining me now, first the big question, NEET retest preparations. Are they really foolproof? Are the curbs on Telegram, the messaging app, justified? Is this now going to be a big credibility test for the National Testing Agency? Joining me now, Pramod Maheshwari, Director and CEO, Career Point Kota, and Dr. Shikha Darbari, former Joint Secretary, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education. I appreciate both of you joining me on the show today. First, the big story today, messaging app Telegram being banned. Pramod Maheshwari, do you believe that this will have a salutary impact? The government says Telegram was being used to spread fake messages that the papers could be leaked. You're on mute, sir. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah. So I believe that this is a good step to save the confusion, to save the students from fraudsters and scammers. But this will not ensure that NEET paper will not be leaked. This is only an initiative to ensure that nobody spreads, unnecessary kind of rumor that paper is being out and and students are being exploited, the parents are being exploited. But I don't think that banning one app will address the key concern that NEET paper or NEET paper will not be leaked. So, more initiatives to be taken by the government, and it's very difficult to build that trust after, multiple failures and multiple years by the government in conducting the NEET examination.
Rebuilding trust is the key, Dr. Shikha Darbari. Do you believe papers being airlifted, we are showing these images, they are unprecedented. Is the government now in a position to restore trust, or do you believe these measures are optics, but on the ground the real test will take place on the 22nd?
Certainly, I would like to say that this is, it's like you are trying to kill a mosquito with the cannon. See, we have to see our weak points in the NTA system. We have to see the weak points in the whole sequence, when the paper setter is being set, when the printing is being done, when the transport is being done, when the custody is being given. So we have to see the whole sequence. And I will just like to add to the earlier question that Telegram, even the DG NTA has himself accepted that it is not a foolproof measure. And actually, if you see that this kind of rumors will come only when the paper is leaked. So Telegram is a channel that this is a social media channel. So, it is the last channel after the leak.
Right.
If the paper is leaked, only then it will reach the Telegram. So what we are doing by, banning the Telegram, we have to, ensure that, like in this case, we have not been able to punish this Sanjeev Mukhia and the Oasis school that was the culprits of 2024. When we allow the people to go, scot-free, this is where the trust of the people go bad. Today, what we are doing? Today, we are, I really feel that we are criminalizing the education like we have criminalized the politics. Earlier, the people were fighting elections from the jail. Today, what's happening? The accused Yash Yadav, he is being allowed to take exam from the jail. What we are doing in our democracy? What is this kind of justice that everybody is seeing? So trust factor is really at all times.
So you're not convinced? No, you're not. No, the government says we are trying to make it foolproof. Because of all the pressure, we are airlifting the papers. We are doing what we are getting. The Air Force has also got involved. You're not convinced that will change things, ma'am?
See, that I can say that because they have to conduct this paper in a very, very, short time. So this will reduce the time, and obviously this will help in the, not leaking the paper, because when we employ the defense forces, we have that confidence that they will not compromise at any point. And this is where the India's moral and ethical values also come into picture. That today Transparency International is trying to tell that our score is 39. It is above the global score. So what India is doing? Ek taraf hum Ram temple, we are making a Ram temple, and where are the ethical values of Ram? So till the whole society, they come up with the proper moral and ethical values.
So you're saying the real challenge? But are you saying therefore that the papers you believe still can be leaked even with all these this surveillance being put in place? You're telling me the papers can still be leaked, ma'am?
I think this time they are taking extra care. Just like that once bitten, it's twice shy. So they are trying to take all possible steps which should not be taken in a normal examination which is conducted every year. Why these kind of things? So what NTA is supposed to do is to reform itself. But yes, I'm quite sure this time the paper will not be leaked, and if it is leaked, then it will be the biggest disaster for our country.
I take your point, Mr. Maheshwari. Very quickly, are you confident this time that the government has learned from its mistake? Are coaching centers also now aware that they are also on test? Because in the past, their role has also come under scrutiny. Government says we are going to crack down on anyone who is caught up now anymore. We will have zero tolerance. Do you accept that? Do you believe everyone is on test now?
So I think government is on the test for the sake, for this NEET examination.